In the middle of the clouds, the silhouette of the green-scaled eagle trembled. It was inwardly frightened. The swan and I unexpectedly had not died yet. They were fighting over its carcass just now. Yet how could such a terrifying turn of events occur? Yeah. How is it alive again? The little guy scratched his head, puzzled. Oh! A world-shaking roar came through the mountain. That demonic ape angrily howled. Its wings got torn off while it was still alive, causing it to go mad. Fresh blood was still spilling out from its wounds. It used its remaining arm to attack, smashing the old beast that shone with golden radiance with its fist. The swan and I did not appear to be slowed by its age at all, and with a flash, it instantly reappeared over 100 meters away. With a hong sound, the demonic ape smashed through the remaining half of the mountain with a godly might that shocked the desolate forest. After hitting only the air, it did not stop. With one leap, it jumped over 200 meters high. It was going to spread its wings and fly away. Even though it was angry, it was clear-headed enough to realize it wasn't the elder Swan Knee's opponent. The Swan Knee's pair of golden eyes were extremely cold. Cloud vapors surged from its entire body like a tsunami. Moreover, it rushed forward like a golden streak of lightning, and an explosion sounded as it struck the back of the demonic ape. Oh ho! The demonic ape howled loudly, and its entire body shuddered. Blood blossomed 10 feet into the air, and just like before, it once again suffered greatly under the effects of the Swan Knee's horrifying precious technique. A shining bloody hole emerged on its chest. The formidable demonic ape immediately dropped down. It opened up its bloody mouth, exposing snow-white fangs. It charged forward with the single arm it had left, and its entire body lit up with symbols to activate its precious technique. On the other side, the mythical flaming devil bull's entire body was covered in a scarlet fire. Its fur was similar to silky fabric. It also went mad, and its entire body lit up with symbols as well. Its intention was not to fight the swan and I to death, but to take advantage of an opening to escape. However, the swan and I was too fearsome. 2 beams of light shot out from the depth of its eyes, and then it struck the body of the mythical flaming devil bull. A thunderous sound rang through the air, inflicting bloody gashes onto its body and causing the symbols around it to dissipate. Moo! The 30-meter-long scarlet-red devil bull became furious. The flames on its body reached the heavens, and its mythical flames were ignited. It rose up, spread open its huge mouth, and released streams of flourishing scarlet-red radiance in all directions, causing rocky peaks to turn into magma. This attack caused endless amounts of vicious birds and ferocious beasts to immediately turn into ashes. They didn't even have time to release a miserable scream. The swan and I roared, and the golden light rays on its body intensified. Its brilliant magnificence covered the entire mountain region in a sea of gold. Mists surged out, blocking the mythical flames. In the cloud banks far away, the little guy murmured to himself, "The swan and I was only pretending to be dead. It wanted to kill its enemies, so it let the demonic ape and mythical flaming devil bull come here on purpose. It really is smart, smarter than humans." Demonic cries rang out, and mythical flames overflowed into the heavens. Mist and lightning interweaved. This area was already completely chaotic. This confrontation between 3 archaic descendants caused thunderous noise to ring through the air. The entire wasteland was trembling in response. On the swan and I, mythical flaming devil bull and the ape king's bodies, mysterious patterns interweaved. They were densely packed together, and the rays of light burned fiercely like streaks of electricity. Their precious techniques began to activate, displaying their tyrannical strength and causing this area to become unstable. Hong! Ear-splitting noises echoed through the air. It sounded as if immortal lightning was descending from the 9th heaven. Red streaks of light rushed into the skies, clouds and mists filling the air with electricity and flames. The swan and I, demonic ape and the mythical flaming devil bull all trembled. The ground of this mountain region ruptured, making it seem as if Judgment Day was drawing near. Pooh the demonic ape flew out horizontally, falling down the mountains that were covered in golden divine radiance. Blood covered its body, and it was unknown just how many of its bones were broken. However, it still managed to break free from the swan knee's mist. Dong! A single step from it caused the great earth to split apart. Its demonic wings moved, stirring up a great storm. Together with heaven overflowing black mists, it rushed towards the depths of the mountains. Not only was one of the demonic ape's arms snapped off, several of its internal organs were smashed and most of its bones were broken. It needed to find a calm place to rest and recover. If it was discovered by some hostile parties before then, it would inevitably die. Moo! The mythical flaming devil bull shouted out, and the oppressive roar shook the entire mountain. Its entire body was covered in blood as it tried to escape with great difficulty. Fiery rays of light turned the entire sky red. It knocked over a mountain peak and treaded on lava before escaping to the mountain abyss as well. The swan and I was the only one left on the scene. Its entire body was covered in dazzling gold fur. It raised its head and released a great roar. Grass and various types of thorny undergrowth were pulled up from the ground into the air like a tornado. Enormous trees snapped apart and mountain boulders tumbled about. This place was completely chaotic. The swan and I swept its cold gaze through the surviving powerful creatures. It released a low growl. Only now did they cry out loudly and flee in all directions as if they had been granted mercy. In the blink of an eye, everyone completely left. In reality, 80% of the birds and beasts here were already dead. The casualty count increased even more drastically after the swan and I, mythical flaming devil bull, and the ape king began to fight. The effects were widespread, causing an unexpected calamity. The mountains were quiet again. Lava began to cool, leaving behind the smell of blood on the ground. The old swan and I stood there alone, its huge godlike body enveloped in divine splendor. This scene looked a bit lonely. The radiance in its pupils gradually dimmed, and a bit of blood trickled out from its mouth. It was a horrible sight. Finally, the radiance covering its entire body erupted. Its body cracked apart, and with loud rumbling sounds, it collapsed in the mountain region. Ah, it died again. Did it die for real this time? On the back of the green-scaled eagle, the little guy's eyes widened. It's truly too old already and is at the end of its lifespan. It's a pity that it still couldn't kill its enemies even after it used its ultimate technique. Rays of light shot out from the green-scaled eagle's pupils. It wanted to throw itself downwards, but it was still scared that the swan and I was still not completely dead. If that really was the case, it would just be suicide. That area of the mountain was quiet, and not a single existence dared to approach it. All the vicious birds and ferocious beasts were scared away by the swan and I, not daring to turn back. They were still fleeing without knowing how far out they should escape to. Ant green-scaled eagle, this time the swan and I should really be dead. Let's go take a look. Sure how quietly spoke. The sound of wind whistled through the sky. Cold green scales flickered through the clouds. This was a creature that was incredibly intelligent, so how could it not be aware? However, it was still cautious and careful. It circled around in the air for a while before swooping down. Yeah, it's really dead. The little guy and the green-scaled eagle arrived in front of the corpse. He poked the swan and I. Right now, its body had already cooled down, and its life had definitely ended. The green-scaled eagle was incredibly roused up, and clapped its wings with great force, stirring up sand and rubble everywhere. It quickly fetched the demonic ape's arm from a bit farther away. This was also an archaic descendant filled with rare true blood. Xianxia. The little guy carried that mythical flaming devil bull's several-meter-long horn over and laughed in a silly manner. His eyes quickly took on the shape crescent moons, because this was also a priceless treasure. Auntie, let's leave quickly, the little guy reminded. The green-scaled eagle was especially excited, showing a different side than its normally fierce nature. Right now its eyes were half closed, as if it was about to knock out. Yeah, what's wrong, Auntie? The little guy cried out in alarm. The green-scaled eagle grabbed the swan knee's body and wanted to take flight with its wings. However, it never expected its body to suddenly stumble and almost fall onto the ground. Ah, Auntie, you've been poisoned. You aren't completely detoxified yet. The little guy's large eyes were filled with worry. In that fight not long ago, it was bitten by that purple snake. Although it decisively cut off a large chunk of its poisoned flesh, it was still unable to completely block the spreading of the poison. It was also attacked by the blood sable as well, the fearsome mouse king who consumed metal as food. Its injuries were not light, causing its body to be much weaker. As a result, the poison spread even faster, making it harder to contain. Auntie, let's hurry up and leave. Let's go back to Stone Village and let Grandpa Chief help you cure this poison. Little Xianxia anxiously yelled. The green-scaled eagle flapped its wings and attempted to fly again. This time, it finally lifted up that huge swan and eye and took to the skies towards Stone Village. Along the way, its body trembled several times and almost dropped down from the sky. Its body was incredibly weak and was almost out of strength. Normally, it could easily lift prey that was twice as heavy as this. Xianxia, after flying through a rocky cliff, its steel wings collided with a huge boulder, hacking open a huge chunk of the cliff. It almost fell head first onto the ground. The little guy anxiously said, Auntie, if you can't do it, let's throw the swan and eye or the mythical bull horn down here first and then look for it later. The green-scaled eagle immediately rejected this idea sternly. It told him to sit on its back and hold that several-meter-long scarlet horn as well as the demonic ape's arm, not wanting to leave anything behind. Its claws held the swan knee's corpse tightly, trembling the entire time it flew. It moved close to the mountain and rushed towards Stone Village. Finally, they were almost at Stone Village. The little guy carried the scarlet horn and the demonic ape's arm while feeling great happiness. It was really dangerous this time. There were several times where they almost lost their lives, but they were unexpectedly able to bring back the swan knee's precious body. In addition, they also brought back the ape king's arm and the mythical flaming bull's horn. Their harvest was truly magnificent. Grandpa Chief and uncles, all of you were pretending not to be worried about my 5-year-old baptism, but I know the truth. Don't worry. We have 3 archaic descendants, and there is definitely enough true blood. He was incomparably happy, and his expression was brimming with joy. His laughter was extremely pure and sweet, and under the sunset glow, it was exceptionally brilliant. The magnificent red sun was setting in the west, dyeing the entire mountain range with a layer of bright red radiance. Under the twilight sun, it was tranquil and auspicious. They were quickly approaching Stone Village. This area did not have many ferocious beasts, as it was situated within the outskirts of the mountain range. As a result, it was still fairly peaceful. We're finally almost home. The little guy was finally relieved and let out a long breath. Peng, however, just at this moment, the green-scaled eagle swooped down, its wings tearing apart some of the nearby towering trees. It was becoming more and more exhausted, and its wounds continuously bled out black blood. Could no longer continue. Auntie, just hold on a bit more. We are almost home. The little guy Xianxia encouraged. It released a loud cry. The green-scaled eagle was too exhausted to continue. Its huge body fell down, causing leaves to fly everywhere in disorder. After colliding into the ancient trees, many of them were destroyed. Fortunately, it was able to glide down instead of dropping directly from the sky. Otherwise, if it fell from such a high altitude, broken bones and snapped muscles would have been inevitable. With a loud rumble, the swan and eye within the green-scaled eagle's claws was the first one to hit the floor, directly causing the enormous rocks in the forest to be split apart. Afterwards, the huge body of the green-scaled eagle descended into a grassy field. The little guy who carried the scarlet horn also tumbled down. Fortunately, his body was light and healthy, and because he abandoned the several-meter-long horn as he fell, he didn't get injured. Auntie, nothing bad happened, right? Xianxia quickly got up and ran towards where the green-scaled eagle was. The archaic devil bird descendant's situation was terrible. From its wounds dripped an inky blood that emitted a fishy smell. Its entire body lacked strength, so getting back on its feet was difficult. The green-scaled eagle cried towards the sky. Its voice was resounding as it penetrated metal and split rocks open. It even shook the little guy Xianxia so much that his eardrums started hurting, forcing him to quickly cover his ears. The surrounding leaves fell in a disorderly fashion. Right, Auntie, if you're in pain, just use all your strength to cry out. We aren't too far from Stone Village already. So Big Pung, Little Green and the others will definitely hear your cries. They will definitely bring the village chief over and rescue us. The little guy was talking while running towards that fiery red horn. He chopped off a piece of the flesh attached to it and delivered it to the green-scaled eagle's beak. Auntie, I heard that these rhinoceros horns have the ability to cure poison. This is a horn of an archaic descendant, and even though it belonged to a cow, it should still have some effect. He fed the green-scaled eagle and helped it close its beak. Only now did this vicious bird view him with a gentle gaze, as if he was its own child. The archaic devil bird's descendants had extremely high intelligence. Auntie, you must hold on. Grandpa Chief and the others will be here soon. Time passed by slowly, and the sound of beasts roaring could be heard from afar. The little guy began to worry because he did not know if the people of Stone Village heard the cries of the green-scaled eagle. If he went back by himself, there was a chance that some fierce beast might come. Given the green-scaled eagle's current condition, it would undoubtedly die, because there was no way it could retaliate. Even if they did not hear it, Grandpa Chief will definitely have sent out people to look for us. Auntie, please wait patiently and hold on. Everything will be okay. The little guy used his youthful and tender voice to give it encouragement. The muffled howls of beasts seemed to be gradually getting closer from the distance. The setting sun was about to disappear, and the sky was starting to darken. This part of the forest seemed especially ghastly and terrifying. Auntie, drink some precious blood again. The little guy cupped his hands again, delivering it a piece of the mythical flaming devil bull's meat. Suddenly, the hair on the little guy's back stood up. He quickly stepped to the side, causing an ice-cold iron arrow to scrape past his throat. It entered a mountain rock with a boom sound before ringing with a metallic sound. Only at this moment did the sonic boom pass by. The speed of the iron arrow was too fast, much faster than the speed of sound. Its strength was too shocking. If the little guy reacted even slightly slower, the arrow would have penetrated his throat. A streak of cold light flashed through, and a second iron arrow was shot. The little guy dodged. Pooh! Blood splashed out. That piece of meat that he originally wanted to feed the green-scaled eagle was penetrated. Too wasteful. Why are you doing all this for a vicious bird that's about to die? You might as well give it to me. A rough male voice sounded. It's you guys. The little guy was shocked and angry. After seeing the Wolf Village's people, he noticed that the person who shot the arrows was their hunting squad's captain. He was extremely tall, with a height of over 2 meters. His muscles were sturdy as they coiled around him like a snake. During the last 4 weeks, there were barely any signs of them. Now over 20 of them appeared. Each one held a strong bow, and all the arrows were aimed at him. The little guy was furious, his eyes wide open as he said, "Last time our Stone Village let you guys go, and you guys even established a blood pledge. Now you want to kill me? You, truly a cute child. Is an oath worth more than that swan knee's rare and precious body? More than that archaic descendant's precious scarlet horn?" A middle-aged man from the Wolf Village sneered. A silver-white sheen shot out in all 4 directions. The little guy no longer exchanged words and moved his hands, forming a dazzling moon. Its radiance scattered down, as if a divine moon had descended from the 9 heavens. With the moon in hand, he rushed towards those people. Since they weren't going to listen to reason, he could only fight. Even though he was still a small child, he often heard the adults talk about the countless cruelties and horrors they experienced while facing vicious beasts in the Great Wastelands. Right now, the little guy treated these people like fierce beasts, no longer viewing them as people of the same species. He rapidly advanced with the intention of fighting them and protecting Ant Green-Scaled Eagle. Because in his heart, this group of people were far from as kind as the ordinarily vicious green-scaled eagle. He would never sympathize with them again. Whoosh whoosh, these iron arrows flew towards him as concentrated as rain. Each shot had 1,000 gene of force behind it, and they were incomparably frightening. Even huge beasts would die from a single shot. All of these people simultaneously shot at such a young child in a cold-blooded and ruthless manner. They showed no mercy, only cold and cruel smiles. Dang, the silver moon rotated, knocking down a row of iron arrows. Jibang sounds rang out. Even if they were iron poles, they still wouldn't be able to bear the attack. They were thoroughly split in half. Don't underestimate him. Even though he's still a child, he has a precious artifact on him. He is quite strong. Work together to shoot him down. A sturdy and built man loudly roared. Oh! The silver moon whizzed past and rotated around the forest. That man who was just shouting was directly hacked in the shoulders, dismembering his arm. Fresh blood spouted out, and with a blood-curdling scream, he fell onto the floor. Such a powerful child. Quickly retreat and throw the iron spears. Wolf Village hunting squad's captain loudly shouted out. He scattered his men and retreated towards the back. They began to utilize even more force to throw their spears, and their spears were even more fearsome than their arrows. Oh! One spear pole after another emitted cold light as they ripped through the air. Each pole, roughly 2 meters long and 10 jin in weight, could easily penetrate the skin of a fire rhinoceros as they whistled straight ahead. Dang, dang. The little guy used his silver moon to intercept the attacks, snapping one pole after another. An ear-splitting clanking sound was emitted as sparks flew everywhere. The situation was dire. Kill! Little Sherhao's eyes immediately straightened out. Although he was kind-hearted and honest, he was not weak. If others wanted to kill him like this, he naturally had to retaliate and defend himself. Wang the silver moon shuddered, and he hurriedly advanced with all his strength. Using his precious moon to block the arrows, he ran 10 meters forward before striking with all his might. A snow-white light flashed past, and in front of him, blood-curdling screams rang out. 5 or 6 people's arms were cut off and blood splashed high into the air. A few iron spears flew past the little guy's body, barely scraping him and piercing his clothes. However, he simply ignored it, and with all his might, he activated a second disked silver moon. An ancient tree appeared on it, and it flickered magnificently as it sprinkled down some of its brilliance, making the moon appear even more splendid. This time, the silver moon flew over 10 meters, almost splitting the Wolf Village's hunting squad captain, as well as a few others in front of him in half. They were all seriously injured, and their captain's stomach was cut open, causing his intestines to almost spill out. Go! The captain shouted with all his might. After giving this command, his complexion paled and he started to sweat profusely. A group of people shouted before quickly gathering the injured and retreating into the forest. This child is very odd, he's too strong. However, we already sent a message back. The chief and the others are not too far away, so they should be rushing here quickly. Auntie Green, you're fine, right? The little guy ran back. After seeing the green-scaled eagle pierced by an iron spear and a few iron arrows, he was so heartbroken that tears almost flowed out. The green-scaled eagle had a gentle expression on its face. It lightly shook its head and didn't let out any sounds. It was very quiet. Auntie, I'm really useless, aren't I? After everything they had done, I wasn't able to kill a single person. I was only able to injure their shoulders and arms. The little guy wept and blamed himself. He was only a child in the end. Even though he matured early, he could not viciously massacre and spill blood like an adult. Even though he attacked, his heart and hands were still trembling. However, there were those who were injured to the point of completely losing their fighting strength and could never be considered a threat again. Most of them lost their shoulders and arms and were destined to become crippled for life. Roughly 10 li away, Wolf Village quickly assembled. They charged towards this direction, and among them was a youth on a stretcher who was half sitting and half lying. His expression was pale and his eyes were ice-cold. In his palm was a beast teeth bracelet. An elderly person lightly spoke. He is actually the strong, capable of wounding over 10 of our clansmen. Don't fear. This time we'll use the precious artifacts granted to us by our guardian spirit. Let's see if he can still create trouble then. The Swan Knee's precious body is right there, and the guardian spirit will personally come, another elder said. Several li away, a group of people from Stone Village also moved out like fierce tigers, rushing towards the part of the mountain forest where the little guy was at. Taking the helm of this expedition were the three hatchlings, Purple Cloud, Big Pong, and Little Green. They were anxiously fluttering their wings. At sundown, the lights within the mountains and forests began to fade away, making the surroundings seemingly serene. In this darkness, pairs of eyes watched attentively. The smell of blood wafted through the air, drawing the attention of a few fierce beasts. Fortunately, this was the outer region without too many fearsome and vicious beasts. Awoo! A tiger-striped bug scuttled over, and the patterns on its body made it resemble a big silkworm dyed in a strange color. It was 5 to 6 meters long and had the head of a tiger, sinister and fierce. This big bug smelled the true blood of an archaic descendant and wanted a bite of the swan knee's precious body. Pooh! The little guy tossed out an iron spear, directly penetrating the bug's head. With a scream, blood splashed out, and the tiger-striped bug rolled on the ground. Not long after, its life ended. Soundlessly, a flying python as thick as a water bucket pounced over from the precipice of a boulder. It spread both its wings, and a fishy smell spread through the air. When it almost neared, it opened up its huge bloodied mouth to take a bite. Chong! Facing this violent large snake, the little guy did not dare to act carelessly. He directly activated the silver moon and whipped it like a rainbow, cutting the snake directly into 2 halves. Blood sprayed everywhere like rain. This all happened in just a few short moments, and Sure How had already killed 6 or 7 monsters. He kept close to the green-scaled eagle and guarded its body. However, if this continued, vicious beasts from the heart of the mountain range would soon take notice. Wolf Village's people will be here soon. Don't tell me that Grandpa Chief did not hear the eagle's cries? The little guy started to worry. He could escape, but he would never leave behind the green-scaled eagle. Wild birds soared into the sky, and the little guy suddenly raised his head. Right now, there was a torrential downpour of iron arrows concentrated straight at his body. Murderous intent filled the air. The trees in the forest were all twisted and broken into pieces, and the densely packed blanket of iron arrows shot towards them. Even if it was a huge dragon-horned elephant blocking their way, it would still be shot full of holes until it turned into a sieve. The little guy exhaled and loudly shouted. From between his nose and mouth, he spouted out a stream of concentrated air. His entire body was shining, causing symbols to interweave. A silver moon like a knife blocked the front, and clanking sounds rang out. Iron arrows unceasingly fell and arrowheads continuously broke. They piled densely on the ground, emitting an astonishingly cold metallic luster. People of Wolf Village, don't force me. The little guy's eyes reddened because a few iron arrows landed on the green-scaled eagle's wounds. The iron arrows that were like howling winds and torrential rains finally stopped. In all directions, over 100 people appeared. They had him surrounded from afar and stared at the swan and eye and the precious scarlet horn, anxiously breathing. Even though they had never seen one before, if one lived in these desolate lands long enough, they would how precious the true blood of an archaic descendant was. It was simply invaluable and priceless. Little child, this swan knee's body is a valuable treasure. You can't guard it by yourself, so be obedient and just leave. We won't make things difficult for you, an elder said in an amiable manner. The little guy was immediately angry. They went through hell and back to be able to obtain the precious body of the swan and eye, and soon they would have brought it back to Stone Village. To be killed off halfway by this group of people who wanted to snatch away these archaic descendant corpses, how could they resign themselves to such a choice? He clenched his tender white fists and said, "You guys are going too far. Child, life is always like this. We are fighting in this desolate land. If we're not a bit cruel to others, then we're being cruel to ourselves." The Wolf Village elder let out a long sigh. "Just hurry up and leave." The little guy started at him without saying a single word, and waited for reinforcements to come from Stone Village. Woo, truly shocking. This is actually a real green-scaled eagle. At first I thought this was a spotted unicorn bird. Unexpectedly, This overlord in the sky would submit itself to Stone Village. Amazing. The Wolf Village elder was not just saying empty words. His amazement came from his heart. Pity. It's poisoned, so we need to kill it. Sure Hao heard what he said and held back his tears. He could also see that the green-scaled eagle's circumstances were far from reassuring. Seeing his expressions, the Wolf Village elder squinted and said, "Truly a pity. Otherwise it'd be a match for our guardian spirit. Let's just send it on its way and release it from its suffering." "You dare!" The little guy's eyebrows stood up and clenched his fist, blocking in front of the green-scaled eagle. "Hee." The Wolf Village elder lightly laughed. "Looks like you're really a good child with a kind-hearted temperament that is unable to let this vicious bird go." After saying this, the expression in his eyes became cold. He waved his hands and said, "Release the arrows. Kill this green-scaled eagle first." The Wolf Village's people were startled, but they did not hesitate. Listening to the command, arrows like rain whizzed by non-stop towards the green-scaled eagle's wounds. The little guy's eyes were completely red and spared no effort to resist. He took out that disc-like silver moon and swept the iron arrows away in all four directions, guarding the archaic devil bird descendant. However, the green-scaled eagle's body was too large. There were quite a few wounds that were impossible to block effectively. The little guy shuffled back and forth while moving the silver moon to block. He was so tired that sweat flowed profusely. So far, the people of Wolf Village all clearly saw that their chief, Bei Liqing, was using this vicious bird to hold this child in place. Sooner or later, he'll grow weary and would decide to resort to a simpler method to kill. "Chief, didn't you just say you wanted to let this child go?" "I was only scared of him running away and wasn't serious. Only after knowing that he cares so much can we deal with him. With a potential this large, if this child grows up, what will happen then? Naturally, we have to kill him with all our might right now." The dense, iron arrows flashed with a cold light and created whooshing sounds as they passed by. Each one of them was extremely thick with huge force behind it. The 8 or 9 huge trees in front of the green-scaled eagle were all broken apart. The little guy was coping with his fatigue. He gritted his teeth and activated 2 silver-disked silver moons, but it was still hard to protect the green-scaled eagle. Pooh! The iron arrows penetrated into the wounds and brought with it a huge chunk of meat, causing great pain to the archaic devil bird descendant. Its body lightly shook as its eyes held anger and grief. Right now, it could not budge at all. Otherwise, on an ordinary day, how could these people even dare to approach it? Dang, dang. The arrows were as dense as rain, and the little guy blocked with all his effort. But it still wasn't enough, and the green-scaled eagle had already been pierced by 20 arrows on its wounds. All of them deeply entered within its body and blood gushed out. "Ant green-scaled eagle." The little guy was grieving. With a sobbing tone, he had tears welling up in his eyes. He was nearing his limit. Pooh! An iron arrow penetrated a branch and almost tacitly penetrated the little guy's heart. He reacted extremely quickly and instantly sidestepped. However, it still struck the muscles in his little arm and blood sprayed out. "Aya!" The little guy painfully screamed. This was the first time in his life that he suffered such a heavy arrow wound. Not far away, Wolf Village Hunting Squad's captain, Bei Shan, sneered. It was precisely his arrow that pierced the little guy's arm. His complexion was pale since not too long ago as his belly was cut open by the silver moon. He armed his bow once again and hid inside a brush to start a new round of ruthless killing. He did not care about the green-scaled eagle, and only aimed for the little guy's heart or throat. The little guy was hurting so much that his little face whitened. He tore off a strip of his small clothing to bind his wound. Symbols also circulated on his body to stop his wounds from bleeding even more. In these moments, the green-scaled eagle suffered another 10 arrow shots. His wounds were almost shot rotten. The little guy was weeping because he couldn't repeatedly guard it. He shouted, "I'll stake my life against you guys." He rapidly dashed forward and activated 2 disked silver moons. No matter what, he needed to kill those people who were unceasingly shooting those iron arrows. Living in this huge desolate land, The wolf village's arrow techniques were shockingly powerful. Over 100 people simultaneously aimed in the same direction, and all the arrows were concentrated as they flew together, making it seem as if a huge iron hammer was striking at the little guy's body. Even though he used the silver moon to block in front of him, he still spurted out blood and was blown away. Shoot him dead. The wolf village chief, Bei Liqing's eyes were cold, and he lost his smile a long time ago. He ordered everyone to fire their arrows straight at the airborne little guy. Yeah, the little guy shouted loudly. 2 disked silver moons rotated around his body. Clink clank, the sheet of arrows all snapped. The broken arrowheads all piled up, emitting their ice-cold light. However, his little legs suffered another shot. Fresh blood dyed his legs red. He let out a soft and immature voice and tried to resist. He looked back at the green-scaled eagle on the ground and hurriedly staggered forward, rushing towards the group from the wolf village. The silver moons were dazzling, and like blades, the 2 discs shot out. Blood splashed everywhere as he frantically killed and beheaded. 17 or 18 wolf villagers collapsed during the bloodbath, causing an alarming array of chaos. Continue to shoot that green-scaled eagle to death. Don't be lenient this time. Nail it down. The chief of the wolf village, Bei Liqing, commanded. Whoa! Ear-splitting whistles came through and a sheet of iron arrows flew towards the green-scaled eagle. The situation was now extremely dire. The little guy's large eyes were thoroughly red. Tears already dripped all over his little face. He felt completely powerless. If he did not go back to help, the green-scaled eagle would most likely die. However, if he turned around, he would walk back into the difficult situation and would tire out sooner or later and be shot dead. You guys are all evil people. This was the lament of an innocent child. Bei Liqing, you piece of shameless dog shit. You scheme like this against a child? Are you still a person? A loud shout echoed through. At the same time, arrows as dense as locusts and flying spears like meteors all densely dropped down. Blood-curdling screams came from the direction where the wolf villagers were. The reinforcements from Stone Village led by the chief Shi Yunfeng finally arrived. Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao and the others also came and were all furious as they fired arrows with their killing intent nonstop. Chirp chirp. Depong, Shaoqing and Ziyun fluttered their wings and quickly closed the distance. Although they could not really fly, their speed was still extremely quick. They pounced towards the green-scaled eagle and were all saddened. The 3 hatchlings all threw themselves onto a wound and used their own bodies to block the arrows. Wailing non-stop, they rubbed their heads against their mother's body, and they cried and wept as blood flowed. The iron arrows from the wolf village whistled over and knocked on their scales with a clanking noise. However, they were still young, and their scales were not that hard yet and bloodstains started to appear. You sons of bitches from the wolf village, go to hell! Shi Linghu angrily roared. Counterattack, but do not kill those 3 hatchlings. Bring them back alive. Those birds will one day belong to the guardian spirit. The wolf village's chief's eyes shone red-hot. He stared at those 3 hatchlings and wanted to grab them right away. A bloody battle started and spears danced through the air as broadswords beheading one after another. Both sides charged right at each other in intense close combat. Grandpa Chief! The little guy loudly shouted. A group of adults saw that one of the little guy's arms as well as one of his legs were penetrated by an iron arrow. Fresh blood flowed, making them all feel sorry. This incited their anger and killing intent. Don't be scared, child. There is nothing wrong with me. Grandpa Chief quickly saved Ant Green-Scaled Eagle. The little guy wiped away a bunch of his tears, then loudly shouted and charged towards the people of Wolf Village. The silver moon flew about, and blood blossomed in the air. 7 or 8 people let out blood-curdling screams as severed arms flew out horizontally, covering the entire area in blood. Bei Liqing, you're just a lone wolf. Don't tell me you are going to break the rules in this desolate land. We don't bother each other in our survival, and neighboring villages will not do battle. What do you want to do? Chief Shi Yunfeng angrily shouted. Naturally, although he was saying this, he already gave his command. This time, they definitely won't be as kind and would kill them all without pardon. Fighting to the end. Don't blame me. The swan knee's precious body and the mythic flaming devil bull's horn are all priceless treasures. Whose heart wouldn't jump out at this? Also, our clan's guardian spirit will be making a breakthrough soon and needs large amounts of true blood. What? Their guardian spirit is making a breakthrough? Shi Yunfeng was shocked and his eyes went half-blind as symbols faintly appeared on one arm. He made a rapid movement, took out his jade pot and poured out his medicine to help the green-scaled eagle detoxify. The little guy's eyes were completely red from killing. At this time, there wasn't anyone from the wolf village around him. The ground was covered in severed arms, and there were roughly 20 individuals hacked apart by the silver moon. Suddenly, a sheet of splendid light rushed over from a bunch of shrubs, enveloping the little guy. Pu-pu sound echoed through, and 6 or 7 people from Stone Village were penetrated as fell into their own pools of blood, painfully rolling back and forth. Dang, although the little guy used his silver moon to block, his shoulders were still scraped. A streak of terrifying blood appeared as his blood spewed everywhere. Precious artifact! Some people cried out in alarm. A youth with a pale complexion like a wolf kept hiding in the middle of the vegetation. He was waiting for the perfect moment to try killing the little guy. One of the light rays practically pierced his throat. It was actually Bei Feng, who was defeated by Shi How not long ago and had his bones broken by the people of Stone Village. That genius didn't even fully recover. But he was still calm as kept his gloomy and cold expression. You're not the only ones with precious artifacts. I have one too. Bei Feng did not even take a glimpse at those wood were rolling around in the middle of their own blood. Hearing them yelling, he appeared indifferent and cold. After that shower of light, it wrapped around his wrists and formed a beast tooth bracelet. Each tooth was a sparkling snow white, truly beautiful. He did not understand the bone text yet he knew how to use precious artifacts. How could this be? It made people astonished. Elder uncle! The little guy was getting anxious, and supported those middle-aged men who were penetrated by the specks of light. Their injuries were extremely severe. Their innards were all torn apart and they could die at any moment. Chi! Bei Feng flicked his wrist and a rain of light flew out splendidly and beautifully, once again passing through the air like a meteor shower. His killing power was extremely shocking. I detest myself for being too kind-hearted. I let you off last time. This time, I truly will not forgive you. The little guy's little face was full of determination and resolution. While sparkling, the snow-white beast tooth turned into specks of light. The light's godly splendor spilled out as it charged forward like meteors streaking across the blue heavens. Splendid and beautiful. However, it was emitting a terrifying aura. A disc-shaped silver moon rose up, and as if it was suspended over a clear and gleaming sea, it emitted a peaceful yet auspicious feeling. Suddenly, an ear-splitting dang sound broke through this tranquility. Bei Feng and the little guy were currently having a showdown. One person used a precious artifact, while the other used his precious techniques. Splendid light drizzled like rain, and the clanking noises never stopped, shaking the entire mountain. There were a total of 42 specks of light dancing around in the air. They condensed together to become a meteor shower and were unfathomably dazzling. However, it was an incredible killing weapon nonetheless. With woo sounds, they whistled past the grass, grinding it into fine powder. The 6 to 7 meter long boulders were punctured with holes and were unable to stop them. The little guy had an unwavering expression. He was nearing the limit of his capabilities. He brought out another 2 silver moons, one to protect his body and the other to counter and charge forward with killing intent. Clank, clank, the specks of light violently collided. This was like a battle of the gods, bright and resplendent. It didn't matter whether it was the silver moon or the rain of light. They all sprinkled their godly splendor, illuminating the surroundings. Light, as red as sunset, scattered in every direction and streaks of auspicious vapors gushed out. After colliding a total of 10 times, one of the silver moons shattered. The little guy condensed another one to maintain 2 at all times to block those drizzling specks of light that were fluctuating and attacking wildly from all directions. Wang! A slight tremble was heard, and those specks of light reversed their directions before flying back to reform the beast-toothed bracelet on Bei Feng's wrist. Little grains of white, lustering gems dazzled beautifully in front of the people's eyes. This precious artifact really made people tremble in fear. Killing people while hardly being visible made it impossible to guard against. Looking at this exquisitely made artifact, one could not discern that this was actually an incredibly murderous weapon. You're not using a precious artifact. You're using the strength of bone texts? Bei Feng was incredibly bewildered and changed his complexion for the very first time. This little child was able to grasp a hold of that type of mysterious power, and was truly terrifying. What? Far away, the people of Wolf Village were all flabbergasted. Each of them stared at the little guy with shock and terror, as if they saw a freak of nature. Bei Feng. Kill him. We cannot let him live. Wolf Village Chief, Bei Liqing ordered. Little guy, pay attention. That's a precious artifact bestowed to them by their sacrificial guardian spirit. As long as it's alive, they can use their artifact without understanding bone texts. Anyone given the artifact can use it immediately. Shi Yunfeng warned while speeding up the green-scaled eagle's detoxification process. The symbols shined on his arms and palms as he applied medicine over several of its wounds. I will not let you go this time. In the span of just one day, the little guy experienced many things. His expression was compelling as he clenched his little fists and spoke with a firm and decisive tone. This small child understood how to operate the bone text's mysterious power and attain such depth in understanding. Even in those larger tribes, this must be considered a genius as well. Bei Feng kept a cool head while keeping his emotion cold. He formed an indifferent smile and said, "Too bad, you will not be living for long." With a wung sound, that beast tooth bracelet flew and dispersed once more. They formed specks of light and charged towards the little guy. This time, the specks of light formed into a monster with the shape of a wolf and pounced forward. It opened up its brilliant, fierce, and huge mouth as it swallowed the little guy. Clank! The silver moon rotated and cut towards that vicious beast. As it whistled through the air, it emitted a divine and peaceful moonlight. The two forces collided and sparks flew in all directions. Such a powerful, precious technique, it is truly able to match up to a precious artifact, simply astonishing. This child is extremely young and unexpectedly so powerful. His capabilities could probably overwhelm those geniuses from larger clans. We can't spare him, Wolf Village's chief exclaimed with even more resolution in eliminating Shi Hao. Hatred had already been bred, and a benevolent relationship was no longer possible. Only after completely killing this child could they be at peace. Chi! Flames rushed towards the heavens, and that beast took form. The light scattered into different parts, and a sharp claw, bloody mouth, copper head, and iron back all dispersed. They were all comprised of specks of light as they moved towards the little guy. This precious artifact was made from 42 vicious beasts. They can combine and scatter, and there were many ways to utilize it to attack, making it unblockable. Right now the little guy could activate 2 discs of silver moons. He was struggling with fatigue as he fought against the opponent's formidable precious artifact bestowed from their guardian spirit's precious bones. Let's see how you block this. Bei Feng lightly scoffed and chanted the secret incantation taught by their guardian spirit. The beast tooth transformed into a weapon and the claws and beast head were all extremely lifelike. Dang! The silver moon struck against the sharp claws and bloody beak, creating an intense collision. Soon after, the silver disc-like moon was suddenly smashed to pieces, resulting in a cloud of silver sheen splashed outward as light specks were blown away. Far away, Bei Feng was shocked and took a few steps back. This was because the little guy used this rare moment to charge towards him with the intention of killing him first. The rain of light combined together before rapidly flying backwards and protecting the front of Bei Feng's body. His expression was calm and undisturbed. If you're so fast, can you be faster than a precious artifact? The little guy did not answer and conducted his attack. 2 disc-shaped silver moons rose up and chopped towards his opponent. At this time, the 42 beast teeth levitated. emitting resplendent rays of light as they linked up with one another before forming a piece of armor that draped over Bei Feng's body. The silver moon unceasingly chopped, but couldn't break through Bei Feng's body. Those 42 linked beast teeth had constructed an incomparably hard and resplendent armor of light. At the same time, some of the beast teeth were even more awe-inspiring, forming daggers, arrows, and other weapons. These light-formed weapons all shot towards the little guy. Dang! Dang! The silver moon dimmed, and the little guy was knocked backwards. In this desolate wasteland, I am considered a genius. But then you came into existence. Now it doesn't really matter. Child, I'll send you towards heaven to end your short and sad life. Bei Feng's expression was overbearing as he advanced forwards. Relying on his precious artifact to protect his own body, he did not fear those two-disked silver moons. One beast tooth after another emitted light as they formed arrows, daggers, and other weapons before flying towards the little guy's body. This was the only time Bei Feng killed someone. Ever since his childhood, he was regarded as an unprecedented genius. His nature was tough and tenacious. Right now, to kill a child, he did not have a shred of guilt. Instead, he had a grim laughter. Break! The little guy lightly scoffed. He was never a person that felt discouraged. Although the precious artifact was strong, he had nothing to fear and still activated his ancestral precious technique. With a boom, two disc-shaped silver moons collided together and glaring rays of light exploded outwards. Faint devil bird cries could be heard as they echoed through the air like raging waves striking the shore, causing rubble to fly high into the clouds, shaking a person to the core. The silver moon exploded into pieces as two fuzzy silhouettes flew out and combined together. This scene was somewhat surreal as they formed into the shape of a devil bird. It spread its wings and struck the air as they charged towards Bei Feng. Bang! Like a precious hammer striking downwards, Bei Feng immediately spewed out blood. The precious artifact on his body immediately dimmed by quite a bit. The 42 beast teeth armor dispersed and fell from his body. Bei Feng turned pale with fright, and others were shaken as well. This was a precious artifact bestowed to them by their guardian spirit. To their dismay, it was broken by just a small child. At a crucial moment, the little guy made another breakthrough in his comprehension of his precious technique. Using this rare opportunity, he leaped high in the sky and aimed his little feet towards Bei Feng's face. Bang! Although his stature was small, his strength was incredibly shocking. With one leap, he jumped several meters into the air. He dropped down and heavily stepped on Bei Feng's face. This was a really terrifying action. With a light ka sound, Bei Feng's left cheek was deformed. His bones were broken. His distorted face was in pain and his eyes could not help but shed a few tears. He released a wolf's howl. Bang! The little guy stepped on his face with one foot and the other towards his chest with the same astonishing force. His sternum creaked, and immediately afterwards, the sound of snapping bones spread through the air. Bei Feng before this day already had many bones broken by the people of Stone Village and had not even fully recovered from it yet. At this moment, his whole body flew sideways while spouting out blood, making his condition much worse. The little guy had kicked him in the face and trampled with his other leg on his chest. He then immediately followed and landed together with Bei Feng. Bei Feng's painful cry didn't resemble a human's because the little guy stepped on him as he fell. Half his face was flattened and the right side of his chest was completely broken. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. All of this was too fast. No one could have thought that the little guy was so sharp. At a crucial time, activating a formidable precious technique to break apart a precious artifact bestowed by their guardian spirit. This strength was truly heaven-opposing. Stop! Quickly seize the precious artifact. Wolf Village's chief, Bei Liqing, and the hunting squad captain, Bei Shan, both loudly yelled. The little guy brandished his hand and a silver moon rotated before bringing the beast tooth bracelet towards himself. This bracelet was truly beautiful. 42 beast teeth, all as lustrous as pearls, flickering with sparkling light. It was splendid and dazzling, yet it contained a powerful and bizarre strength. The little guy felt it with his hands and then immediately wore it on his wrist. After seeing this, the people of Wolf Village were all shocked and angered. This was an important clan treasure, and it was stolen just like that by the little guy. Bei Feng screamed under the strength of the little guy's feet as it was destroying half his body. After seeing this and being made angry, they all rushed forward. As a response, the little guy powerfully stamped his feet on Bei Feng's body, breaking over 50% of the bones in Bei Feng's body. Afterwards, the little guy did not even turn his head around, and without batting another look, he used a silver moon and chopped down. The sound of liquid flowed, and a bloody light splashed out as both of Bei Feng's arms and legs were severed. Oh! Bei Feng howled like a wild animal, painfully screaming and crying. This genius was completely finished. Although he was not dead right now, being alive was more painful than death. Guardian Spirit, why haven't you arrived yet? I beg you, come quickly. The Wolf Village chief's expression was completely ashen. In the middle of the mountain forest, woo-woo sound echoed through as if a terrifying creature was approaching. The entire heaven and earth was suddenly filled with a cold killing intent. Ling Hu, Feijiao, are you two ready? Those fuckers. If the Wolf Village Guardian Spirit dares to show itself, kill it, Shi Yunfeng shouted. You want to kill the Guardian Spirit? You dare to think that way? Bei Liqing's expression was gloomy. The genius, Bei Feng, was already a cripple, and their treasured artifact had been stolen. This was a massive setback to the Wolf Village. If it dares to come, we dare to kill. Shi Yunfeng was stern and grave. He was truly angry. The sky had already blackened a long time ago. The mountain forest had become cold and serene as the smell of blood lingered in everyone's noses. Woo-woo. Everywhere, beasts were howling. A cold aura filled the air and made everyone's hair stiffen. It seemed like there were evil spirits crying and howling. It was terrifying. Bang! Seeing the wolf villagers rushing towards him, the little guy kicked Bei Feng into the air with one leg, making him fly straight in front of the stone villagers. Although he's now handicapped, leaving him will eventually bring another disaster. End this matter with one strike, Meng's father said. He was extremely vicious. Without uttering another word, he spun his great swords in his hand. Pooh! He chopped Bei Feng's head straight off, causing his blood to spout several feet into the air. Ah, my son! Bei Liqing shouted. He placed his hand in front of his chest, hurting so much that he coughed out a mouthful of blood. That was his grandson, and in the end he was beheaded just like that right in front of his face. We spared him once earlier. For things to have ended this way, you only have yourselves to blame, Shi Linghu said indifferently. Shi Feijai grabbed the bloody head with his palm and threw it over, saying, Bury it back home. Guardian spirit, come faster. Bei Liqing's hair was disheveled and his face swelled up with blood and then became ashen. His expression was intimidating and no longer as easygoing as before. The people of Stone Village gathered and prepared to guard against that guardian spirit at a moment's notice. They feared that it would suddenly appear and start its onslaught. The people of Wolf Village retreated to the side. This time, their losses were too great, so they were on alert until the arrival of their guardian spirit. The dense forest was completely black. The roars of beasts repeatedly echoed through. However, there were no formidable creatures rushing towards them. The people from Stone Village surrounding the green-scaled eagle to protect it. Chief Shi Yunfeng tried all his methods and spread all the medicine he used on a daily basis everywhere, and finally he gave a dose of the archaic descendant's blood extracted from that horn that was red as jade. Chi! A cold arrow shot through the air. Its accuracy was impeccable, targeting only the eyes of the green-scaled eagle. The cold light was astonishing, and this arrow was probably shot by a fierce person that was able to lift 5,000 or 6,000 jin with his arms. It was truly terrifying. The people of Wolf Village feared that the recovery of the green-scaled eagle would most likely end in a disaster for them, so they started to execute any measures to disturb and kill. Dang! Shi Linghu spun the broadsword in his hand and chopped the arrow shaft in half, knocking it away. Chi! The iron arrow was embedded into a mountain boulder, emitting strings of sparks. Yeah! The little guy raised his eyebrows and rushed forwards. Today, the wolf village wanted to kill them and the green-scaled eagle. He bitterly hated this group of people. A silver moon swept across like a bright whip, passing straight through. Like a stellar river from the highest level of heaven, the silver-disked moon glided forward like white waves passing through the ocean, buzzing, rumbling, and shaking the entire mountain region. Pooh, piu. On the other side, blood-curdling screams could be heard. Right away, 4 or 5 people staggered backwards as fresh blood sprayed outwards. Their wounds were intimidating, and soon after, another 3 or 4 arms fell off, causing the expressions of their owners to pale. They were all in such pain that they started sweating profusely. The little guy's movements were quick, leaping like a little pai xiu. He used his hands to smoothly stroke that crystalline, snow-white beast tooth bracelet. Symbols flashed, and he lightly scoffed. Show! Show! The beast tooth bracelet released splendid rays of light. Each beast tooth was adorned with beautiful and eye-dazzling mysterious patterns. They separated from the beast bracelet and flew forward. A gorgeous shower of light rained down, but its murderous powers were shockingly powerful, causing people to be unable to react. Beast teeth like white gems penetrated many people's bodies. One flower of blood after another blossomed. Their bones were shattered as the people of Wolf Village wailed in fear, unable to protect themselves from the treasured artifacts' killing blows. What's happening, Guardian Spirit? You should be here by now. Why aren't you appearing yet? Come quick and rescue our clansmen. Bei Liqing shouted in fear, his heart full of dread. If this continued, everyone from the Wolf Village would be forced to hand everything over. Retreat! That resplendent, treasured artifact was several fold stronger in the little guy's hands than it was in Bei Feng's hands, as he understood the bone text and how to operate it. The strength of the treasured artifact was now on a completely different level. The people of Wolf Village fell apart. Even if they hadn't heard the chief's order to retreat, they still would not have loitered around any further. They all fled for their lives, as their guardian spirit still hadn't arrived yet. Little guy, do not chase. Chief Shi Yunfeng was afraid of an unexpected accident. Yeah, this beast tooth bracelet's strength is truly formidable. Shi Hao lackadaisically scratched his head. He was surprised as well. 42 small beast teeth flew back and once more transformed into a bracelet of white gems wrapped around his wrist. Let's quickly leave as well. The Wolf Village's guardian spirit is innately doubtful. I said we would kill it, and so perhaps it restrained itself and did not show up. Shi Yunfeng muttered. The chief was merely bluffing. It had achieved a great effect, leaving the people of Stone Village speechless. Around 100 people moved one after the other to lift up the green-scaled eagle, tend to the injured and carry the mortally wounded before they could quickly flee. They all grew up in this desolate wasteland. If they still had even one breath left, perhaps they could be saved. This group of people was following Shi Linghu's lead. Another group was in Shi Feijiao's squad. They were in charge of carrying and protecting the swan and eye, the precious scarlet horn, and the demonic ape's arm. All of them were excited yet nervous at the same time. These were genuine pieces of priceless treasures. On the mountain floor where shrubs grew and ancient trees reached towards the heavens, a group of people moved quickly despite suffering many setbacks. Oh, a gloomy whistle sounded, rising and setting, echoing in all directions. Their distance from Stone Village was gradually lessening, so much so that they almost arrived. However, in this mountain forest surrounded by darkness, one pair of dark green eyes after another appeared like will-o-wisps. Heavens! Such a large wolf! The people of Stone Village were shocked. They were surrounded. A group of huge, dark-backed and white-bellied wolves appeared. Each one was as large as a house. They opened their huge, bloodied mouths, revealing their half-a-foot-long snow-white teeth as well as their scarlet-colored tongues, making them seem incomparably sinister. There were not just 1 or 2, but in fact over 40 to 50 of them. A group of savage, huge beasts surrounded them, much more threatening than the Wolf Village. Damn, the guardian spirit of Wolf Village is crafty as expected. It went so far as to gather up this huge group of mutated huge wolves. There were many wolves, and each were as large as a huge elephant. On normal days, even one would be considered a rare sight. This time, 40 to 50 had arrived. It was simply a disaster. In the dark midst of the mountain forest, those pairs of sinister and cold dark green eyes were all as large as little bowls. Their vicious auras were extremely overbearing, unable to determine just how many fierce beasts they had hunted down in the past. Awoo! The wolves' howls echoed through like sudden claps of thunder. A huge silhouette pounced forward and blood-curdling screams sounded from the rear of the stone village. One villager was bleeding from losing half his body. An arm was torn off by the shoulder by the claws of a huge wolf, creating a fatal injury. Pooh! At this crucial moment, Shi Linghu threw forward an iron lance, penetrating the huge wolf's skin, causing blood to drip from this injury. This only redirected its bloodlust, allowing that villager to temporarily avoid being torn apart. A wolf as large as a huge elephant was too terrifying. If there were only a few, it was still possible to deal with them. However, 40 to 50 of them came all at once. This was not something 100 or so people could deal with. Awoo! The huge wolves let out long howls. Leaves withered in the mountains and were shook off from the vibrations. Vicious auras surged like waves. Two more blood-curdling screams were heard from two different directions. Several huge wolves executed their attacks at the same time. With those claws as sharp as spear points, one swipe could cause trees to tumble down. Despite them being grouped tightly together, two villagers were still gutted, revealing their flowing intestines. Quickly reform, Shi Feijiao loudly ordered. The mountain and forests were dark and gloomy. These huge wolves were ferocious and powerful. They had absolute superiority, yet they still did not directly attack, relying on flanking and guerrilla warfare. This time, over 10 huge wolves simultaneously moved out and attacked the villagers from the darkness. Chi! The little guy made his move and raised his wrist. Symbols interweaved, and in front of his body, those 42 crystalline beast teeth appeared, emitting a magnificent light. Pooh! Pooh! The foremost huge wolves had their skull pierced from their eyes, and fresh blood spilt out. They let out wretched screams and immediately fell to floor, tumbling. Even these huge creatures could not block the treasured artifact. They were simply target practice, and if they did not suffer fatal injuries, they were dead. You evil wolves, back off! The little guy shouted. He activated 2 disc-shaped silver moons and leapt forward. With 2 pu sounds, he sliced 2 of the stronger and larger wolves in half from in between the eyebrows all the way to their legs. Fresh blood spouted out. The remaining huge wolves all became cautious and no longer dared to rashly attack. If we are truly at our wits' end, we should use an ancestral artifact and hide the other one. At a crucial moment, we can surprise attack that guardian spirit. If it knew about everything, it will be more on guard, Shi Yunfeng muttered. Dark green eyes stared from every direction, and the huge wolves surrounded them. One nose after another spouted out white vapor as the vicious killing intent sent chills down people's spines. You guys are definitely going to die. It is your destiny today to be exterminated. Bei Liqing appeared once again, and his expression was gloomy and cold. His eyes were like a viper as he rode on the back of a huge, silvery white wolf. The wolf villagers had returned. Many robust men climbed up onto the backs of huge wolves, each armed with bows and arrows. Their eyes were filled with hatred and coldness as they glared at the stone villagers. The people of Stone Village breathed in a breath of cold air. With the help of the huge wolves, the people of Wolf Village became formidable. This was not a power that a village should possess at all. Our clan's guardian spirit arrived. None of you can think about living. The Wolf Village's hunting squad captain, Bei Shan, loudly shouted. Isn't it just an old wolf? It has been alive for so long that I bet even its teeth have begun to fall out. I'm guessing it can't even walk anymore. What use does it have? Shi Yunfeng sneered with deliberate contempt. The Wolf Village's guardian spirit was a legendary wolf. Both the Wolf Village's and Stone Village's clan names originated by using the guardian spirit as a pretext. Over 10 huge wolves bellowed and howled. The vicious aura in this area was flourishing. They could start killing at any moment. None of you will live. Bei Liqing coldly said. You're not scared of breaking the rules of this desolate land and being attacked by every village? Shi Yunfeng said indifferently. After killing you guys and then capturing your women and children, we will just say our villages combined together. If our guardian spirit makes a breakthrough, no one would dare question any further. The wolf village hunting squad captain coldly smiled. 40 or 50 huge wolves tested the waters with their attacks and struck occasionally. Everyone in the stone village was defending, while the little guy was in charge of offense. Every time he attacked, he would kill 8 huge wolves. Huge wolf bodies fell to the ground, and the forest became saturated with the smell of fresh blood. After a full 2 hours, the guardian spirit of the wolf village still did not show up. Only the huge wolves attacked while Bei Shan and others shot arrows. A few other people from Stone Village were injured. The sweeping claws of the wolves slashed open their bodies. As expected, the wolf was paranoid, and it could not take this much. Ancestral artifact, break out, Shi Yunfeng commanded. Stalling did not benefit them at all, and there was no way to know what that cunning Bei was devising. The earlier they returned to Stone Village, the better. There, they were under the protection of the old willow tree. Chief, if we exposed our ancestral artifact, will that bring about a lot of trouble? Shi Feijiao asked. Let's protect our lives first, and then we'll kill everyone from Wolf Village at the scene. Since they forced our hand by being so heartless, don't blame our injustice, Shi Yunfeng coldly said, exposing a terrifying expression that he has never revealed in the past. They lifted up the green-scaled eagle very carefully, protecting it in the center. This was a strong power for their vengeance in the future. Perhaps it could even resist the enemy's guardian spirit. Everyone quickly scattered, and Shi Linghu took out a beast arm with the intention of activating it. This was precisely an ancestral artifact filled with an incomparably formidable strength. Suddenly, before he could even move, the distant mountains exploded like a flood. Ear-splitting beast howls never stopped and rushed towards where they were. A horde of beasts, damn it. That old wolf went to the heart of the mountain and chased a group of huge beasts here to attack. It's truly too devious. Shi Yunfeng's expression changed. Shi Linghu also shouted loudly, damn that savage old wolf, using a flood of beasts to trample us to death. Everyone be on your guard. Not only their own side, even the people of Wolf Village changed their mood. Their guardian spirit was so fearsome. Even they would suffer from the terrifying stampede. Not everyone mounted on the back of a wolf. Half of them were standing on the ground. Quick! Get on the back of wolves, Bei Liqing ordered. However, there wasn't enough time left. Rumbling noises arrived in front of them. Even these huge wolves were not safe and they fled quickly to hide. Awoo! A howl echoed through like the cries of a mountain ghost. Unspeakably terrifying. On top the flood of beasts, there was a strange creature flapping both its wings while coming towards them. It was only 2 meters long. Its tan skin was glossy all over. However, it looked very old, and a wolf face appeared with several wrinkles. This was a rarely seen legendary wolf. Even in countless groups of wolves, it was difficult for one to be born. Its front legs were short, seemingly impossible for it to walk by itself. Usually it needed to lie on the back of a huge wolf. It's fortunate that its own blood was extremely powerful, allowing it to grow a pair of wings, enabling flight. Clearly, this old wolf was terrifying. There were faint traces of ancient symbols flashing on its body. It was an extremely tyrannical, vicious beast. The mountains shook. Dragon-horned elephants, flame rhinoceros, tiger cubs, kueis and house gathered as they charged towards them. Many towering trees were knocked over as if the mountains were met with a huge flood of darkness, pressing downwards. Messy leaves flew in the air and huge boulders tumbled downwards. The entire region's earth shook and mountains trembled. It was a terrifying scene to behold. The people of Wolf Village were the first to suffer from this wave due to the direction they were in. In the blink of an eye, over 10 people were knocked several meters into the air by huge beasts before getting trampled upon. Their bones broke and they became meat paste. Tens of huge wolves turned around and escaped immediately. The wolf villagers sitting upright on the back of them turned pale. The people who just died were relatives that they had known for a long time. In a blink of an eye, they became separated forever. "Get ready!" Shi Yunfeng loudly shouted. The huge beasts arrived as if they were a flood, charging towards Shi Yunfeng and the others, pulling huge trees up by their roots and snapping them in half. There was not much resistance against their advance. "Kill!" Shi Linghu shouted. He took out a rather dull beast bone. Symbols flashed on his left arm. That bone artifact perfectly merged with his arm, creating an immense surge of light. The beast bone blended with his blood and bones, becoming one. The two were indistinguishable. A loud hong sound echoed throughout the area as if an archaic descendant resurrected. A vicious aura that shook the heavens appeared, shaking the entire region of the mountains as if an earthquake was occurring. All the huge beasts were scared stiff. Their bodies trembled as if they were facing a king of 10,000 beasts and did not dare to offend it. They rapidly halted and took a detour instead. Oh! In the air, that wolf was crying out loudly like the howl of a malicious spirit. Its voice intimidated everyone. It was currently directing the huge beasts to attack and eradicate everyone from Stone Village. "Open!" Shi Linghu shouted loudly. The densely packed, resplendent, and mysterious patterns on his left arm flashed, before finally becoming the runes of an ancient beast king's ancient imprints. A gateway opened and a tremendous vicious beast appeared. Roar! An oppressive roar shook the entire mountain region. Shi Linghu's body, all of a sudden, grew rapidly and bursted out of his clothes. He was standing in place with his 3-meter-tall bronze-colored body. He smashed his fist forward, and with a rumbling sound, a huge beast released its wretched scream in place before its body exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere as broken bones splashed out in all 4 directions. The scene reeked of fresh blood. The most important thing was that an extremely overbearing beast king aura was covering the sky and the earth, oppressing these huge beasts in place. These beasts trembled and didn't dare to advance another step. Whoa! The eyes of the old wolf changed its expression in midair. It was frightening, avaricious, and even craftier. It figured out where the confidence of the Stone Village originated from. This fact made it feel boundless threat, but it definitely would not give up. The Swan Knee's precious body was too important for it. It enabled itself to be reborn. The old wolf started its attacks, but it did not charge towards Shi Linghu. It was in fact aiming directly for the other people of Stone Village. It was cunning and cruel, and its intention was to force Shi Linghu to use his precious artifact for defense and tire him out. Spiteful! Shi Linghu's 3-meter-tall body released an explosive strength. His tendons swelled, and the rays of light on his left arm flourished. He exploded towards the sky, and with a buzzing noise, a silhouette of a fierce beast appeared. It charged forward like a hurricane rising towards the heavens, causing all the surrounding vegetation to shrivel up and die. The old wolf was shocked and rapidly dodged. The symbols in its mouth flashed before condensing into a red light and gushing out. Hong! It collided with that indistinct vicious beast. Shi Linghu staggered a bit and blood spilled out of his mouth. Ancestral artifacts were incredibly shocking, but he did not possess a strong knowledge of the bone text, making him unable to handle the power, only be able to activate a part of its strength. But even so, the strength was enough to astonish anybody. Clashing with the body of the old wolf, the red light was blocked. It showed its shocked expression, and became even more intense. Right now, it was not just the swan and eye, the precious scarlet horn, and the other stuff that attracted it. Even this ancestral artifact became something it wanted to acquire. A pair of wolf eyes flickered with cold and vicious rays of light. With a howl, huge wolves from all directions appeared once again after hearing its commands and aided with its attacks. The situation had become critical. This old wolf never approached and always watched from afar. It was in the air as it conducted its cowardly killing spree. Crippled old wolf, do you have the guts to come down? Shi Linghu pointed. As a guardian spirit, it would usually make clans in this desolate land shiver with fear. However, currently, it was holding back without a hint of anger. Its pupils still showed its cold expression and was never impatient. It was incredibly strong, able to destroy a village on a whim. Now it was being prudent, making people feel helpless. In every direction, huge wolves howled and unceasingly mounted their sneak attacks. The villagers were in extreme danger, growing wearier by the second. Hong! The old wolf made its move. Runes flashed and its little front claws flashed with a splendid reddish-gold light. Its ancestral treasured symbols condensed and charged down with a boom. Anybody could clearly see a huge claw filling the air, quickly approaching. Everyone from Stone Village was frightened. This was an experience with an ancestral imprint that formed into a golden claw. It rushed out from its corporeal body, aiming to kill everyone. "You crippled old wolf, go die!" Shi Linghu shouted while nearing complete exhaustion. He urged himself to use the strength of bone text again. He lifted up his resonating left arm, and an ancestral rune flashed and another vicious beast appeared. He condensed quite a few runes to form a beast that resembled a hoe as it left the runes. Its vicious might reached the heavens. Roar! An earth-shaking roar was heard. It collided with the gold-colored claw. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled, illuminating the night sky. It was truly a sight to behold. The gold-colored claw was unable to descend any further. It streaked across the air, and with a snapping sound, a faraway mountain boulder snapped in half. Rumblings were heard as boulders tumbled down. Everyone was dumbstruck. This old wolf was too terrifying. Shi Linghu panted loudly as he had difficulty bearing his own weight. The ancestral artifact was too powerful, and he had difficulty getting up again. "Oh!" The old wolf howled, and stirred up a group of wolves to charge forward with all their might. At the same time, those huge beasts began to move as well. Seeing Shi Linghu in a disadvantageous position, they started listening to the commands of the old wolf again. The situation was extremely critical. The lives of everyone from Stone Village were on a knife's edge. They could be cut off at any time. Now, the old wolf calmed down, confident in his estimation of Stone Village's strength. It was no longer bewildered and began to dive down unrestrained as it started to launch its attacks. Chi! The little guy made his move and activated his beast tooth bracelet. The treasured artifact emitted light, and every grain was as bright as a star as it rose into the heavens to penetrate the old wolf's body. This was the first time the wolf became angry. These were its own fallen teeth that were refined in every way possible. It was its own exclusive treasured artifact, but now it was in the hands of a child. It ferociously charged down and incited a chant to forcefully take back those crystalline snow-white beast teeth. Suddenly, the little guy's entire body dazzled. Bone text twisted around him like cobwebs, illuminating his entire body. He quickly applied a blood-stained piece of ancient beast skin to his stomach. There, constellations flashed. The beast's skin mixed together with the flesh and blood in his chest and was absorbed into his body. A terrifying aura was emitted like a hurricane engulfing the heavens and the earth. Long howls fell incessantly on everyone's ears. Many huge beasts were shocked into trembling, and many more even kneeled down. The beast's skin became a part of the little guy's flesh, becoming a pattern of an ancient symbol, and his little body began to dazzle and spark like an ignited flame. A power that overflowed to the heavens filled the air, sending shock and awe into every direction. This was Stone Village's second ancestral artifact. It was originally used by Shifeijiao, but the little guy's understanding of the bone text was as deep as the night and was secretly given to him, enabling him to become a murderous weapon. A barbaric beast roar sounded, trembling the desolate wasteland. Near the little guy's chest, runes transformed into a gateway. A terrifying vicious beast that resembled a Bayan one rushed out, charging straight for the descending wolf. The old wolf was shocked. This was all too sudden. To dodge it was already impossible. It only waved its claws and a huge gold-colored claw took form before pressing down once again. With a snapping sound as if the entire mountain broke down, the gold-colored claw disintegrated. That vague, archaic descendant wrapped its arms around the wolf's body, and with all of his killing intent, it released a blood-curdling screech into the heavens. The cunning and crafty old wolf's 2-meter-long body was almost snapped right into two pieces and it had a tough time trying to escape. However, it was still struck by a claw on its back. With a snapping sound, that crippled leg was instantly twisted into a complete deformation. The little guy, when using the ancestral artifact, was on a whole different level than when Shi Linghu and Shi Feijiao used it. The strength was upgraded by a huge amount, but he was unable to activate the full might of the ancestral artifact. Evidently, Stone Village had a glorious past. These two ancestral artifacts should not be exposed. Otherwise, it might incite the greed of larger clans to bring about calamities. The old wolf became furious and rushed towards the sky, spiraling high into the air. Not only was it unable to take back its own treasured artifact, it also suffered excruciating injuries. Considering its extreme craftiness, it had never suffered such a tragedy before. Could not tolerate this at all. It angrily howled while spiraling in midair. However, the other huge beasts and the vicious wolves did not dare to attack, and did not listen to its orders right away. They all took notice of the ancestral artifact in the little guy's hands. The old wolf went wild and spiraled unceasingly, and occasionally dived down to attempt an attack. Its speed was quick. Thus, it was difficult to predict its path, and none of the attacks of the ancestral artifacts hit its mark. Not good, it wants to expend all of our energy and then kill us. Using the ancestral weapon uses too much of our strength. Shi Yunfeng furrowed his brows. The little guy blinked towards him and saw a face of happiness this time. The vicious wolf raided again, nearly tearing apart 10 people. That huge golden claw was too terrifying. The strength was enormous. Luckily, it was blocked by Shi Linghu. Even so, there were still gold-colored rays of light that dropped down. It made 7 or 8 people roll over right away. They appeared badly mangled and were very miserable. Chong! Suddenly, the heavily injured green-scaled eagle swiftly opened up its eyes. It flapped both of its wings, creating a huge violent gale, and rushed towards the sky. Its half-meter-long beak released a glaring green light. A disked silver moon appeared and rapidly flew outwards. The old wolf could never have imagined that this half-dead bird could suddenly revive and become so fierce. It let out its ghastly cries and quickly dodged. However, it was a step too late. Pooh! Blood burst forth. One of its hind legs were smashed to pieces by the green moon. Its mangled flesh splashed across the sky. Bang! At the same time, the green-scaled eagle rushed forth. Its incomparably sharp large claws stretched forward, and with the same eye-dazzling green light, it captured the wolf. Suddenly, its blood splashed out. The old wolf was frightened, angry, and tried to do everything in its power to struggle free. It was almost torn apart by the green-scaled eagle's claws, but it regained its freedom. Gold-colored runes swirled around its body with the intention of killing this vicious bird. Boom! Suddenly, it was shocked once more. Shi Linghu borrowed the strength of his ancestral artifact and threw the little guy into the sky. Shi Hao's expression was as bright as day. He used the beast skin's mysterious power to kill this vicious wolf. A Bian rushed forth. Its vicious might terrified the desolate forest. 10,000 beasts knelt down and 100 birds quaked in fear. The heaven and earth all quieted down. Boom! The vicious beast struck the old wolf on its body. Runes interweaved and godly splendor blossomed like 2 comets colliding, sending out powerful, glaring light all over the night sky. Huge pieces of blood rained downwards. The old wolf let out its mournful cries. Its flesh and body were basically smashed apart. A large part of its lower body disappeared. This was an appalling scene, and it did not even dare to look far behind itself. The green-scaled eagle swayed its body and caught the falling little guy. After swaying a bit more, it dropped straight into the middle of forest. With a bang sound, it smashed straight into the ground. Quickly, return to the village, Shi Yunfeng loudly shouted. This time they won by a fluke. That vicious wolf was careless and was severely injured by the green-scaled eagle that suddenly revived. Otherwise, everyone might have died here. They feared that after the old wolf calmed itself down, it would become furious and turn around to kill them. If that happened, everyone would be in the same danger as before. That vicious beast's strength was too terrifyingly strong. Everyone stayed close together and rushed back to Stone Village. They did not dare to stop for even half a breath's time. As far as the people of Wolf Village were concerned, their casualties were too heavy for them to continue. When the huge beasts rushed towards them, over half of them became mincemeat. Right now, it was not time for them to settle their debts. Stone Village did not care about them and rapidly made their escape to avoid further disasters. However, when Stone Village was in sight, that old wolf that had half its body cut off by the little guy chased behind them could not lose the chance to obtain the precious body of the Swan and I. If it obtained it, not only could it recover its wounds, it could also make another breakthrough. Drat! An injured vicious beast is the most terrifying. It wants to fight with its life on the line. A dark shadow began to creep into the stone villagers' hearts. They were just 1 li away from the village, but it felt like there was a heavenly moat around it. The vicious wolf was blocking right in front of them, using all its power to stop their advance. Guardian Spirit, please protect your clansmen. Do not be so old-fashioned. Please leave the village and protect us. A few people prayed. A large, charred black willow tree with only one tender green branch was emitting one gentle thread of red light after another in this dark night, and an indistinct halo of light enveloped the entire village. Suddenly, that tender branch moved and transformed into a godly green-red chain. Unexpectedly, it rushed outwards as quickly as lightning to over 1 li away. Under the night sky, the vicious wolf was covered in golden runes from head to toe. Its fur was flowing with a bright luster. A pair of eyeballs flashed with an ominous glint and its entire body blossomed with a jewel-like splendor. However, right now it was in a horrified state. That alluring, emerald, green, and tender branch stretched closer and made it so it couldn't help but howl out. The old wolf's eyes were brimming with fear. Both its wings flapped, and thunder interweaved with lightning as it charged towards the heavens with the intention of escaping. This tyrannical vicious wolf did not have a shred of thought to resist. It only wanted to quickly leave this place. Every hair on its fur exploded upright anxiously as if it was a stray dog. The vicious wolf broke through the sky and continued further. However, when it was on the verge of disappearing into the middle of the night, the willow tree emitted a gentle light like a divine chain. It rushed toward the heavens and quickly overtook the wolf. Oh! The old wolf cried out in alarm. Every hair on its body stood erect. It did everything it could to flap its wings. Gold-colored runes interweaved, and it rapidly reached as high as it could, but everything was futile. That gentle willow branch with brilliant lights and vibrant colors had a dense foggy light rising out of it. The green buds pierced through the vicious wolf from its front all the way to the back, and a flower of blood splashed outwards. Oh! The old wolf struggled. Its eyes were filled with dread and fear and let out a heart-tearing, lung-splitting howl to shake the entire mountain and ravine. Everyone from Stone Village there were dumbstruck. They knew that the old willow tree was very mysterious and was not exactly the same as ordinary guardian spirits, but they truly couldn't have known it was this shocking. This was the first time they had seen this. The formidable guardian spirit of the wolf village had its body penetrated without any ability to resist. This disparity was far greater than anyone could have imagined. Where did this willow tree come from? It made many people start questioning. Chief Shi Yunfeng's heart trembled. In his younger days, he once saw the old willow tree bathe in an ocean of thunder and lightning. It was an unexpectedly scary scene. The lush, green willow branch lightly trembled. Red light blazed, and the wolf village's guardian spirit let out its wretched howls as its body started to rapidly shrivel and disintegrate. Its fur and bones started to age rapidly and crack like rotten wood. Finally, it dropped down from the night sky. A small drop of gold-colored liquid condensed and dripped onto the tender branch to be absorbed. Green light started circulating vibrantly. The willow branch then retreated back to the village. A night wind swept past. On the tree charred black by lightning, a willow branch emitted a gentle light, enveloping the entire stone village in a white haze, peaceful and tranquil just like a painting. Everyone from Stone Village was stupefied, and they were not able to utter a word for a long time. This was the first time that the old willow tree displayed its terrifying firepower in front of them. Even if it only had one branch, it was still able to kill the old wolf. Formerly, it was continuously emitting tranquil rays of light at nighttime to protect the village. It never took the initiative to attack anything outside the village, but it made an exception for today. The old wolf died just like this? Many of them felt as if everything was surreal. They expended so much energy to battle the vicious wolf and even fought on the brink of death. In the end, the wolf village's guardian spirit was directly penetrated by the tender green branch of a willow. From start to finish, the disparity was huge and was much different from what they had imagined. Back to the village. The villagers were trembling with excitement as they averted this crisis. They lifted up the swan knee's precious body and raised the precious scarlet horn before taking large strides towards the village. "Quickly tend to the wounded," Shi Yunfeng anxiously shouted. This time, Stone Village's loss was not negligible. Many people suffered serious injuries, and a few of them even lost their limbs, destined to become a cripple for life. Some even lost their lives. Living in this middle of this desolate land was just this cruel. Every day, they battled with ferocious beasts. Injuries and death were plenty, but slaughter between humans were rarely seen. "Ling Hu, Fei Jiao, you two bring the ancestral artifacts and go massacre those people from the wolf village. Don't leave a single one of them alive." Shi Yunfeng was very decisive. He settled down the wound and then immediately gave this murderous command to kill those people from Wolf Village. They knew Stone Village's secret of the ancestral artifacts, and to avoid the information from leaking out and causing a disaster, they had to be eliminated. The little guy had an entire day's worth of adventure. He fought with other vicious beasts to obtain the Swan Knee's precious body and fought in close quarters with the people of Wolf Village. He suffered a few arrow wounds, and afterwards had a huge fight with the vicious wolf. He was exhausted a long time ago. However, he still welcomed a fight and wanted to participate in this excursion. Shi Yunfeng hesitated slightly and finally nodded his head in agreement. A jade cannot make something out of itself. Only after experiencing a baptism of fire and blood could the little guy grow up. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Shi Linghu and Shi Feijiao carried their ancestral artifacts and brought their clansmen to relentlessly exterminate those men from the wolf village. Blood splashed, lives were taken, and the night froze. Mountains were dyed in blood, beasts grieved, and the atmosphere was somber and chill. In the cruel, desolate lands, lives were as common as grass. Many healthy males died in the mouths of vicious beasts, and death rates were extremely high. However, today, both their clans had a massacre. The wolf village this time sent out 123 individuals. Half of them died in the flood of beasts and the majority of survivors were severely injured. When they noticed that their guardian spirit died, their morale was extremely low and they almost collapsed. After that, it was simply a one-sided search and kill. Everyone from Stone Village checked the head count. They kept on chasing and killing, not leaving a single one of them behind. The vicious wolf had died. Those huge wolves threw those from the wolf village off and returned to the mountains. There were even some huge wolves that became hostile, and right away chewed many people from wolf village to death. "Vicious old bastard! Where are you going?" Shi Linghu loudly shouted and armed his huge bow. An iron arrow flew outwards with a cold glint, illuminating the forest. Pooh! The arrow was embedded into Bei Liqing's back. The thick arrowhead ran through his body, and blood blossomed. "Hate!" The chief of the wolf village angrily yelled. "Old man, you went too far with your evil deeds. I'll end your life as soon as possible." Shi Feijiao then spun his broadsword then swung in a beheading motion. Pooh! A bloodied head flew several meters outwards and landed on the floor. Bei Liqing died. All the survivors from the wolf village paled and trembled with fright. They all fled for their lives. So, a cold arrow shot out accurately towards the back of the little guy's head. If it hit the target, naturally it would pierce right through. Shi Hao heard the sound of the cold gust of wind and rapidly dodged. He then suddenly turned his body and stared towards that part of the forest. His pupils shot out with flaming fury and shouted, "You again!" In the middle of some shrubs laid a strong man. However, he had already been exposed. His height was a towering 2.34 meters. His muscles were formidably strong. Flashing in a bronze metallic light, it was the hunting squad captain of the Wolf Village, Bei Shan. When the little guy started fighting with the people of Wolf Village, his first arrow wound was inflicted by Bei Shan. That time, he hid in the darkness and with one arrow after another, he shot through Shihao's arm. A lot of blood splashed out and now he attempted it again. Shiao raised his hands, and the bracelet of beast teeth flew out like a string of gleaming white divine chains as it emitted its glorious splendor. With a kacha sound, Bei Shan's huge bow twisted into pieces. The vicious wolf had already died, so this treasured artifact no longer had any connection with him. The little guy had perfect control over it and was doing whatever he wished. The brilliant crystalline beast teeth broke through every obstacle with its enormous power. Bei Shan armed his broadsword and rushed towards the little guy. A cold and threatening light flashed through the forest. A shocking man with arm strength of around 5,000 or 6,000 jin used both his arms to revolve his broadsword to slash downwards like lightning. The little guy's fingertips flashed with symbols. The brilliant star-like beast teeth had completely tangled up the dazzling broadsword. With a kacha sound, the teeth snapped it into pieces of scrap iron. This was the power of the treasured artifact. Pu? Pu. 42 gentle crystalline beast teeth scattered outwards and transformed into a divine spear as arrows of light and other weapons collided into Bei Shan's internal organs. Blood spilt outwards and his arms and legs were all broken instantly. The 2-meter-tall body full of grandeur dropped to the ground, causing a rumble. The specks of light gathered together and transformed back into the brilliant, vibrant beast teeth bracelet before wrapping itself around Shihao's wrist. Little guy. Kill him. Shi Linghu took large strides and came over and solemnly said. Shi Feijiao also carried his bloodied broadsword over and said, "How can a boy living in these desolate lands not take others' lives? Although you are still young, your strength has already surpassed ours. If you never kill another person, eventually you will pay bitterly." "I know." Little Shihao blinked and his long eyelashes trembled. His face showed a complicated expression. Nervous, suffering, struggle, firm all combined into one. "Child, I did not think I would truly be done in by you. Too bad my one arrow only tore through your little arm and not your throat." Bei Shan grinned and exposed a mouthful of terrifying, snow-white teeth. The little Shihao shut his eyes and thought about his uncle being shot through in the chest by an arrow. His eyes fiercely opened and chopped down with the broadsword in his hands. Pu, a head tumbled down, spraying out tons of blood. "Uncle Linghu, I'm tired." The little guy threw away his broadsword and said wearily. He had just went through a whole day of intense combat. He continuously using his silver moon, faced enemies after enemies that grew increasingly fearsome. There were vicious beasts, ruthless people, and a vicious legendary wolf. Injured with a few arrows, he was tired out a long time ago. After saying his last words, he shut his eyes. "Just sleep then." Shi Linghu carried him on his back. When Shihao woke up again, the night had already passed. His wounds were all treated and getting better. As far as chasing and killing everyone from the wolf village was concerned, that ended as well. All of them were cleanly beheaded. This time, Stone Village's iron was struck with blood. They were ruthless with their executions and did not leave a single one of them alive. Over 100 heads were piled together and some took the initiative to feed some to beasts. Hong! Suddenly, in the heart of the desolate lands, a flaming light that overflowed into the heavens exploded out. This magnificent blaze was unparalleled. A world-shaking bird call pierced the heavens. The flaming scarlet light was extremely magnificent and it was burning so fiercely that the sky looked like it was on fire. A little scarlet bird flew across the sky, and its divine powers were extremely shocking. A Wonglong sounded, and in that thick layer of clouds, an earth-shattering huge golden claw stretched out to capture the little scarlet bird with his unparalleled might. Chi, the little red bird, shifted horizontally and rapidly avoided it. That huge hairy golden claw crushed a mountain ridge with a single strike and rubble flew into the air, terrifying beyond belief. "Yeah, that's the little red bird I saw before." The little guy was shocked with his eyes wide open. He saw this shocking scene immediately upon waking up. What happened in the end? Could it be that the terrifying battle from 2 years ago hasn't ended? Could the tyrannical archaic descendant still be guarding its treasures in the mountains and they are currently fighting over it? Shi Yunfeng was also stupefied. Hong! The gold claw descended downwards again. Its demonic powers were unmatched and it scattered blazing scarlet light everywhere. It was impossible to imagine just how large its actual body was, since just its claw was already in the clouds. Within the heart of the mountains, an intense battle started. It seemed as if everything that was happening came straight out of a legend. The earth-shattering gold claw would destroy a mountain ridge each time it descended. That little scarlet sparrow was not inferior in any way and melted many mountain peaks as it passed through. Scarlet liquid erupted into the blue heavens like red rivers connecting the heavens and earth. In addition, this was only the repercussions of their battle, as the actual great battle was still taking place high up in the skies. The little scarlet sparrow was only the size of a palm, and its feathers were alluring and bright red. However, it was incomparably bold and fierce, as it dove deep into the clouds to confront the terrifying unknown creature. Everyone from Stone Village was left with their mouths gaping. Cold air softened their spines as they all knew that some unfathomably formidable archaic descendants were near them. With just a wave of its hands, it could eliminate a super-large clan. These creatures were just like gods, and after watching, the villagers could only remain speechless. Too bad we can't see it. The thousands of clouds were incredibly thick, as if a mysterious force wanted to isolate and prevent them from seeing it. It left them wondering where in the heavens this battle was actually occurring. So it turns out Little Red was actually this powerful? The little guy held his little chin, blinked his eyes and murmured softly. After an hour, the heart of the mountain calmed again, but the clouds of fire did not dissipate and still hung around. The horizons were tinted in red, as if it was dyed in divine blood. What an eventful series of times. We still don't know what kind of treasure appeared in the mountains that was worth fighting over for 2 years. Could it be that there were still no results? Chief Shi Yunfeng wondered. This mountain treasure must truly defy the heavens, Shi Linghu said. There were many strange things in the most inner region of the mountain range. No one in Stone Village had gone that deep inside before, so no one knew just what kind of mountain treasure had actually appeared. During the following half-month, the heart of the mountains were incredibly tranquil. There were never any battles occurring, so people gradually forgot about that hair-raising battle. However, the regions even further away certainly weren't calm at all. These were pieces of rich and fertile land filled with vast and expansive fields, beautiful mountain peaks and flowing rivers. Scaled horses like ocean waves galloped in huge herds. Those were squadrons of armored horsemen that covered the earth in their bright and shining armor as they roamed. Their murderous spirit overflowed the heavens while practicing their drills. On the horizon, there were continuous blocks of buildings as far as the eyes could see. This area was where a huge clan with millions of people flourished. The experts in this clan were like trees, passing on their generations until now without extinguishing. Geniuses appeared from every city within the clan to guarantee they can flourish to even greater strengths. Groups of buildings were veiled with golden canopies. A scaled horse charged in and an expert jumped off of it, landing on the ground. He reported in a loud voice, "Clan Master, there are great events occurring in the south, and rumors have it that a world-shocking mountain treasure has appeared. Didn't it appear 2 years ago? How can it still be there?" The sound of an elder echoed through. I don't know why, however. The most formidable creatures were still engaging brutal combat. If you say it like that, then a holy object that shouldn't be there has probably appeared and no archaic descendants has obtained it yet. Drawing attention from every direction, a tall and sturdy elderly man walked out from underneath that golden canopy. His eyes flashed with threads of golden lightning. He was incredibly terrifying. "Clan Master, should we head over? Although our population haven't yet reached 10 million, our strength certainly isn't below any of the others." Several experts walked over. Each of them were surrounded by an oppressing aura, as if they were reincarnations of vicious beasts. Don't take any risks. Bring a few young guys and take them on a walk to see the outside world. Don't take any actions without my command. The elderly man warned and shot a terrifying glance at everyone. Yes. In the distance, in another huge piece of land. A huge lake as blue as the ocean was blessed with a beautiful scenery. Islands one after another scattered like stars in the sky. The waves billowed and several children were riding a water dragon. It leaped from the surface of the water into the rolling clouds. The scales dazzled as it rushed into the sky. On the island, in front a grand palace, a group of adults pampered them as they watched. Don't be so annoying. We'll bring you guys on a long journey later to see what an otherworldly genius looks like. Che, all mediocre. Didn't we see an unfathomable genius last time? Weren't they still defeated by us? If he didn't escape on his flame unicorn into a blazing cave, then we definitely would have caught him. A youngster refuted. At another country just as far away. This was a land ruled by its sovereign, and its borders had no boundaries. Their population reached 10 million, and one huge city after another were filled with heavy traffic. People came and go, and it was flourishing with life. The majestic and imposing city walls of a huge metropolis were built by laying hard metal on top of one another. It was as if a black mountain ridge was laid across a flat land, giving people a strong and oppressive feeling. The imperial palace was quite developed, and it looked as if a heavenly temple descended onto the human world. The interior was furnished with dazzling gold and jade, and the luxuriously ornamented building showed an abundance of wealth and honor. The archaic descendants fought for 2 years, and they still never backed off? Inside the grand silver palace, a serene and dignified voice sounded from the tallest throne. His face was hidden, but his entire body was like a purple sun. His entire person was bathed in its magnificent splendor. This was his incredibly frightening life force, naturally flowing out like a huge stove. He seemed like a deity in this glaring purple light, making people feel as though they couldn't approach and could only hope to look from afar. In the main hall, an expert kneeled on the ground and did not dare to lift his head, kowtowing there and said, "Yes, it's been going on for 2 years. It's suspected that a world-shocking divine object has appeared." In the silver throne hall, there were a few other people lined up in their seats. One of the youngsters among them stood up and said, "Ah, so unexpected. That piece of barbaric wilderness had this kind of opportunity awaiting there. Perhaps we could obtain it. Go find your grand uncle and tell him to bring you guys and those children to increase your knowledge of the outside world. However, without my command, no one can take any action. Otherwise, you will be convicted to death without any chance for pardons." A dignified voice passed down from the tallest throne. That purple sun continued to tremble, filling the air with its frightening aura and causing the entire main hall to shake. On another huge piece of land, there were many buildings constructed in a similar fashion, and its population also reached 10 million. This was another place ruled by its sovereign. Inside the huge, grand palace, thunder-like rumblings sounded, shaking many armored soldiers to the floor, making them kneel. That was the sound of a person talking. It was incomparably terrifying and shook the entire palace like exploding thunders in the highest level of heaven. Zishan Ho already made his move and sent his heirs out as well. Yunkuin, go and bring your younger brothers and head out as well. If you meet up with those geniuses from the Purple Mountain family, beat them up for me. The thunder-rumbling voice echoed throughout, and inside the throne hall, several streaks of black lightning interweaved, wrapping themselves around a faint but imposing silhouette. An ocean of thunder was forming in that direction. Yes, far away, in another valley surrounded by majestic mountains that reached the clouds. On its summit was a land adorned in silver and bound in white. Heavy snow thickly accumulated from the freezing temperature. However, a huge city was also built here. Situated in the middle of this huge mountain, it looked down upon all living things in all directions. The population here was few, but this was still a shockingly ancient clan with frightening inheritances from its ancestors. A lord ruled on this land once upon a time. A holy object actually appeared in that piece of barren and desolate forest, simply inconceivable. An elder spoke. It's been continuing for 2 years, and the archaic descendants still haven't left. It's worth investigating to finally understanding what is over there. However, we can assume that there would be a lot of other people thinking the same thing. Zishan Ho and Lei Ho, these two old rivals, will certainly plan a confrontation between their heirs. Bring our young geniuses and go over to see the world. Grandfather, we all want to go. A few beautiful young maidens tread through the snow, each as beautiful as a little elf. Their eyes were sharp and their charming faces were as bright as gems. Their shiny black hair fluttered in the wind as two youth followed closely from behind. All right, go. When the time is right, go and see how strong those other geniuses are. An elder smiled. This piece of land was quite bustling. The commotion within the depth of the desolate wasteland spread far and wide, drawing the attention of a few super-large clans. Inside Stone Village, Chief Shi Yunfeng was currently talking to the little guy. Your innate gifts are very good. You're so young, yet your knowledge of the bone text is so incredibly shocking. From today onward, I'll lead you towards your next step in your transformation. Is it different from what I studied before? The little guy asked in a daze. Bone texts are born from mankind observing and imitating the ancient imprints of other species to activate mysterious patterns. This means that it is simply a trick, and the final result must come from within yourself. Shi Yunfeng said. Grandpa Chief, explain it to me slowly. The little guy's desire to learn was very strong. Right now, his eyes were bright and clear. Take this time to concentrate and study hard, and then I'll prepare your true blood baptism with the precious body of the swan and eye, the precious scarlet horn and the demonic ape arm early. Otherwise, if you leave those things out for too long, the divine powers of their true blood will depreciate. We won't wait for you to become 5 years old anymore. Hopefully you can bear through it. Eternally respected, the first to arrive. Stolen powers, relationships spread far and wide. The chief spoke in a low voice as he looked towards the endless desolate lands while thinking about the ancient times. Grandpa Chief, what does this mean? I don't understand. The little guy was very studious. His black jewel-like eyes blinked, shining with a radiance of thirst. Shi Yunfeng rubbed his head and said, in the far distant past, mankind had just started their legacy. They first built a tree in the middle of everything and then spread their roots outwards. The chief slowly explained from the start to reconcile the little guy's doubts and told him everything he knew to make him yearn for it from the bottom of his heart. This was equivalent to path of growth. Shi Yunfeng wasn't actually too strong, but as a result of his instructive nature, he naturally said these things. Right now Shi Hao's eyes showed precisely reflected this path of growth. The true state of society naturally spread, and everyone had their own souls. A few intelligent species, especially their representatives, were taken care of extremely well by the heavens, gifting them a reincarnated body. Grandpa Chief, are you talking about those ancient symbols branded onto the bodies of archaic descendants in the form of imprints? The little guy was quick-witted. You're so smart. The chief smiled and praised him. The ancient natives noticed this. During their barbaric battles with beasts, they slowly began to get the hang of the rules of heaven and earth. Through the remains of powerful creatures, they gradually understood a few simple divine abilities. Consequently, the bone text was slowly developed like this. Mankind borrowed their powers and began to fumble around with the powers that dictated heaven and earth. Finally, from their weak state, they took small steps and eventually prospered. Unfortunately, the head seniors of the humans were still few and pitiful. The archaic beasts were too powerful. If one appeared, it only needed a wave of its hand to eliminate a few super-large clans. Relatively speaking, mankind was still weak. Many other races were far more powerful, as if they were deities. In fact, the ancient natives had a firm conviction and often prayed and sacrificed to these divine deities. Grandpa Chief, be a little more detailed. The little guy was really thirsty for knowledge, wanting to learn more about those formidable and divine vicious beasts of the past. I only know so much. Grandpa has only traveled 80,000 li. Although this sounds like a lot, even the region we live in has several 80,000 li at least. You need to travel at least several million li before you reach the end of the world. Shi Yunfeng spoke softly. The places he had been to weren't few, but they were only a corner of an entire world. It was pointless to ask him about the mysteriousness of the outside end of the world, as those other huge worlds were entirely outside the realm of his comprehension. Learning 100,000 techniques is still inferior to walking 100,000 li. If you're strong enough, you should explore the outer world by yourself. Grandpa is old, so I don't have this opportunity and strength anymore. Shi Yunfeng sighed. Grandpa, I know you're suffering from internal injuries. In the future, I will promise that I'll bring you the mythical precious heaven and earth medicines to cure your illness and bring you along to see the entire world. The little guy said. Shi Yunfeng showed a bit of agony, but he was also very happy. All his wrinkles scattered and he smiled. As long as you're safe and grow up without a hitch, Grandpa will be relieved of everything. In the past, he suffered from a strange internal injury and he needed a special medicine to cure it. However, even those huge clans with population of over several million might not have it available. Everything was easier said than done. Ow, Grandpa Chief is lecturing again. Quickly, let's come and listen. A group of children clamored and shouted. Right now, they were all different from before, and the children no longer complained. They all had a greater desire for strength, and every time Shi Yunfeng would teach about the bone text, a group of children would all rush over to listen attentively. Now, a few children had already shown some initial signs of symbols on their body. Without a doubt, they would be able to tread upon this path in the future. They were determined to be stronger than their parents. You bunch of naughty monkeys, hurry up and sit down. The chief smiled. A light wind blew over. On a big, thick and charred black willow tree, a single tender branch as sparkly as gems swung back and forth in the wind. A group of children circled around the elder's body to listen to his lectures underneath the tree. To grasp the bone text is just like picking up a broadsword or arming a bow. But if you put these weapons down, then your cultivated fundamentals still required you to have a strong body. A few children were confused and another few had flashes of sudden insight. Bone text is only a form, only a method. To truly make that power become yours is the true path. Otherwise, everything you learn is just duckweed. The only real way is to make yourself stronger. How do we achieve this? You need to make the bone text become a part of your body, and your flesh and bones must become like those creatures blessed by the heavens in order to become one with the heaven and earth. Otherwise, an imitation will only be an imitation in the end, and it will be difficult to display genuine power. The chief explained according to his ideas. The bone text was like your flesh and your hair. To truly make that power yours, you must make it a part of your body, and only then would it be considered true power. Chief, teach us quick. Be patient, take your time. Shi Yunfeng said. In reality, using symbols takes one's own life force. When the little guy was using his precious techniques, his consumption was tremendous. Continuously using such powerful techniques would harm one's own body, weakening them overall. Strictly speaking, it is not a bad thing to learn the bone text if they don't succeed. If they do manage to learn it and they end up using it a lot during some special circumstance, it would gravely harm the body. After hearing the chief explain, the children's expressions all paled. Don't be scared, just pay attention to it. As long as you're not risking your life and limb to continuously use ancient precious techniques, then you'll be fine. You guys aren't like the little guy who grasped the obscure precious techniques. Also, even if you do lose a little bit of life force, you can always recover it later. Not only the bone texts of Stone Village was like this, even the huge clans of the outside world were the same. To be somewhat successful, one must always be like this initially. To learn it, one must all experience this incident. The little guys already had a deep understanding of the bone text, and we can learn from him about how he became like that. To actually gain understanding, and also after attaining certain levels of understanding, one's cultivation practices have to change. The chief carried over a few bone books, and imparted to the little guy those last few symbols. After this, the chief lectured every day and taught these children. He taught each of them differently according to what their strengths were. Evidently, the little guy was a level above everyone else. Even if you put him in a huge clan in the outside world, his innate gifts would still leave people dumbstruck. These days, the little guy was intoxicated. Every day he would listen attentively and study the bone book. A smile always hung on his little face, and his eyes were almost becoming the shape of crescent moons. At the beginning, one must use their own life and blood to cultivate the bone text to make them stronger. Only when the power truly takes shape and their understanding proceeded even more could they can reverse the flow of the power. To become one with the symbols, to change it into a multicolored splendor, and to transform it into divine light. Each of them must be like an everlasting furnace within every inch of your flesh, refining of heavenly and earthly powers, drawing divine life force into body to completely transform your flesh and soul. This was the path that the little guy would undertake. He had already built a sturdy foundation that shocked everyone. His symbols had taken form a long time ago, and undergoing this transformation would not expend a great deal of effort from him. After only a few days, the little had some extraordinary results. After using his precious technique again, every inch of his blood and flesh emitted light. The symbols were vaguely visible like precious furnaces unceasingly supplying him with power. This outcome left Shi Yunfeng stupefied. He knew that the little guy had a shocking powerful innate talent, but he was surprised once again. This was but a few days, yet little Shi Hao had already succeeded in reversing the flow. If it was an ordinary person, it would have taken him several years. Even geniuses required several months. I predicted you would need 2 months, but after seeing this pace you might only need 1 month, or perhaps even only 20 days. Little Shi Hao's performance was too stunning. A group of elders and children laughed to their heart's content. Even Shi Linghu and Shi Feijiao and the others adults also cracked a smile, revealing their snow-white teeth, and laughed non-stop. Maybe he could compare to an archaic vicious beast's offspring. Our stone village might be able to develop a person who could combat true archaic Ho or a pure-blooded Paixio. This was a child bestowed to us by the heavens. Naturally, he would be extraordinary. Everyone was extremely happy and had a scrumptious banquet to celebrate on the same day. They had all kinds of different creatures meet. The fragrance filled the air in the village, making people drool with desire. Don't be too pleased with yourselves. At the ends of the earth, there are large superclans that are powerful beyond belief. In those advanced and prosperous territories, there has to be some heaven-defying geniuses. The chief warned. Naturally, whether it was praises or warning, no one said anything in front of the children, fearing the growth of the little guy would suffer. During the next few days, Shi Hao advanced at a breakneck pace. Every inch of his flesh and blood were releasing sparkling light, becoming more and more like a god. Those symbols were transforming and recombining to thoroughly transform his entire body. Shi Yunfeng was very excited and happy. If he kept continuing like this, perhaps he would not even need 20 days. In just half a month, he might succeed. At that time, he could undertake his baptism. Grandpa Chief, what path would I take in the future? The road is very long. Right now you are in the blood transformation period. You are a long way off in your walk on the path of self-discovery. Genuine experts would be reborn with divine bones and develop their own ancient imprints to utilize their own exclusive ancient precious technique. It really makes people look forward to such things. The little guy's eyes were bright and grasped his own little fists. Shi Yunfeng said, the ancient natives had already walked far along this road. This road is extremely long. When you are powerful enough, you could journey outside this piece of desolate land to take a look. There are things that I can't teach you that you'll have to experience for yourself in the outside world. When he talked about such things, Chief Shi Yunfeng's expression would shift. He touched around a shining white bone on his chest, and his entire body shivered. Eternally respected, the first to arrive. Stolen powers, relationships spread far and wide. The little guy chanted, and gaped into the boundless, desolate land. His gaze seemed to penetrate the endless mountain ranges and view a different heaven and earth filled with unlimited possibilities. Little lonely mountain town, a town not too large, was located in the external parts of the boundless mountain range. Its population was a bit over 2,000 and just over 100 li from Stone Village. This world was boundless. The forests were endlessly vast and flooded with vicious beasts and poisonous bugs. Human territories were situated within this ancient mountain range, and they were isolated. Making contact with the outside world was difficult. Although this was a town, neither Stone Village nor Wolf Village would visit during the year. The 100 li of mountain road were sealed off by ancient trees, and there were extremely dangerous birds of prey, poisonous bugs, and vicious beasts. In fact, it was like this everywhere. This was a widespread situation. Even Stone Village and Wolf Village, being separated by just 10 li, would not meet each other for months on end. However, today, little lonely mountain town was filled with shining armor and the neighs of foreign horses. A group of armored horsemen that had tread through the mountains arrived. They passed through the endless mountain range, crashed through the domains of all kinds of vicious creatures and safely arrived here. These 10 mounts were all scaled horses. The few people in the center were riding on long unicorns. Its body was pure white and silver scales flickered on these mutated scaled horses. Its divine presence was out of the ordinary, led by a middle-aged male with his black hair draped over. His eyes shone with a blossoming multicolored gold light, and even his pupils showed traces of gold. When he gazed into the middle of the town, he shot out 2 terrifying beams of golden light from his eyes. Riding on the other unicorns were 2 young men, a young maiden, as well as a little boy and 2 small girls. They looked smart and intelligent, and they were all cute and adorable. People of little lonely mountain town were bewildered. Normally, very few people would come to their town. However, for the past few days, waves after waves of people came. People from over 10 different huge clans all arrived, and they were all unimaginable experts. According to this trend, the amount of people would only increase. The forgotten hostels in the middle of the town were all filled up with people. Other people who could not find a place to stay and had to live in other people's households. After one group of people had just entered, another group arrived. Their prestige was even more shocking. There was a legendary flood dragon that headed the way. It was over 20 meters long, and it was covered with dazzling scales all over its body. It also had a huge pair of wings that allowed it to cross the sky. It casted a huge shadow over the ground, and a middle-aged man as well as 3 children were sitting on it. One of them was about 5 or 6, another 8 or 9, and the last one looked to be around 11 or 12. All of them were brilliant and promising youngsters that had extraordinary gifts. Around 10 meters from the ground, the 3 children jumped down. The wind whistled beneath them, and after seeing this, the middle-aged man shouted, "Slow down. Don't be too rash." "No problem," the youngest child shouted. His eyes were shining and beaming, and it looked as if they belonged to a golden-winged Peng's offspring. He descended in a spiral, and with a hong sound, he landed on the ground with an imposing aura. Upon seeing this, the town folks' hearts all skipped in fear. That was only a child who was 5 or 6 years old, yet he had that kind of vicious and fierce aura around him. He could jump from a height of tens of meters into the air, and could certainly tear apart a vicious huge beast with his bare hands. This town is called Little Lonely Mountain. Could it be their guardian spirit, a mountain? That 11 to 12-year-old child said to himself. Near the entrance of the town was a stone tablet. On the tablet, 3 words were inscribed. Little Lonely Mountain. You guys look, it's actually a living mountain. It could be assumed that the townsfolk all sacrificed many vicious beasts to it. Its interior could perhaps be filled with strange and rare true blood. Third uncle, kill this guardian spirit for us. After we get back, I want to use its true blood to refine my body. There would certainly be great benefits. The youngest child was only 5 to 6, but he had an incredibly imposing aura. His eyes terrified people like a vicious beast with its mouth wide open. The townsfolk hear this and all paled. To kill their guardian spirit was no different than destroying their town. Fortunately for them, the middle-aged man did not do as he was told and reprimanded Jiao. Jiao is a flood dragon, and surnames in this novel are usually related to their guardian spirits. Pong, if you dare babble such nonsense again, I'll really send you back home. It's not like you haven't killed one before. When I bathed in a guardian spirit's blood years ago, it possessed a strange effect to it. The youngest child was called Jiao Peng. Shut up! The middle-aged man's eyes shined with conviction like two streaks of lightning flashing across. He opened his eyes wide and said, "We can't disturb mountain-type guardian beasts. Otherwise, we could be provoking a mountain deity. So boring. Can't look for treasures deep in the mountain and can't capture guardian spirits. Why did we come to this barren land anyway?" Jiao Peng murmured. "Child, you are quite spirited." A laughter echoed from far away. Outside the town in the middle of the ancient forest, a thick beast bone over 6 to 7 meters long floated an inch from the ground. It was an unknown vicious creature that emitted brilliant white rays of light, and its dense symbols flicked before rapidly charging forward while floating. There were a few silhouettes standing their lead by an old man wearing feathered clothing. He wore a golden crown and his entire body was covered with strands of purple air. He was faintly distinguishable, and it was difficult to distinguish his power. At his side, there was a young man around 20 years of age. He had a pressuring heroic spirit. There were also 2 young maidens around 10 years old. They were as extremely beautiful and looked as if they walked straight out of a painting. Additionally, there were also 2 more young boys with sharp and spirited eyes. When they came close, they strode down the beast's bone. With a flash of light, that huge 6 to 7 meter long bone shrunk to the size of a palm. Gentle like a sparkling gem, it dropped into the hands of the elderly man. Clearly, this was extremely valuable precious artifact, as it was able to fly off the ground while also having the ability to shrink down to size of an inch. Turns out it's the Purple Mountain Clan's heirs. "Nice to meet you." The middle-aged male riding the Jiao opened his mouth and said. The elderly man was Zishan Ho's uncle. He smiled and said, "The great floating pool is quite fine, being able to develop this kind of youngster. He's not even 6 years old yet and is already this strong. After 10 years, his name will certain shake the world. You're praising him so much that his tail is almost pointing up." The great floating pool's middle-aged man shook his head. "Elder of the Purple Mountain Clan. How about letting me and that your grandson have a fight?" The 5 to 6-year-old Jiao Peng said. He had a fierce gaze in his eyes while looking towards those 2 children with a provocative expression. One of the children's eyes suddenly started shining purple like a hibernating swan and eye. His aura immediately became much stronger. Evidently, these 2 clans' adults did not have a harmonious relationship. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such hostility between their children. After just seeing each other, they wanted to fight. What an interesting little guy. Do you really want to exchange pointers? How about this? This old man will add an incentive. I have a very rare and precious jar of a vicious beast's true blood here. Whoever wins gets it. The elder smiled and then looked towards those middle-aged men. "Wu, let it be so. I have no reason to say otherwise. I have here a rare jar of a strange vicious bird's blood." The great floating pool's middle-aged man said. "Heh, fights, my Lei clan likes that the most. How can you have these types of things without us?" A rumbling of thunder passed through from afar. In the ancient jungle, an ancient beast's skin was flickering with symbols. It was floating 3 inches from the ground and was several meters long. A plain azure aura circulated around it as if it was an archaic descendant reborn, causing people to tremble in place. The beast's skin carried several people. One of them was a young man of roughly 20, and the others consisted of an old servant as well as several children, both male and female, varying from 5 to 10 years old. There were black lightning flowing around their bodies. From a long distance away, one could already hear the rumbling noises, and it was loud enough that it violently shook the mountain earth. "I will also wager the true blood I have on me. Ming Yuan and Yiya, you 2 come over. Make Zishan Ho's 2 dearest children kneel before you." With a flash of brilliant light, the beast's skin became the size of a palm and landed in the young man's hands. They were already standing on the ground. All geniuses together in a fight to determine who is the strongest. We have also fought many times in our lifetimes, so let the young ones exchange pointers as well. The townsfolk also spread rumors and started coming over. Naturally, we have to gamble. Don't bring anything other than an archaic descendant's true blood. Someone spoke out. This made many people take extra long breaths as the stakes were truly shocking. Little lonely mountain town was bustling over the last few days. In the middle of the town, the indigenous people's hearts were all jumping out of their body. During these past few days, many experts had come, making them very restless. Correct. Let those children around 10 or younger fight to determine who's the strongest, revealing the absolute number one genius. Little lonely mountain towns, whether all began to converge at this time. Over 100 li away, Stone Village was quite peaceful and auspicious. All of the villagers were in a cheerful mood because some large event will happen soon. Little Xianxia took barely half a month to finish his cultivation, and completely merged the bone text into his own flesh and blood. His entire body was shining all over and there wasn't a single speck of dirt on him. Using precious techniques would never harm his own body again. Now, he was starting to refine it into heavenly and earthly powers, drawing divine life force into body to lighten and invigorate his body. The chief decided to use the swan knee's precious body, the mythical flaming devil bull horn and the demonic ape's arm to start his baptism, refining his body with the true blood of archaic descendants and treasured bones. The other children would naturally not be left behind. There was such a large swan and eye and an abundant amount of blood, so the children were all able to experience such fortune. The chief's expression was solemn and asked, "Child, are you ready yet?" Typically, you need to be 5 years old before undergoing the baptism, however, now you're doing it in advance. You are still young, and I'm scared you won't be able to handle it. Grandpa Chief, I'm not scared. I can certainly hold out until the end. Well then, I'll have those people carry the golden swan and eye, the demonic ape's arm, and start today. Sure, Yunfeng made his serious decision. Grandpa Chief, if the baptism is successful, how would my strength evolve? The little guy blinked his large eyes and asked inquisitively. There will be a nice surprise, and you won't be inferior to those geniuses from those large clans. Even if you do end up facing off against them in the future, although you're younger, I believe that you will still display an extraordinary performance. The chief said conscientiously. Despite seeing little Xianxia grow up, he was still shocked one time after another. The little guy's displays were extremely shocking, making people wonder whether he was an archaic descendant's offspring in human form. Black dragon wood was hard and sturdy like fine metal. The body of the tree is shaped like a hornless dragon, snake-like yet robust. Drenched in complete black, even its leaves were like black jade. This strange wood was solid and profound, and could be refined into any type of weapon. At the same time, it had another use. After being ignited, it would produce a vigorous and flourishing flame. Even a palm-sized piece of it would be able to thoroughly cook 2 pots full of meat. Typically, regarding the smelting of ores and weapons, this was the best type of flame. Hey! Chop this down for me! In front of a vacant lot in Stone Village, Shi Linghu and a group of able-bodied men were all hammering down with their huge hatchets. This black dragon wood was not something ordinary men were able to chop down. Kacha sounds echoed through occasionally, and sometimes even a kung-chong sound could be heard as strings of sparks bursted out. The wood was truly too sturdy. For the sake of Xianxia's baptism, the village was undergoing all kinds of preparations. Old medicines, poisonous bugs, ancient cauldrons were brought out, and even the wood used to refine the true blood was the best black dragon wood. On top of a huge piece of jade, the little guy was currently taking a bath. The villagers unceasingly rinsed his body in sweet mountain spring water to clean his body as much as possible before letting him into the cauldron. Everyone was serious, including the little guy. He did not mutter a single word the entire time and silently prepared. The swan and eye was carried over a long time ago. Its entire body was golden as it flashed with brilliant radiance. Its golden fur was as shining like silk under the illumination of the multicolored sunset. It was extremely beautiful as it glistened and dazzled. The several-meter-long scarlet-colored horn also laid nearby. It seemed as if it was made out of cornelian as scarlet light radiated around it. Like other archaic descendants, it contained the mythic flaming bull's most precious true blood. The demonic ape's arm was similar in length to that of an adult's. It wasn't actually too large, but it emitted an aura that overflowed into the heavens. It contained archaic true blood, making it very rare and precious. A black cauldron was emitting a simple odor. A sun and moon, as well as the mountains and rivers, were engraved upon it. Birds, beasts, fish and bugs decorated the exterior alongside them, and the ancient natives offering ceremony looked mysterious and enigmatic. Right now there was a lot of water in the cauldron. Under the cauldron, the black dragon would burn, and the water rapidly boiled. The water needed to be as hot as possible in order to boil the most potent precious medicine. The chief had a serene expression on his face as he stood in front of the cauldron personally, tossing in one pellet of old medicine after another. They were all treasures saved from last year. In the guarded, desolate lands, medicine leaves were abundant. Not long afterwards, the boiling water released all kinds of medicinal fragrance. It was quite refreshing as the water changed colors. Soon after, Shi Yunfeng took out over 10 jars. Carefully and prudently, he opened them one by one. From the first jar, a chi sound was heard and a big purple centipede scurried out. It was 1/2 meter long and shocked many people. Pa! The chief's finger flashed with some symbols and held a little purple hammer before lightly striking, knocking out the purple centipede and throwing it into the boiling water. Afterwards, the second one was a jar wrapped in thick iron sheets. After it opened, silver light radiated outwards and a pangolin rushed outwards. It was only an inch long and its entire body was shining with a dazzling silver. It was similarly knocked out in the head before being tossed into the boiling water. After a violent yet short struggle, it finally quieted down and became part of the auxiliary medicine. Over 10 jars were opened. There were strange little beasts and poisonous bugs inside them. They were all special, and critters such as golden snakes as long as chopsticks and silver flying spiders were among them. This cauldron water immediately became multicolored. All kinds of eccentric fragrances wafted out. The group of children's faces turned green at that time. This was too terrifying. All of these different types of poisonous vermins were packed so closely together, and all those old medicine were mixed in as well. No matter how you looked at it, it gave off an ominous presence. Fortunately, this cauldron was prepared for the little guy and those who needed to undergo refinement. As the water gradually boiled more and more, the water in the cauldron lessened and almost dried up in the end. Medicinal grass and all kinds of strange bugs were all boiled into a paste. This was the auxiliary medicine to ease the little guy's suffering and to help him refine the true blood. Dismember the swan and I and prepare to pour the true blood into the cauldron. Shi Yunfeng shouted loudly. The swan knee's entire body looked as if it was molded in an awe-inspiring and brilliant golden brilliance. Although it was dead, it was still emitting an utmost powerful aura. Its fur was incomparably sturdy, and normal hatchets could not hope to chop it off. Streaks of sparks would fly and kung chong sounds echoed as if they were forging iron. The good news was before the old swan and I died of old age, it had engaged in its final combat and wanted to destroy itself. Although it did not succeed, its entire body was already cracking, and in its golden divine splendor had streaks of bloody scars. The villagers followed the split wounds and brandished their huge hatchets before chopping it open with great difficulty. Every person was incredibly shocked. Shi Linghu and Shi Feijiao both had godly arm strengths of 5,000 to 6,000 jin. In this desolate forest, they were already considered one of the few stronger people. However, right now, they were out of breath and drenched in sweat. They were simply following the cracked flesh, yet chopping it tired them out to such an extent. Clearly this showed how tough and durable the swan knee's precious body was, vastly exceeding a person's imagination. After completely splitting it open, a few elders personally took on the task of retrieving the true blood. The true blood contained a little bit of eye-dazzling and splendid golden liquid. This was where its treasures were hidden. This was the source of the archaic swan knee's divine strength. Hidden within its blood was a tiny bit of priceless gold-colored blood, coveted by even the largest of clans. Although the swan and I was dead, its blood did not congeal and it was quite easy to deal with. They brought silverware to store the true blood, and the floor was covered in brilliant and shining large silverware that were eventually filled to the brim. The chief decided to take action, and he brandished a jade knife filled with symbols. Hundreds of colored lights rushed outwards as he dug towards the precious heart. It was as large as a sink and faint gold all over. It contained an incomparably strong divine force, and when it was shaken, gold-colored rain began to fall out. The chief did not dare to dawdle, and immediately put this precious heart directly into the middle of the huge black cauldron in fear of wasting the swan knee's precious divine splendor. At the same time, he shouted, "Pour in the true blood." Several able-bodied men carried the huge silverware over. Gudong. Gudong sounded as the blood was poured into the middle of the black cauldron, replacing the spring water. The precious liquid blood was the catalyst in mixing together the medicinal paste. The black dragon wood beneath the cauldron was burning ever so intensely, cooking this huge cauldron until it was rumbling. That most precious heart was even more eye-dazzling. Golden rain erupted and brightened up the entire cauldron. The liquid on the inside became gold in color, and an especially fragrant smell wafted into the air. This was an archaic swan eye. Its entire body was an extremely valuable treasure. Cook it until it boils into the medicine. Little guy, prepare yourself to quickly enter the cauldron. Chief Shi Yunfeng said earnestly. Understood. Shi Hao agreed with a loud voice. The raging inferno cooked the medicine, and the intensity of the fire was ferocious. Inside the cauldron, everything became a faint gold-colored liquid. From time to time, shouts from archaic descents could be heard, terrifying the human heart and soul. Sometimes, a golden swan eye faintly appeared before their eyes, terrifying even the heavens, swallowing the sun and the moon and trembling even the constellations. Everyone was dumbstruck and breathed in a large breath of cold air. Many people could not help but shudder. This is a fragment that the original archaic swan eye left behind within that diluted golden precious blood. An elder calmed down and exclaimed, "This was not the end." Villagers also pulled out a few tendons and released them into the cauldron. They extracted some faint golden marrow from its precious bones and also released it into the black cauldron, making the medicine appear even more splendid as the fragrance became even more concentrated. Chief, there is a symbol on this piece of bone flowing with mysterious divine power. At this moment, Shi Feijiao cried out in fear. What? The older generation of the clan all rapidly rushed over and could no longer keep a steady head. After peeling away the swan knee's flesh, a symbol appeared on its forehead. It was complicated yet subtle, dazzling and glistening, as it constantly changed like the endless stars moving in the heavens. Wow! It was actually preserved. Shi Yunfeng was shaking with excitement and then bursted out into laughter towards the sky, and tears almost flowed down. The swan eye was self-destructing before dying, and its entire body cracked. According to the villagers' speculations, all of its primitive symbols were most likely destroyed. Archaic descendants would think of any way possible to destroy the imprints it inherited from its ancestors to prevent it from falling into foreign hands. This was the rare treasure of a vicious primitive bone. The reason precious techniques were priceless was because of this. Truly huge clans often only had one type of strong precious technique and some weaker abilities on the side. This was the extent of their treasures. No one from Stone Village could have imagined that the fight between the swan eye, mythical flaming devil bull, and the demonic ape would unexpectedly fail to destroy that piece of imprint on its precious bone. Hide it well. No one can spread this information. Shi Yunfeng quickly came back to reality, and his face became serious and said, "The heavens spared my clan, and gave us such a strong precious technique. This matter is of the utmost importance. We must protect our secret well." Afterwards, the chief turned his head and urged, "Little guy, quickly enter the cauldron to start your baptism. When you come out, you can start comprehending the swan knee's most powerful and tyrannical precious technique." "Grandpa Chief, I was prepared a long time ago." After the bath, the little guy was sparkling all over. He looked pretty and adorable as symbols flickered on his body. He leaped right into the boiling cauldron and was immediately submerged in this brilliant and splendid golden liquid. "Seal the cauldron," Shi Yunfeng shouted. The villagers brought over the huge black cauldron lid, and a few people cooperated to put the lid on and sealed it tightly. The other children all felt dizzy as their faces paled. If they sealed the lid this tightly, wouldn't the water in there be so much more painful? How would they breathe? The chief looked towards them and said, "When you guys have also practiced to the point that the bone text has entered every inch of your body, you will no longer need to worry. You will be able to refine it into a multicolored light, transforming it into a divine radiance. You will be able to draw the divine force of the heaven and earth to nourish your body. Entering water or fire for a long time without breathing for a long time will no longer be a problem." The multicolored precious horn and the demonic ape king's arm were not boiled inside, because Shi Yunfeng was wary that the little guy might be unable to handle it. After all, the little guy was still too young, and he would make a decision later based on the current circumstances. The black cauldron trembled and emitted waves after waves of precious light. The little guy had already been sealed inside for more than 2 hours. The cauldron lid would sometimes shake open, and golden liquid would splash outwards, intoxicating many people with its rich smell. A faintly visible golden swan and eye would seemingly charge out and continuously roared like thunder. The sound was truly genuine, scaring everyone from Stone Village until their scalp turned numb. It wasn't too big, and was only an inch long. When it used its force to collide against the cauldron, its entire body's golden rays of light would dazzle the eyes. It would sometimes even charge and roar towards the little guy. The cauldron lid violently shook. All of the onlookers' hearts trembled with fear. The villagers were tempted several times to seal the lid even more tightly, but were prevented from doing so by the chief. Inside the cauldron was a medicine spirit, and it was the most important part of this process. It needed to be slowly refined like this, and must not be agitated. The fragrance became increasingly dense. The heavy black cauldron continuously leaked out divine splendor from cracks under the lid. The little guy inside was floating and sinking, closing his eyes to accept the baptism. Dang, dang. The inch-long golden swan and eye struggled even more intensely. Its entire body was engulfed in flames like a deity, charging left and rushing right, colliding against the black cauldron. Everyone's expression changed, and even Shi Yunfeng became nervous. He stared with his eyes round and closely observed the medicine spirit. It was precisely the emperor of the archaic swan and eye race's inherited divine fragment. Letting it continue like this won't be good. Would it break out? Chief really won't allow us to interfere? Shi Feijiao asked. Shi Yunfeng's face became serious and said, "The medicine lid is already sealed. If we move it as we please, then it might cause the medicine spirit to explode, dissipating it between the heaven and the earth." "Yeah, not good. It's starting to attack the little guy." Meng cried out from within the group of children. Everyone's hearts tightened. That divine swan knee's radiance became even more dazzling. It bore its fangs and brandished its claws, spouting out a mist. It emitted a thundering roaring before charging straight towards the little guy. "Don't be nervous. It died a long time ago. This is only a divine fragment without an actual consciousness," Shi Yunfeng said. The little guy's appearing was very dignified. He never moved as his flesh emitted light. He was submerged within a strange situation, isolating himself from the outside world, refining and wrapping himself within the divine radiance. He absorbed the symbols into his own flesh, refined them into a multicolored splendor, and transforming them into divine light. Each drop of his blood was a symbol, becoming like an eternal divine furnace emitting immeasurable amounts of light to nourish himself. This time, every pore on his body expanded, and each drop of blood had a divine property to it. Taking in and sending out the divine light, it looked as if a deity was sitting within the cauldron. His entire body overflowed with godly splendor. The specks of dense light were like innumerable deities chanting their sutras as they emitted radiance, illuminating the heavens. That golden-colored swan and eye rushed over, and under the guidance of those specks of light, it transformed into strands of radiance. It was changed by those specks of light and refined into Shihao's body. This type of event is so mysterious. The villagers became stupefied, however. The tension in their hearts also eased up by quite a bit. The swan and I struggled and resisted violently, avoiding where the little guy was, and crazily rammed the side of the black cauldron, emitting waves after waves of rumbling sounds. It made the onlookers shiver, as they were afraid of this cauldron suddenly bursting open. Ultimately, The golden swan and I became increasingly fierce, knocking the black cauldron until it started to boom and shake endlessly. However, at this precise moment, the cauldron also began to undergo a transformation. On top of it, the sun and moon, the mountains and rivers, the birds, beasts, fish, and bugs all seemed to be resurrecting. Could it be the ancient artifact passed down by our ancestors was originally a precious cauldron used to refine medicine? Chief Shi Yunfeng was amazed. This behavior was similar to a large clan's cauldron. The golden swan and I was angry and charged even more violently. However, this cauldron became less plain and simple. It emitted a mysterious aura, and on the walls of the cauldron, symbols flashed one after another like a spontaneous reaction. All kinds of different vicious birds and ferocious beast roars echoed through. Although they were very indistinct, they did not only appear within the villagers' imaginations. At this moment, the cauldron walls gradually began to shine and refine the golden liquid inside. The swan and I trembled with fright. Its angry cries were extremely painful to the villagers' ears. It was originally a divine body image, but now its voice was actually resounding, scaring many people. It was preparing its final stand, and everyone stood up as if they were going to vomit rays of electricity. It was almost as if it had the intention of completely shattering the cauldron walls. The big black cauldron shook, and the primitive residents carved into the cauldron became increasingly lifelike. They chanted waves of sacrificial prayers, and soon endless sutra chants could be heard as well. This artifact passed on to us by our ancestors was apparently a genuine and rare medicinal cauldron. Chief Shi Yunfeng trembled. Never had he thought that the ordinary and unremarkable black cauldron was unexpectedly this mystical. At the same time, the little guy within the golden liquid was covered in even more specks of dense light. It seemed as if a deity was becoming complete as he sat there chanting sutras that resonated within the cauldron. The swan and I was constantly trembling in fear before it finally disintegrated. The black cauldron refined it into streaks of divine golden beams of light, drowning the inside of the cauldron in a golden liquid. Finally, everyone calmed down. The cauldron lid joined up at the seams, tightly sealing the medicine inside and closing off everything inside from the outside world. It's over. The cauldron is finally sealed. If nothing unusual happens, then the little guy will succeed, Shi Yunfeng said excitedly. Chief, how long would this normally take? Shi Feijiao asked. Not sure. The baptism can vary quite a bit in length, from a single day to over 3. Shi Yunfeng frowned. What? Everyone was stupefied. No wonder the chief let them chop the black jiao wood and prepared so much firewood. After an entire day and night, the golden juice was boiling, but never dried up. The little guy was in there, floating and sinking with his entire body covered in a scarlet red as if he was the one dripping out the blood. The golden liquid unceasingly entered the pores of his body before seeping out with the impurities from within, repeatedly baptizing him. This was a scary process, incredibly overbearing and arduous. A normal child could not possibly handle it and would die from the pain. The golden liquid was not simply just washing, but was intruding and crazily battering the inside of his body as if it was splitting bones and mincing meat, frequently snapping tendons and muscles. The little guy gnashed his teeth tightly while remaining motionless, drawing in the golden liquid to baptize his flesh and blood. He was shining both inside and outside, and although it was incredibly painful, he felt his spirit was becoming increasingly powerful. Divine radiance tyrannically attacked him to the point of almost splitting open his internal organs. In the end, however, they were nourished before recovering with a sparkling luster. His bones were practically on the verge of collapse, but in the end they were all restored to a white and resplendent state that was stronger than they ever were before. Also, not only did his flesh obtain the effects of the baptism, the divine power also strengthened his spirit. After another day and night, the little guy experienced an unimaginable transformation. When dawn approached, he opened his eyes and yelled out, "Grandpa! The juice is almost dry." Success! Shi Yunfeng was elated and told others to uncover the lid. They saw the pores all over the little guy's body overflow with magnificence. The villagers were all shocked. and they didn't need to think and already knew that the little guy has gained tremendous benefits. Shi Yunfeng hesitated for a moment before finally clenching his teeth and saying, "Prepare to release the blood of the mythical flaming devil bull's scarlet horn and the demonic ape's arm." Shi Linghu drew out the archaic true blood that was as red as the sunset from within the precious horn of the mythical flaming devil bull, and also let out the black liquid from inside the ape arm before poured them into the cauldron. Moo! In that instant, a bull's voice tightened everyone's scalps and practically made them drop straight to the floor. Ho! Immediately following that was the long howl of a demon. A demonic ape suddenly appeared in the middle of the cauldron and became angry along with the scarlet mythical flaming bull before striking the sides of the large cauldron. Afterwards, that golden treasure, the heart, once again leapt out a swan and eye. 10,000 golden rays of lights shone outwards to batter the cauldron together with them. "Seal the cauldron," the chief commanded. This time, it was even more intense. 3 types of true blood blended together: the scarlet mythical flaming devil bull, the golden swan and eye, and the black demonic ape. They fiercely struggled and collided with the cauldron, wanting to smash it to pieces. On the walls of the cauldron, the first natives appeared once again. Chants started up once again, and countless sutras were being repeated to suppress these 3 archaic descendants. On the inside, the little guy was also like this as countless specks of light floated within his body. His bones and organs shook rhythmically as if it was a sonorous and divine sound. He emitted precious splendor as he resonated with the large black cauldron. Both the person and the cauldron were shining brightly, emitting all kinds of symbols and noises. Here, the clouds evaporated splendidly, flowing with kinds of different colors. This process continued for 2 days and 2 nights, before finally calming down. The cauldron lid was knocked open and the little guy jumped 20 meters, charging straight towards the sky. Burning, burning. He continuously rubbed his butt, and his entire body was pitch black, and only a pair of eyes could be seen rolling around excitedly. Everywhere else was covered in charcoal. He looked just like a pie-ho. Everyone in the village was stupefied. Just then, the little guy rammed the heavy lid right off and rose up into sky along with it. To their surprise, he was able to leap 20 meters into the sky. The chief let out a hearty laughter. He knew that it succeeded. The little guy's actions clearly showed that, and after calming down a bit, he shouted quickly, "Put out the fire under the cauldron with water. The remaining medicine is still rare and precious." The little guy descended down to ground, and a group of children surrounded him. They poked and petted while teasing him. A few people poured fresh water to help rinse him off. People had shockingly discovered that he shed a layer of his old skin. After the black skin was peeled out, a sparkling and spotless little body was exposed with light surrounding him. "Wow, little guy, are you a type of silkworm? How did you shed that layer of thick skin?" A group of children fussed. A few little girls also joined the group. After seeing the shining and glowing body, they showed endless admiration. The little guy was embarrassed and quickly stole some cloth and covered his body, making everyone roar with laughter. "Child, let us look at what kind of transformation happened," an elder said. Shi Linhu and the other took large strides and came over and each extended their large hands and groped him all about. They were all astonished. It felt as if they were stroking a piece of warm jade. The little guy's face blushed all over. People even played with his little thing, and the adults still treated him as though he was a newborn baby. He strongly resisted and pushed them away, almost pushing Shi Linghu right onto the floor. The group of adults burst into laughter, and the startled Shi Feijiao into saying, "You guys stop laughing. This little thing's strength is actually terrifying. One must know, with a swing of both arms, he can exert 5,000 to 6,000 jin of force." Unexpectedly, a 4-year-old almost pushed him to the ground. How could he not be shaken? "Come, little guy. Come and lift the cauldron to test the strength of your body," Chief Shi Yunfeng said. "Okay." The little guy felt as if he dodged a bullet. He rapidly broke away from the crowd of laughter. The men surrounding him all moved to the side. Up! The little guy started off with the 1,000 jin cauldron and gradually pushed himself further. After that, he unexpectedly lifted up a black cauldron over 5,000 jin. Everyone in Stone Village was petrified. One must know the little guy was really special in the past. Being able to lift 1,000 jin cauldron was enough to completely astonish anyone. Now, he can lift up the 5,000 jin black cauldron in one breath. Everyone was stunned and speechless. This isn't his limit yet. More. Shi Yunfeng trembled with unimaginable levels of excitement. Hong. The final time of lifting a cauldron. The little guy lifted the clan's heaviest cauldron right above his head. That was a 8,000 jin cauldron with a terrifying Ho engraved on it. The group of people were all incredibly shocked. This age with this type of godly strength, they had never heard of it before. Child, when you grow up, if you don't kill a genuine archaic descendant, a true Ho, or in other words an actual deity that the first natives worshipped, then you will be letting me down. Shi Linghu turned around and shouted. Using both of his arms, a godly force of 8,000 jin was exerted. For a child that wasn't even 4 yet was unheard of in Stone Village. All of them were stupefied, and were gaping in awe. The group of people shouted with strange noises and hurried to the little guy's side before hoisted him up in the air and pinched him all over. Is this really not a Ho in human form? Little guy, what are you made of? Meng's father was rather rough, and with his mouth wide open, he exposing his snow-white teeth while pinching him. The entire group of strong men were all like this. They were all pretty rough. Afterwards, a group of children also made a large commotion and ran towards him. They pinched him all over for a long time until they released him after a long while. The little guy's body was spotlessly white, sparkling and translucent. Divine splendor covered every precipice of his body, and pitch black, soft and long hair draped all over his shoulders. His eyes were sharp. He was full of energy and was in very high spirit. The heavens truly spared my clan, giving us this kind of child. A few clan elders were incessantly chatting amongst themselves while trembling with excitement. Child, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere at all? Shi Yunfeng asked, afraid that the transformation would leave behind some dangerous side effects. The little guy's voice was young and tender and earnestly replied, Nope. I feel really good. I feel so energized. Like I have unlimited stamina. The chief laughed heartily and completely now. He examined the little guy all over, and he suddenly looked as if he was 10 years younger as many of the wrinkles on his face disappeared. Soon after, the little guy lifted up the 8,000 jin Ho symboled cauldron again and walked around the empty space. Although it was extremely heavy, he wasn't panting at all. This divine strength was truly startling. When he put down the Ho symboled cauldron, the earth shook around it, causing cracks to appear as the surface shook. The villagers were shocked to the point that their eyelids started jumping out. Such a powerful strength. Making a weapon for you in the future will be annoying. An elder smiled with delight. There wasn't a trace of annoyance on him, but rather a very happy expression. Bring the clan's strongest bow over here. Let's see if the little guy can pull it, Shi Linghu said with a smile on his face. This was a huge precious rhinoceros horned bow. However, it was a pity that it was too thick. Although the little guy was able to pull the bow right away, his arms were not long enough and could not completely pull it backwards. Fortunately, your arms are short. Otherwise, you might pull too hard and snap this precious bow. Shi Linghu wiped off his sweat, and the villagers all bursted out in laughter. The villagers were all down-to-earth people, and all of their feelings were sincere. Everything they had on their mind could be seen on their faces. Although they were all quite crude, the feelings they send off were all very warm. Little guy, come eat barbecue at Big Auntie's house. Child, you're almost 4 years old, you should be considering your marriage by now. What do you think about Uncle Linghu's daughter? We were talking about weapons? Where are you guys going? The villagers were all elated. Having a child like this, as long as he grew up, he would undoubtedly shake the world. He would protect this region, and help Stone Village grow to the peak of its power. Little guy, although your baptism was successful and your strength raised tremendously, you cannot be too prideful. There are many experts in this world, and they are all extremely terrifying. The chief warned seriously, Grandpa Chief, I know. The little guy nodded. Shi Yunfeng was still not completely at ease and intentionally said, "They say that, during the archaic period, there were divine apes wielded iron sticks that weighed 108,000 jin. They did this without the use of any precious techniques, and only relied on the strength of their flesh. The group of children were petrified, and the adults were even more shocked as they became speechless. This was simply too terrifying. To simply lift up a weapon and actually wielding it were two entirely different concepts. How strong was it to actually be capable of such a feat? Afterwards, the villagers told Shi how to jump to see how high into the air he could leap. This time, they were frightened right away. The little guy jumped as high as he could and ended up 30 meters above the ground, and with a dong sound he dropped to the floor. Like a steel spear, he inserted himself solidly into the ground, cracking the earth in all four directions. My God! When we go hunting in the forest from now on, you should follow too. I feel with your strength right now, you are on par with those huge beasts. His body was extremely strong. The little guy's organs were sparkling and his bones were shining. His entire body was baptized, as the flickering symbols had combined with his flesh. His entire body was doused in a divine light. There was a speck of light on every inch of his flesh, making him look like a deity. They embodied the symbols, and endless extracted luck from the heaven and earth before drawing it into the body. Chirp, chirp. 3 little birds made their way towards the group of people. Their scales were emitting light as they fluttered their wings. Their eyes contained traces of divinity, and looked as though they wanted to open their mouths and speak. They had extraordinary strength, and so the group of children were easily pushed aside when they made their way inside. Depeng, Shaoqing Ziyun, the little guy shouted and rushed over. The 3 hatchlings chirped in high spirits, and used their heads to rub against his arm, showing great affection and joy. During the past half-month, they were protecting a cave behind the village to guard their mother. They would only occasionally run inside the village to find the little guy. Ant Green-Scaled Eagle should no longer be in any trouble, right? Using the medicine by Grandpa Chief and the mythical flaming devil bull's true blood. A complete recovery will definitely happen. The little guy asked in concern. These 2 days, he was in his baptism and did not know the condition the green-scaled eagle. When we dismembered the archaic descendant's precious body, we already delivered it a lot of the swan knee's flesh. It should currently be working hard to refine the essence inside the blood. The chief said. This time, the reason they were able to fight over the swan knee's precious body was all because of the green-scaled eagle, and it fought life and limb in several bloody battles. If they didn't have its support, it would have been impossible to return with such rewards. Stone Village would naturally not forget its kindness and bravery. These past few days, under the utmost care of the clan, the vicious bird that was on the verge of dying was slowly making its recovery. Only, since it was in such a terrible state before, unless it consumed a bit of the bull's true blood to detoxify itself, there might have been permanent damages. Recently, it had been gradually began to recover as the people of Stone Village fed it the flesh and blood of the archaic swan and eye. If it consumed a bit more of the archaic descendant's flesh and blood, perhaps it could obtain some great benefit. The little guy said. A bird cry pierced the vast skies like the descent of thunder and lightning, shocking everyone's ears until they were in pain. A huge vicious bird with green light circulating around its body soared into the skies from behind the village. It hid within the skies and covered the earth before circling around the village for a bit, and then charging straight into the depths of the mountains. It had recovered already. Could it be that it left? The little guy waved and yelled, "Goodbye, Ant Green-Scaled Eagle." His long cry echoed through as he said his farewells. Then, it disappeared into the clouds. It might be making a breakthrough and decided to isolate itself in another place. Chief Shi Yunfeng's face congealed and said, "Breakthrough." A group of men exposed a bewildered look on their faces as they looked towards the clouds in the sky. If its strength advanced to another level, it would definitely be stronger than that vicious wolf from the wolf village. Afterwards, the villagers were all extremely happy. The green-scaled eagle already owed them its life and also entrusted its 3 children to them as well. The stronger it was, the better it was for Stone Village. You guys grew up even more. The little guy smiled. The hatchlings' body lengths had already reached 3 meters. Their scales were shining with precious splendor. For the past few days, they had also been eating the flesh of the archaic descendant and gained tremendous benefits. Chief, when will we have our baptism? The group of children looked impatiently. After seeing the little guy become so strong, they were all envious and were no longer afraid of any sort of pain. We start now, but you guys would never be able to bear a medicine that powerful. We can't use that, we'll have to dilute it, Chief Shi Yunfeng stated. Suddenly, Stone Village was bustling once again. One huge cauldron after another started boiling. Archaic descendants' true blood filled them up, and the villagers all benefited from it. Today, Stone Village wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Although the children all clenched their teeth to bear their pain, they were still unable to endure it and started to cry incessantly. After sundown, everything was over. A few able-bodied men also consumed some flesh and blood. Of course they were the same as the children, unable to eat a lot of it and baptize themselves. Normal people could definitely not bear the pain. Stone Village finally calmed down after 2 days. The remaining true blood and precious meat were all sealed up. They would all be slowly refined, and not even a single bit would go to waste. After handling it for several days, Chief Shi Yunfeng took out a glowing white bone as big as his palm. It was precisely that bone with the primitive symbols left behind by the swan and eye. After the able-bodied male's several days of effort, they finally managed to retrieve that bone from its body. Luckily, after the bone produced symbols, it was no longer connected to the forehead. It had been separated for a long time and became another piece of bone all by itself. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to move. The chief said with an extremely serious tone, "Little guy, don't do anything else for a few days. Instead, remember these symbols safely within your heart. After a few more days, the activity on this precious bone will disappear and the symbol's mysterious imprints will disappear along with it. After it disappears, the bone would only become a precious artifact and would not yield any precious techniques." It was similar to the white gem-like beast tooth bracelet from the wolf village. If the white beast's teeth had already condensed its symbols, its most divine secrets would no longer visible. It could only become a precious artifact and did not contain any precious techniques. The little guy heard what was said and nodded earnestly. For the entire rest of the day, he single-mindedly carried the glowing white bone while carefully analyzing it. His eyes didn't even blink, and he was concentrated to the extreme. Although it was just a symbol, it represented an entire race, and the precious technique would soon shock the world. The imprint constantly fluctuated like the stars in the vast sky. They moved about incessantly, complicated and mysterious. Only until late at night did the little guy finally successfully force himself to remember all the different variations, storing them inside his heart. "Grandpa, I remember them now, but the swan knee's precious technique is too complicated. I won't be able to understand it for a while," the little guy said honestly. Shi Yunfeng did not say anything. If someone understood it, then they would be able to recreate the archaic descendant species' divine power. No one could do it right away as this took time to digest and comprehend. "Take your time, you'll understand it sooner or later. Right now, you should first comprehend the archaic devil bird's precious technique thoroughly. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Keep that in mind." "Grandpa, I understand." 2 days later, groups after groups of experts charged into the mountains with the intention of entering the heart of the mountains. There was a clan riding on silver unicorns, a group of aristocratic heirs flying on top of a large beast bone, and a group of powerful individuals sitting on a flood dragon. "Yeah, Grandpa, quickly look. This village's guardian spirit is so strange. Why does this thunder-stricken willow tree have only a single tender branch?" An old man as well as 2 youths and 2 young maidens as pretty as fairies stood atop a snowy feather measuring 5 to 6 meters long. The pupils of their eyes were lively, as divine and holy light circulating around them. What an ancient and strange guardian spirit. Even in such a condition, it's still not dead with only 1 branch remaining. It must be extraordinary. After being struck by lightning, it must have given birth to a powerful force. It must certainly be rare and valuable treasure. No one fight with me over it. This willow tree is mine. A 5 or 6-year-old child that was still 10 meters above the ground jumped off the back of the jiao. What kind of village is this? How can there be this kind of guardian spirit? Within the people and horses of another group, a youth stared at the old willow tree that was charred black with a startled expression. So odd. It was met with a calamity, and yet it gave birth to such power from its destruction. This tender branch must be an absolutely priceless treasure. A few people said. You few people all want to fight over it with me. I want to see you try. Let's see who the number 1 genius is. The child who jumped off the back of the jiao sneered. Good, then let's have a fight. This time we are gambling with absolute treasures. If it's not precious blood that can transform your entire body, then don't take it out. Then a group of adults also stopped. Their eyes contained a strange light and stared towards the willow tree. They did not oppose to the children having a battle and even encouraged the gambling over precious blood. Fight then, and see who amongst you is an absolute genius. In 20 years here, let's see who sinks or floats. But don't easily go around and killing people's guardian spirits. A few adults opened their mouths. They were all experts whose names shook the lands. The child who jumped off the back of the flood dragon came from the great floating pool, and his name was Zhao Peng. Although he was small, he was still very powerful and threatening. With a sneer, he said, "This willow branch is mine. If you guys have a problem with it, then just come and give me a try." One of Zishan-Ho's children was rather handsome and pretty. He steadily and patiently said, "Zhao Peng, don't say such conceited words. Even if you have some skills, there's no need for such arrogance. Take care of yourself to not die within this harsh, desolate land." His name was Shan Kuan and never got along with Zhao Peng from the very start. In addition, their clans did not have a peaceful relationship, so they always opposed each other. Then let's have a fight to the death. Do you dare? Zhao Peng's tone was very aggressive. His eyes were shooting out cold beams of electricity, and they were threatening like the offspring of an archaic golden pung. What are you arguing about? All of you immediately settle down. On the other side, a large child's eyes shot out beams of cold electricity. Above his head, black air swirled about and coldly swept over. He came from an aristocratic area and was the son of Lei Ho. He was named Lei Mingyuan, and he originally wanted to deal with Zishan Ho's most beloved son, Zishan Kuan. After seeing Zhao Peng's bossy and domineering attitude, however, he became irritated. Zhao Peng and Zishan Kuan heard what was said and raised their eyebrows. They were all geniuses and had tremendous confidence in themselves. They would never lower their heads toward anyone. Lei Mingyuan, are you courting death? Zhao Peng was young, but he had a very lofty attitude. He took a step forward and the entire ground shook with a huge dong sound, like a huge monster was on the move. Shut up! Zishan Kuan, also very direct, and shouted. They had a grudge with the Lei clan and sparks flew whenever they met. Although the tension eased up a bit during the past few years, they still never stopped their hidden battles. One fight to determine the victor and the loser, Lei Mingyuan shouted. He leapt vertically, and his body flew 20 meters into the air before striking towards Zishan Kuan with his palm. Despite saying all this, he was still trying to carry out the commands of his father. The wind caused by his fist were black as they crackled in the air. As a result, lightning interweaved within the air, forming bristles of concentrated lightning that descended down from the skies. This was only a child, yet he had such a remarkable ability. A strange symbol appeared in his palm. It was the obscure imprints of his clan's secret and rare precious technique. Wang! Purple clouds filled the air. Zishan Ho lifted up his right hand to defend himself, and symbols flickered from his palm as well, forming a blazing light. It surged out to form a purple sun before releasing outwards. Similarly, this was also a terrifying precious technique. It was precious technique that only the Purple Mountain clan possessed. Practiced to perfection, its power could move the heavens, as well as tremble the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. The two forces collided, and both the black lightning and the purple light exploded. The two techniques exploded into symbols, leaving marks in the air. This scene astonished everyone. Who is the #1 genius? Don't forget, I'm still here. Jiao Peng suddenly executed his attack. The force from his palm was astonishing. A symbol flashed in the middle of his left palm, and a flood dragon made completely out of light rushed outwards. This was a genuine archaic flood dragon's imprint, and its aura was completely horrifying. The great floating Pong's ancestors met an archaic flood dragon before and unexpectedly inherited its strongest precious technique. Although the descendants could not use its ability to the fullest extent, it was still extremely powerful. The flood dragon made bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its entire body was a grayish-brown color, and it was signaling great misfortune, as if it had just awakened from its ancient slumber to wage war in the skies. This precious technique was incredibly powerful and attacked both Zishan Kuan and Lei Mingyuan at the same time. Jiao Peng was very small, but he was extremely violent. He needed to take them both on at the same time to prove that his abilities were granted by the heavens. You're looking for death, Lei Mingyuan scoffed coldly. Black lightning gushed outwards and spread out to all 10 of his fingers. 10 streaks of black light shot forth, and bristles of lightning shout out as bird cries rang out. A purple vicious bird too formed from within the lightning, and its terrifying power was shocking as it dove straight down. Zishan Ho also retaliated, and purple clouds floated about as the sun flew outwards. There was a fire unicorn in the middle of it, emitting a frightening purple blaze. It leapt into the sky with its unmatched ferocity. Just like this, the 3 children were engaged in a muddled battle. They all attacked each other and drew surprising glances from everyone. Although they were still young, each of them were incredibly powerful. Their seniors all secretly nodded in approval, and at the same time, they were in awe of the abilities of their opponents possessed. So boring, they can't even fight with the intent to kill. With all these old men here, they can't fight with all their might. A child from the spectating group of children sneered. Exactly. True geniuses blessed by the heavens are born from great internal wars. What does this count as? Another child sneered as well. What are you guys talking about? This is also a life and death battle. The 3 children who were fighting fiercely were immediately angered. They expanded the range they fought in to involve those 2 children as well. This was a chaotic battle. Although they were still young, they all possessed breathtaking abilities as they demonstrated their terrifying talents, shocking all the spectators. Inside Stone Village, a group of naughty children were entertaining themselves when they were suddenly startled by the activities in the forest. They ran towards the front of the village and saw many villagers suddenly scared off their feet. They were all focused on what was happening outside. How did so many people appeared? After seeing Jiao Peng and the others battling, they were all speechless. They were all able to grasp the strength of the bone text so well that the children all became jealous. Quickly, all of their attention had been diverted again. They saw a mutated scaled horse, a unicorn. Scales all over its body shone in a bright light, and the horn on its head shone like crystal. This was an extraordinary horse. I heard Uncle Linhu say that this type of mountain beast speed is extremely fast and that it can travel 10,000 li in a day. Last time, they met some in the desolate lands and chased them for several days without seeing a trace of hair. Shi Dezhuang said. Those experts in the forest were sharp and naturally heard everything. However, they all stared blankly at what they heard. According to them, this was a mountain village that fell behind and was not able to produce any experts. However, these children's words amazed them. Unicorns were a type of rarely seen ferocious beast. If they truly went berserk, then their vicious descriptions would be evident. They were powerful, yet a few villagers dared to chase them? How could they know that Shi Linhu and the others begged the chief for the 2 ancestral artifacts in order to wildly chase after them? A unicorn was able to traverse 10,000 li in a day. For men in these desolate lands, the unicorn was incredibly enticing. You guys look, there's a 20-meter long jiao spiraling in the air. It has water sacs both thick and thin, and was actually hiding 2 long wings. Such a strong, vicious beast, it must certainly taste good, right? Air Mengyu food tank, is this stuff for eating? This stuff is to be refined into medicine. Even though it's not a pure-blooded archaic descendant, its blood is still very precious. Pai-ho retorted. Outside the village, a group of experts were petrified and were a bit stupefied. Such a strong jiao would unexpectedly be treated as food or medicine. What kind of village was this? This jiao certainly looks really good to eat, but it can't possibly be sweeter than the flesh of a swan and I. If it's not an archaic descendant species, then its true blood can't possibly compare. Another nasally child added. They had eaten the flesh of a swan and I for the past few days and also baptized in its true blood. After that, their expectations were extremely high. They thought they had been talking quietly, but they were definitely heard by those groups of experts. Whether it's the Purple Mountain Clan, Lightning Clan or Jiao Clan who came from the Great Floating Pool, all of them felt their nerves burst. Did they hear wrong? Where did this village come from? Casually eating the flesh of a swan and I and didn't look up to this formidable flying flood dragon in awe? One must know that this was an extremely terrifying vicious beast. Normal experts would be far from being its opponent. Child, what did you say? Jiao Peng, who was in the middle of his intense battle, became angry. His eyes were cold and shot out a terrifying look towards the village entrance. His eyes are so clear, chilling people down to the bone. Why do I feel that it's similar in strength to that guardian spirit we killed, that vicious wolf? Meng muttered. He believed that he was talking quietly, but just like before, he was still heard by those people in the forest. What? Killed a guardian spirit? The group of experts all trembled and almost turned to stone. Even they did not dare to easily provoke a guardian spirit. Even the people from the Great Floating Pool were rather prudent in killing guardian spirits. This was because behind each of those life forms potentially stood a terrifying and ancient deity. Recently, they came out by themselves for the sake of finding nirvana within human clans. They also wished to tread on the path towards becoming an ancient deity. What a pity! We couldn't eat that guardian spirit since it was instantly turned to dust. Pai-ho regretfully said. The group of people were stunned. How terrifying is this village? Why did all of this seem so fishy? Everyone was at a loss. It's so infuriating. Are you babies looking for death? Jiao Peng was infuriated from being ignored. Wow, so vicious. Could that idiot hear what we're talking about? Pai-ho was doubtful since they were very far away. Guji, a light laughter echoed through as they heard everything. Standing on the snowy feather, those two young maiden in the air laughed with glee as they swayed back and forth. Although they were wearing different attires, their appearances were identical. Their skin was as white as gems, and they were otherworldly beautiful as they vividly glanced everywhere with their big eyes. Very interesting. Is he naturally stupid or doing it on purpose? Of course it's on purpose. Jiao Peng almost went crazy after hearing him. The two young maidens laughed nonstop. Although they were young, they were clearly identical peerless beauties with their bright eyes, long lashes, sparkling and adorable. The elders of Lightning Clan and Purple Mountain Clan all stepped forth and told the children to stop their battle. They wanted to personally see what was going on with this strange village. Could this actually be a hidden family of terrifying experts that still remained from ancient times? You bunch of wild children, you dare to laugh at me. After they stopped their fight, Jiao Peng shook both his arms. Like a vicious bird, he leapt 20 meters towards the village entrance, wanting to take action on those children. In a stone house at the village entrance, the little guy ran out. He was pretty and tender and said, "Yeah, how come so many people came? Way, little guy, you're still secretly drinking milk, right? When did you stop?" A group of bigger children teased when they found out the little guy had milk stains at the corner of his mouth. No, you guys have problem with your eyes." The little guy hastily wiped his mouth and didn't want to admit it even if he was beaten to death. He put his little milk-stained hand behind his back as his eyes turned back and forth. What a cute child. The two young maidens on the snowy feather were incredibly surprised. After seeing the jade-like little guy being this charmingly naive, they happily started smiling. At this time, Jiao Peng came towards them and lifted his palm and made a slapping motion. The sound of wind whistled through as this terrifying and shocking 1,000 gene strength made its way through the air. Yeah. Big bro, what are you trying to do? The little guy opened his eyes wide when he found something fishy. Zhao Peng's strength was too great as he charged towards Air Meng and Pai Ho. He rapidly came to the front and his aura suddenly changed. As he extended his little tender hand to collide with Zhao Peng's palm, the sound of wind and thunder was produced. Hong! Sand and dust flew everything and shook the mountain. The little guy stood there motionless. Zhao Peng, seemingly as if he was struck by lightning, staggered backwards. Wherever his step reached the ground, a terrifying crack appeared as the ground shook back and forth. One step after another, he backed up almost 10 meters and almost fell straight on the ground. Wow, what a strong child! The two young maidens' eyes shone bright and leaped off the snowy feather and ran towards the front with the intention of pinching the little guy's cheeks. The little guy bashfully stepped back. His big bright eyes blinked and looked towards Zhao Peng and said, "Big bro, what you're doing is wrong." The corner of his mouth still had some milk stains that he did not completely wipe away. With his black eyes that looked like precious gems shone in addition to his earnest attitude, it made those two elf-like maidens like him even more as they wanted to tease him. At the rear, the group of experts were petrified. This little fucker was still a milk-feeding baby, yet he was able to deflect the palm of the famous genius Zhao Peng. It was like they've seen a ghost. What kind of terrifying village was this? The group of people were dumbstruck and speechless. Everyone was petrified and speechless. That was simply too shocking. Ah! Zhao Peng's arms lightly trembled, and it felt as if he collided against a hoe. He felt a fracturing pain. He absolutely did not think that a child still feeding on milk was almost able to knock him to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Was this really a desolate village? It was most likely a hidden clan of ancient descent. Many people were held back by their fear. If it was true, then a hidden clan that lived in seclusion in the middle of the mountains would be too terrifying. Although their population was low, each of them must be terrifying experts. Those two beautiful young maidens walked forward with a glitter in their eyes. A smile hung on their faces as their lustering white foreheads shone with intelligence. One of the young maidens asked, "Little brother, how old are you?" "I'm almost 4 years old." The little guy's big round eyes showed a clear expression as he answered. At the same time, he quickly wiped away the milk stain at the corner of his mouth to cover it up more. What? A baby who's not even 4 years old? This was too shocking, and everyone lost their cool as they breathed in cold air. Zhao Peng's eyes shot out beams of like a wild beast. His expression was terrible, and he wanted to immediately activate his clan's strongest precious technique to beat the little guy down into the ground with a single palm. Again! He did not use the Zhao clan's precious technique and still used his corporeal strength. He charged forth like a violent gale as his fist whizzed through the air. The trees in the vicinity violently trembled and all the leaves and foliage fell to the ground, like huge beasts making movements within the boundless mountain range. He brought with him a violent gust of wind. Zhao Peng's momentum was astonishing as he pounced towards the little guy. "Big bro, why are you trying to bully me?" The little guy did not understand as his big eyes shined with purity and innocence. He stared at Zhao Peng, extended his arms and swatted in front of him. Hong! This time, everyone clearly saw this cute child used only the strength of his flesh and did not incorporate any mysterious power or precious techniques, and simply just pushed outwards. However, his power was incredible and his strength was ferocious. It left people speechless. With a wung sound, he pushed Zhao Peng back. The genius from the great floating pool was continuously forced backwards, and the earth cracked with each step he took. His arms spasmed as he groaned in pain. So strong! Zhao Peng clenched his teeth and exposed an incomprehensible expression. This time, he truly lost face because he was dominated by a baby still feeding on milk. His face burnt up with fury. Ha ha! Lei Mingyuan was over 6 years old. He took joy in seeing Zhao Peng in pain as he swayed back and forth in laughter. Aside from the others did not have a trace of laughter. If one considered Zhao Peng a genius, then what was this child? This child's potential is frightening. If he participated in the great competitions within huge clans, then he might actually... A few people casually discussed. The children shook as they heard everything, and they kept looking at the little guy. These types of geniuses were destined to participate in that terrifying competition. Sooner or later, they would certainly meet. Hi! Purple Mountain Clan's elder Xianxia sighed. He had a high standing within his family and had great influence. Right now, he still had a kind expression as he said, "Child, what's this village called?" "Stone Village." The little guy replied with a crisp tone. "Can you let us inside to rest a while and get a drink of water?" Xianxia asked in an amiable manner. Right now, Xiaopeng was already restrained by that middle-aged man from the great floating pool. The experts from all the other villages also walked forward, since they wanted to clearly explore this strange village. So adorable. The two young maidens, as pretty as fairies, stood beside the little guy for a long time. They adored him as they pinched his little cheeks. "Sisters, what are you doing?" Little Xianxia evaded. "Can you bring us into the village for a look?" the two young maidens asked. "Little guy, what happened?" The adults from the village appeared and approached the forest. Finally, those from the Purple Mountain Clan, Great Floating Pool, and the other experts all entered the village. They observed every detail and paid especially close attention to the old willow tree. However, the burnt black willow tree did not have a trace of movement. Even though there were people moving around secretly, it never paid attention to them. After entering the village, these experts began to have some doubt. These stone houses and the limestone streets all seemed very ordinary and did not possess any extraordinary attributes. It was no different from any other villages within the desolate lands. These cauldrons are ancient. Many of these had already experienced years of hardship. Xianxia came from an aristocratic territory and had a high standing within his clan. Naturally, he was rather experienced. The few cauldrons in the middle of the village held an ancient history. Simple and natural carvings of birds, beasts, fish and bugs attracted many people's attention. "These cauldrons seem out of the ordinary. What do you do with these normally?" the middle-aged man from the great floating pool, Zhaozong, asked. "Oh, we use these to train our strength," Meng replied as picked up 1,000-gene cauldron over his head. Everyone's heart skipped. An 8 or 9-year-old child lifted up 1,000-gene cauldron with such ease. Even though it didn't mean much within a large clan, but for a little mountain village it was a great deal. Additionally, none of the children here looked simple. These experts began to doubt again. Was this actually a hidden clan? So mysterious. Meng originally already could lift the 1,000-gene cauldron, and after baptizing in the true blood of the Swan and I, his strength had improved by an entire level. Doing these types of things would naturally be much easier. But these experts didn't know that and thought every child was like this. Within their clans, the number of geniuses were limited. Not everyone was like Xiaopeng or Xianxia. The majority of children were far from Meng. An 8 or 9-year-old with such strength was remarkable. "Big uncle, did you bring that flying flood dragon to eat or to refine its true blood?" Meng dim-wittedly asked. "What does a dumb kid like you know? Don't speak anymore." Meng's father slapped his head and said, "These types of vicious flood dragons are rare and hard to tame. They must bring them back and breed baby flood dragons before you can eat them or refine their true blood. That's a true long-term plan." The people from the great floating pool became depressed. They thought this rough-looking man would originally lecture the child or say something reasonable. Instead, these barbaric words came out. Could it be that everyone in this village was this weird? This wasn't a tree pig or a mud cow, and it certainly wasn't food. This was an ultra-strong, vicious beast. Such terrifying power, who would be willing to part with it? Everyone's eyes began to burn intensely as they stared towards Meng's gather. They wanted to carefully observe him, but they did not discover any traces of a symbol's power. Could it be that he's hiding his power? The vicious aura in these few cauldrons are so strong. You just bathed in the true blood of archaic descendants not long ago, right? Lei Ho's fourth son was a 20-year-old young man. His name was Lei Yunquan. He stood tall and upright as black lightning appeared in his eyes. He left the group and stood in front of the medicine cauldron, showing a shocked expression. The group of men all followed and closed their eyes. They carefully felt their surroundings and then opened their eyes in shock. It was absolutely the blood of a terrifying beast king that unexpectedly died here. You guys didn't refine an archaic descendant here, right? His balloon was just popped. The depressed Zhao Peng finally could not bear and opened his mouth. Scared yet. The nasally child was resentful towards Zhao Peng as he said with a childish tone. What kind of vicious beast? The genius Zishan Kuan said and showed a curious expression. An ultra-strong swan and I. The nasally child blurted out. You dumb kid. His father scolded, but it was already too late. The nasally kid just remembered the warnings of the chief. Do not speak of the archaic descendants. Otherwise, it might instill a huge disaster. The kid felt stupid and said in a light voice, I forget. The chief said we had to keep this thing low profile. However, after it reached the ears of those experts, these words held significant meaning. These motherfuckers were definitely a hidden clan. These people wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to show off. Otherwise, who would just casually eat swan knees meat? With just a tiny amount of pure blood, these types of creatures' power would overflow the heavens, and even more so with an archaic descendant that would be able to instill endless fear to the largest of clans. You are positive that you guys ate a swan and I? Zhao Peng asked with his eyes wide open. He lost his domineering attitude for the moment and showed the curiosity and astonishment of a child. One must know that even the great floating pool wouldn't indiscriminately disturb archaic descendants like a swan and I. Although they had baptized in similar blood, it didn't mean they could eat their meat often. Because in large clans, the rarer the archaic descendants, the finer they would prepare them. Every inch of its blood and bones would be refined into medicine. How could they afford to just eat it like that? The group of experts were left completely speechless. How strong was their background if they dared to directly eat the flesh of a precious swan and I? At this moment, although the group of experts came from large clans and knew many things, they felt suspicious of their surroundings. They had already determined that this was a terrifying hidden clan that absolutely could not be provoked. Where is your chief? This senior wants to pay his respects. Xianxia was in feathered clothing and a gold hat. Strands of purple clouds surrounded his body, and he had a strong and imposing aura. However, he constantly held back and did not dare to do as he pleased. The chief closed himself off in isolation and will not come out for a while. Meng said, Dumb kid. You really have a lot to say, don't you? His father extended his fan-like palm and spanked him with a loud paw sound. Meng felt wronged and didn't think it was a big deal. He wasn't warned to not speak of this matter. When the chief drank the precious blood of the swan and I, he felt the disease within his body getting better and therefore decided to concentrate on cultivated in isolation. Xianxia, Zhao Cong, and the others looked at each other. They had a clear understanding and felt that this was definitely an extraordinary chief. The stronger a person is, the longer they would seal themselves off in isolation. Finally, the group gazed towards the old willow tree again. With such a mysterious village, the willow tree that's rooted here must certainly be extraordinary, right? This is a guardian spirit, right? What do you call it? Lei Yunquin carefully asked. Oh, just call it guardian spirit or call it willow deity. Pai Ho answered. Children's words were the most genuine, naturally making it sound more believable. What, willow deity? The group of experts almost leapt up. Even Xianxia, with his powerful influence and a mighty aristocratic background, almost staggered back in shock. A mysterious village and a terrifying guardian spirit name. This made everyone dumbstruck. Deity. This word must not be used carelessly. To ordinary clans, this was an omnipotent and supreme being. During the ancient era, the first natives held firm in their beliefs and paid close attention to the offerings they made to the deities. They believed that deities certainly existed, and in the utmost important times, they could be summoned for protection. In fact, through the insights gained by later generations, it came to light that what the tribes kneeled down and worshipped to were actually unique and powerful creatures. These creatures included the true Ho and pure-blooded Pai Ho, and they were all creatures that could be considered the pinnacle of life. In the distant past, the first natives worshipped these creatures with their respect and sacrifices in order to receive their protection. However, There were mortals that dared to call themselves deities, and they had the strength to battle with ancient vicious beasts. They had strength that defied the heavens, and with a wave of their hands, they could exterminate huge clans with an unfathomable level of divine power. It was simply impossible to resist. Rumor has it that vast and boundless ancient countries were still sacrificing to the heavens and conducting ancient ceremonies to this day. Although endless years had passed by, there might be traces left behind by these ancient countries' mysterious and terrifying deities. The people of Stone Village addressed this willow tree as a deity. How could people not be surprised? This title couldn't be given sparingly. You are positive this senior guardian spirit did not oppose being called a deity? A youngster slightly over 10 from the Purple Mountain clan asked with careful consideration. Not at all, the willow deity is kind and always protected our clan. Meng recklessly said, a guardian spirit that did not oppose being called a deity. When this information was released, all of the experts immediately had a change of heart. They couldn't help but take a step back, as they all feared this burnt back and dying willow tree, but all those life forms that became a human clan's guardian spirit had some relations to a deity. They could have even been a direct descendant of an ancient deity. They were especially afraid of a title like this and did not dare to provoke and ridicule deities. All of them held themselves back. The willow tree in front of them had the impertinence to continuously act in such a manner, and did not oppose being referred to in such a way. This proved that its power was terrifying, and it most likely had the strength to defy the heavens long ago. It didn't care at all. There's no way that it is actually an ancient deity whose strength was already on the decline and on the verge of dying, right? This was what many people thought in their heads but did not dare to speak out. Faced with this turn of events, they all felt reverence within their hearts and felt rather uneasy. They no longer dared to act as they pleased, and began to walk carefully and cautiously. However, they still felt unresigned, and wanted to understand where this hidden clan came from. They also wanted to find out what kind of divine powers the willow deity had, and what divine artifacts it bestowed. One must know that an artifact made by a genuine ancient deity had to be extraordinary and heaven-defying. Everyone secretly hoped that if they offered their best sacrifices, the willow tree would in turn help them. They politely said that they wished to stay for a while, but although Shi Linghu and the others were simple-minded, they weren't foolish. They realized something was fishy and stated that there were only a few rooms and that there weren't many places to live. Although Shi Feijiao and the others wished that they left as soon as possible, these people certainly didn't give up. One after the other, they expressed that they did not need to enter the village and that simply living outside would suffice. They claimed that their only wish was that they could drink water from inside the village. Those powerful experts from the Purple Mountain clan, Great Floating Pond, Lightning clan, the Golden Wolf tribe and the Heavenly Cloud Palace all stayed behind. They originally wanted to enter the depths of the mountain and scout out the mysteries behind the mountain's treasures. Venerable brother, do you know about the matter within the mountains? I heard that there was some extraordinary mountain treasure that made the archaic descendants go mad over them. Did you guys go look for them? The Golden Wolf tribe's leader said to Shi Feijiao amiably as he tied up his unicorn. I've heard about it, but our chief won't let us go. To obtain those things, you need to be either an especially talented individual or a vicious beast. Otherwise, only death awaits. On the other side, Lei Yunkuan took out a jar of spirit flowers and placed them into boiling water. Soon after, they became a fragrant perfume, overflowing with spiritual essence. He invited the villagers who were close to him in age to drink and converse with them. Comparatively speaking, the children were a bit purer. The two young maidens from the Heavenly Cloud Palace were chatting and laughing with the little guy. Sometimes, they pinched the little guy's tender cheeks because they felt that this child was too adorable. We've drank the rich, sweet milk of the snow-scaled leopard. When I was young, I drank a cup every single day. A young maiden said happily. A beast's milk is really fragrant and very delicious. The little guy nodded as they unexpectedly started talking about milk. Little guy, what kind of milk do you like best? The two young maidens were identical. They were fine, exquisite, and pretty. From time to time, they would rub the little guy's shiny jet black hair. Fire tiger? moon rhinoceros, dragon-horned elephant. If you mix these together into 100 beast milk, then it'd taste the best. Zishan Kuan, Lei Mingyuan and the others walked past here and rolled their eyes. What was this? They were unexpectedly talking about this stuff. Especially Zhao Peng, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was defeated and humiliated by a milk-feeding child. However now, under the assumption that this was a hidden clan under the protection of a deity, he could only be extremely angry. He did not dare to act imprudently. After 4 hours, the group of experts began to have some doubts. Stone Village was a bit odd. They've been repeatedly investigating, only to find that most of them did not understand the bone text at all. Shouldn't a hidden family be able to at least reflect that? Something's wrong. It shouldn't be possible that everyone is hiding, right? Why can't the presence of an expert who has mastered the bone text be felt? And there's a problem. It shouldn't be that we're scaring ourselves, right? These people were sharp. If even the tiniest traces of evidence were placed before them, they would immediately find a trail or a loophole. Earlier, under their first impression, they were misled by various weird things. Only now did that end. After getting into contact with the people of Stone Village, they slowly detected abnormalities. They began to realize that it might have been possible that they were overly nervous and made a mistake. Many people's faces were starting to become unpleasant. Zhao Peng's lungs were about to burst. Zishan Kuan, Lei Mingyuan and the other geniuses were also depressed, and those strong youths began to develop a downcast expression. All of them did not look well, as they believed that they had been played. If this news got out, they would become a laughingstock. A few strong clans were almost scared by Stone Village. This would eventually become a fantastic story. Uncle Tsong, I just found out. This burnt willow tree had only appeared several tens of years ago. It can't possibly be a guardian deity from the ancient era. Also, after so many years, this willow tree had never talked with this village at all. I feel like it has already lost many of its powers as a guardian spirit. Zhao Peng's face was ugly as he clenched his teeth. Zhao Tsong and the other could not hold out any longer. They made such a mistake under their first impression. Fortunately, no one did anything that would truly cause them to lose face, such as offering a sacrifice in front of the willow tree. The people from the Purple Mountain ranges were muttering as well and came to the same conclusion. Purple clouds were rising above Zishan Shou's head, and mist began to curl around his entire body like a great purple furnace. He was furious, but he did not explode and quickly restrained himself. Grandpa, they won't become angry, right? If they find this village unfavorable, then what would we do? The two young maidens from Heavenly Cloud Palace began to worry. The majority of them won't go far. An elderly man who held the snow feather said. When the sky darkened, these groups of people began to get a gist of what's going on. They knew they were wrong. This wasn't some hidden family, but it was certainly possible that they accidentally obtained the carcass of a swan and eye. After this speculation came to light, not only the people from the Great Floating Pond, but even the Golden Wolf tribe began to tremble as they thought about what kind of powerful precious techniques this stone village could hold. Without a doubt, a swan-knee's primitive symbols were extremely precious, and it was to the point that even a large clan would covet and envy it. An expert's precious techniques from an archaic descendant would usually be a family's strongest and most remarkable ability. For these types of things, the more the better. Moreover, under normal circumstances, a clan would only have one extremely strong precious technique with many other smaller abilities to assist that main technique. It was precisely because they were so rare that made them so precious. Wei, you wild children have been boasting too much. Talking about chasing a unicorn and killing a guardian spirit? You're not scared of lightning striking your tongue. Zhao Peng's face was terrible as he stared at Meng, the nasally kid and the others. The villagers were astonished, especially the children. They felt waves of chilling air. How could they have a change of heart so quickly? As geniuses, they were certainly unruly, and ordinarily they were untamable. Zhao Peng had been holding out for so long. Now he wanted to take matters into his own hands. Zhao Tsong did not stop him to see what kind of reaction Stone Village would have. The others watched with folded arms as they watched these course of events unfold. Big bro, why can't you see reason? The little guy walked forward and stretched out his little arms to block his path. He faced Zhao Peng before and knew how difficult he was to deal with. He feared that he might hurt Meng or the nasally kid. Zhao Peng was young, but right now he gloomily replied, "Reason? You're just a milk-feeding baby who doesn't understand that in this world, reason could only reach as far as where your fist could. Big bro, we stay away from worldly affairs and like peace. We do not want to have a conflict with you. Please don't be offended or get angry. If we had mistreated you, we will apologize." A child talking with milk on the corner of his mouth made some of the experts feel embarrassed. The elderly man from the heavenly cloud palace stood up and said, "Let it go. The people here are unsophisticated. Why make things difficult for them?" When he said these things, he looked towards the middle-aged man from the great floating pond, Zhao Cong, because he was needlessly polite towards Zhao Peng. However, everyone from Stone Village ate a swan and eye and obtained a holy object, the precious bone. It made many of these experts' eyes green with envy. Many of them wanted it for themselves and had a hard time composing themselves. This village was playing with us. There were indeed things wrong here, the people from Golden Wolf tribe said. Chirp chirp. Suddenly, a few chirping sounds echoed through. Depeng, Shaoqing and Ziyun, the three hatchlings, all fluttered their wings and ran towards them. They were incredibly intelligent and rushed towards where the little guy stood. These few days, they constantly underwent transformations. After devouring the swan knee's flesh, to these devil birds whose blood vessels were strong, they obtained unimaginable benefits. Depeng's eyes became gold, and splendid stripes appeared on Shaoqing's wings. Ziyun's purple scales became even more splendid. There was no need for explaining. After seeing those three hatchlings, they immediately understood that these were rare birds who had certainly inherited the true blood of an archaic devil bird. Additionally, they underwent some transformations, so they were even more precious. "These are my prey. None of you will steal them from me," Zhao Long said in an overbearing tone. He removed a precious bow from his back and directly pulled it fully to shoot an iron arrow. Zhao Cong from the great floating pond did not stop him. He only watched coldly from the sidelines. "Do you think it's yours just because you say it is?" Zishan Kuan and Lei Mingyuan also came and similarly took out their bows and considered those three hatchlings their prey. The group of experts were all amazed. These were three abnormal transformed hatchlings. If they grew up, they would be extremely powerful and would become incredibly powerful guardian creatures. "You can't hurt Ziyun and the others." The little guy and the others became angry. His eyes lit up and stared at Zhao Peng and the others as he extended his little snow-white hands to block them. Although Zhao Peng and the others weren't that big, their eyes were extremely cold, strong and decisive. He used his strength to arch his bow into a full moon armed with a cold iron arrow aimed straight towards those three hatchlings. A cold light whistled through the air with woo sounds, and a strong gale that made sounds like the cries of a ghost threw itself at Ziyun. He designated this bird as his prey because it was the one that appeared to be the most mystical. Its entire body unexpectedly gave off a glistening and dazzling purple and golden luster. This made him want to capture it after injuring it with his arrows. With a chong sound, the little guy threw himself in front of the attack. His snow-white hands slapped the iron arrow, causing it to stray from its trajectory. Everyone was shocked stiff. This little fellow's speed was simply too fast. With just a leap, he was able to intercept such a ferocious and powerful arrow. "Why are you being so fierce? Why do you want to hurt Ziyun and the others?" Hao was angry as his eyes widened. "Get out of the way!" Zhao Peng shouted in a loud voice. His eyebrows stood up and aimed his arrows towards the little guy as he held a cold smile on his face. He was tyrannical and powerful, and it made Meng, Pai Ho, the nasally kid and the others mad with fury. They've never met anyone so unreasonable. These three birds were raised by the villagers, yet he wanted to injure them and take them for himself. "Why won't you be reasonable?" Dezhuang was angry. He lifted up 1,000 gene cauldron and wanted to charge forward right away. "Big bro Dewang, back off," the little guy said because he knew that aside from him, no one was capable of being Zhao Peng's opponent. If you don't back off, then don't blame me for ruthlessly shooting my arrows, Zhao Peng said coldly and indifferently. His age and his expressions did not seem to match at all. De Peng, Ziyun, you guys go back. Shi Hao opened his mouth and told them to retreat in advance. He was afraid that they might be injured, and protectively stood in front of them. Not one of them will leave. These 3 vicious birds are my prey, Zhao Peng said coldly and once again drew his bow. He aimed his bow forward, and the cold radiance from the arrowheads assailed flickered as it permeated the air with a murderous aura. Hoo! The sound of wind whistled past. On the other side, Zishan and Lei Mingyuan also began to take action as they were afraid of falling behind Zhao Peng. They charged towards the 3 hatchlings with their bows in hand, aiming to hunt them down. De Peng, Xiaoqing, and Ziyun all understood human nature. Apart from not being able to speak their language, their intelligence were not any bit inferior to humans. They already figured out what was happening in front of their eyes, causing them to be extremely angry. The little guy jumped up and stood in the way of these 2. He said in his soft and tender voice, "These are my partners. You cannot injure them." At that moment, Shi Linghu and the others were all alarmed and a group of people rushed out in spitting anger. They considered these people guests before and never thought that they would actually be such tyrannical bullies. "This isn't too good, right?" The elderly man from Heavenly Cloud Palace spoke again to mediate the situation. "It's just a few angry children. Just let them have a fight to see who the number 1 genius is. It's not a big deal." Some of them were trying to smooth things over, as they wanted the precious bones of the Swan and I from Stone Village, but didn't have any excuse to do so. They wanted the situation to become a bit noisier. As for Zhao Tsang from the Great Floating Pond, he was always cold and indifferent. He did not show any didn't move in to stop Zhao Peng. The Purple Mountain Clan and the Thunder Clan were also expressionless, and had the detached views of bystanders. They all allowed their own children take actions while awaiting the results. Good. Since this is the children's problem, then let us simply spectate well and not take part in this. The elderly man from Heavenly Cloud Temple nodded and didn't add anything else. Although Shi Linghu and the others were in rage, after seeing the little guy wave his hand, they suppressed it. They understood that the situation in front of their eyes was critical, and that these were all frightening people. Chi! Zhao Peng suddenly armed his bow and shot out a string of dazzling cold arrows. All of them whistled viciously through the air towards those 3 birds. The little guy quickly stopped them, but it wasn't only Zhao Peng who took action. The other 2, Zishan and Lei Mingyuan, also needed to be guarded against. In addition, Zhao Peng shot quite a few arrows and it was difficult to stop all of them. Dang! Immediately, sparks flew everywhere. The iron arrows landed on those 3 young birds' bodies and kung-chong noises sounded out, as if it were metal colliding against each other with extreme force. De Peng cried out and fluttered his wings with all his strength to smack the iron arrows. Although it had powerful scales for protection, it still sustained some injuries. Fresh blood spilt out and many green scales dropped to the ground. Chong! Chong! The other 2 hatchlings were also struck by arrows. Xiaoqing wailed as blood splashed out. Zhao Peng's strength was incredible. Although he was only 5 years old, his arms contained several thousand gene of force. The penetrative power of his arrows were terrifying. Although the 3 hatchlings were extraordinary and learning the bone text with Shi Hao, they were only born around 3 months ago. They were too immature and had great difficulties using the precious technique. The protection offered by their scales were far inferior to those of an adult green-scaled eagle's scales. Apart from Ziyun, De Peng and Xiaoqing were both injured. Their scales fell and blood splashed out. The little guy was extremely angry. He flew over and used his body to block in front of the 3 hatchlings as he stared toward Zhao Peng. "Fuck off!" Zhao Peng was domineering. His eyes were ice cold as he aimed his iron arrows straight at Shi Hao. He pulled his bow back all the way, aiming straight at his throat. The villagers were angry. The 3 hatchlings grew up in Stone Village and would eventually become members here. Unexpectedly, there were people brazen enough to run inside the village to hunt and steal them. It was truly intolerable. "Don't force me," To force the little guy to speak these words, anyone was able to see how angry he was. "So what if I force you?" Zhao Peng provoked. He lost a confrontation with his corporeal body before, and that made him feel quite unwell. He had decided to reveal his precious technique a long time ago. Show! A cold streak of radiance flew through the air as Zhao Peng released his bow, aiming straight at the little guy's throat. It was fast and terrifying as it whistled and ripped through the air. Bang! The little guy's movements were simple, yet they were steady and accurate. With a pa sound, he grabbed the cold and terrifying iron arrow. After exerting his own strength, the cold bristles flourished and the iron arrow flew back towards Zhao Peng. At the same time, he instantly leapt 20 meters as if he was a dragon and dove past. Although he was small, his strength was terrifyingly strong. The little guy took the initiative and attacked Zhao Peng. "I've waited for a long time already for this." Zhao Peng stood with his head held high. He had already lost once before, and it was now time to win it back. He threw away his bow and arrows and spread out his body like a strong and flexible demonic ape. He shifted his feet and moved 10 meters horizontally across the ground. Symbols flickered on both his arms before quickly shining and wrapping him in a layer of precious splendor, enshrouding him underneath. Uncivilized baby, living in the mountains, you have no idea how vast the heaven and earth in the outer world is. Right now, I'll show you the power of the bone text. Zhao Peng's words were ice cold. After both his arms were completely shining, he began to feel confident in his own power and actively rushed towards the little guy. He wanted to oppress him with his absolute strength. As symbols flickers, his speed was shockingly fast. The little guy did not utter a word as he descended from midair in order to confront the enemy's killing technique. Multicolored light blossomed from within his body, and divine light gushed outwards. Heavenly and earthly powers were refined, and his fingers suddenly shined in a precious white. Hong! The two people's palms collided and a huge sound rang out, and it was as if a landslide suddenly crashed down from a mountain peak. Zhao Peng groaned as he flew horizontally outwards. The webbing between his fingers split open, and fresh blood sprinkled out as his palm continuously spasmed. If not for the string of mysterious symbols on his arms shining at that crucial moment, causing two vicious flood dragons to wrap around his arms, his fingers would have most certainly been horrifyingly fractured. Putong! Zhao Peng flew outwards several tens of meters before dropping to the ground. He tumbled another few meters until he finally stopped and stabilized. Instantly, the entire scene was completely quiet. Even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared blankly. No one had thought this type of result would occur. With just one exchange, Zhao Peng was blown back flying. Amazing divine strength! The elder from Heavenly Cloud Palace gasped in surprise. At the very least, in his age range, the little guy's corporeal body had long surpassed Zhao Peng and those other geniuses by an entire level. He could be praised as a heavenly gifted genius. Zhao Peng leapt to his feet and stood upright. His face was almost bleeding. This time he suffered a terrible tragedy, and it felt as if he had just been slapped on the face. His power level began to rise. Boom! A muffled noise echoed through, and the little guy kicked up that 1,000-gene cauldron with one foot and sent it flying towards Zishan Kuan and Lei Mingyuan, as those two took advantage of their exchange to aim their bows towards those three hatchlings. The huge cauldron covered the sky. They were all stupefied. Was this truly a 4-year-old baby? He sent the huge 1,000-gene cauldron flying with one foot. Such a tyrannical strength, it really did not resemble his ordinary appearance as a white and tender baby. With a rumble, the copper cauldron flew over. Such deep, ferocious power was truly terrifying. The geniuses in this age range could easily lift a cauldron, but to use it as a weapon to hack horizontally and smash vertically, no one dared to do such a thing. The two geniuses quickly dodged, as they were afraid of being hit. If they were merely rubbed by it, then their bones would definitely break and their tendons would snap. Kacha! Finally, Zishan Kuan's precious bow was snapped as the copper cauldron ferociously collided with it. It was very sudden, and he was afraid that he couldn't dodge, so he used his bow to block as he moved. Nothing happened to him, but his bow was snapped on the spot. You two come. The little guy stared at two people as he berated. He then looked towards Zhao Peng, pointing at 3 people and said, "You 3 can come at me together." The group of people were dumbstruck. Experts from the Purple Mountain Clan, Lightning Clan, and the Great Floating Pond were all flabbergasted. Those were their clan's geniuses. They came to a wild mountain village and needed to work together against a milk-feeding baby? If Zhao Peng, Zishan Kuan, and Lei Mingyuan were geniuses, then what would you consider this child who wasn't even 4 years old yet? To force me to actually use my precious technique, Zhao Peng muttered as blood congested, reddening and distorting his face. Being repeatedly suppressed irritated him, making it was simply unbearable. He was an untamable person and also a genius from a huge clan. His name was known in a vast circumference of over 50,000 li. To be defeated in a mountain village, it was truly too shameful and humiliating. Things had already reached such a point, so Shi Hao did not want to talk any further and only wanted to battle. "Zhao Peng, are you okay? You were knocked away several times, and now you're in rage from being humiliated." Zishan Kuan strode over. Although he was taunting Zhao Peng, he had a cold glint in his eyes as he stared towards the little guy. His precious bow was destroyed, making him feel rather uncomfortable. He was prepared to take action at any time. "You want to fight us 3 by yourself? You overestimate your abilities." Lei Mingyuan stood at the side as he smiled coldly out of the corner of his mouth. "Just because your body is strong, it doesn't mean anything. In this world, precious techniques are the strongest things. Without the backing of divine abilities and only relying on your corporeal strength, how far can you go?" The little guy did not say anything and only stared at them. He then turned his head towards the group of experts and said towards the elderly man from Heavenly Cloud Palace, "I request grandfather to bear witness and judge who is strong and who is weak." Everyone was amazed. This little kid was truly clever and saw who was the strongest amongst them. He spoke towards the elderly man holding the snow feather and spoke in such a way to fairly administer and judge the fight. Buzz. This time it was the little guy who took initiative. He first charged towards Zishan Kuan, who held dense enmity towards him and reached out his hand. His fingers shined like a crystal of divine jade. "Good. Let me try and have a taste of just how powerful your body is." He was known as a genius since he was young. Zishan Kuan was always proud and arrogant. He sidestepped back a few steps to dodge Shi Hao's sharp strike. As the strength in his opponent's palm nearly faded, he ferociously brandished his palm to counterattack. Although he wanted to measure how strong the little guy's flesh was, he wasn't reckless. Seeing Zhao Peng suffer such a tragedy, he decided to use cheap tricks while fighting. However, the little guy did not have a fighting style. Growing up in the desolate lands, he did not learn any proper killing styles. He killed ferocious beasts and vicious birds using the most primitive methods. As his strength was fading, he lowered his entire body and kicked his right leg forward like lightning. Like a scorpion arming its tail, his attack was fast and powerful. Zishan Kuan was shocked. This type of fighting style would only be learned after they grew up a bit. Their seniors have always told them that a style only set them on a path, and that a true fight to the death would have 1,000 variations. Life and death was decided in an instant. He rapidly dodged as that attack almost struck his skull. It continued sweeping towards his chest, and Zishan Kuan used all his strength to block the attack with his palm. Boom! Like a fierce rhinoceros colliding against a cliff, a rumbling noise loudly sounded, sending rocks and sand into the air as dust and smoke filled the skies. Zishan Kuan felt an acute pain within his palm, as if something was fractured. If not for the ring on his thumb shining and mitigating some of that terrifying force, his arm would have most likely snapped off. Even like so, he flew backwards. Having been hit into the air by a single kick from Shi Hao, he flew back horizontally over 10 meters. Plop, he dropped to the ground. During this time, the little guy also flew out. However, it wasn't because he was retreating but rather because he was moving by his own will. He rushed towards Lei Mingyuan to once again violently strike with his fist. Wow! This doll-like baby was actually this strong. Those twin sisters were both watching the fight. They had clear eyes, long eyelashes, and a spirited nature. Their identically beautiful faces warmed the heart and delighted the eyes. After seeing those two other geniuses ferociously beaten flying by this little child, Lei Mingyuan did not want to compete with just his body anymore. His eyes blazed brilliantly and a black lightning surged around his body. A symbol appeared in his palm as lightning interweaved and surged outwards. The air was filled with the sounds of popping and banging. Sparks flew in all directions, creating turbulent electricity. A thick streak of black lightning charged frighteningly towards Shi Hao. The little guy was not scared in the slightest. He shook his right arm lightly and symbols immediately flourished through his arms. Divine light filled his body, making him shine brilliantly like delicate gems all over. A loud boom sounded, and the little guy wasn't obstructed in the slightest. His right leg swept across and kicked out a large millstone towards Lei Yuanming. Kacha! Lei Mingyuan snapped it with one palm. At this moment, the little guy arrived in front of him. He soared into the sky and stamped his feet down from the air. After a large bang, Lei Mingyuan flew out. Although he crossed his arms to block, he was still struck by the heavy blow. The little guy could exert a godly strength of 8,000 jin with just his arms, and his legs were even stronger. Lei Mingyuan looked as if he had been struck by a bull. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and both his arms shined and trembled as if they broke. Those must be the weakening symbols discovered by Lei Ho. Otherwise, both his arms would have been broken. People were genuinely shocked. In such a short time span, the little guy struck those three geniuses one after the other and held the upper hand. The experts of the three clans had ugly expressions on their faces. This was too hard to believe. Such a small mountain village had this kind of world-shaking genius that could have actually been called a heavenly gifted genius. Right now, not only was Zhao Peng's anger filled to the brim, Zishan Kuan and Lei Mingyuan's faces also turned red with embarrassment. Their eyes shined with a cold glint as this made them lose a lot of face. They were unexpectedly knocked away flying with one foot. This was truly an embarrassment and a disgrace. Wang! Zhao Peng's gaze was ice cold. After watching for a while, he decided to take action and activate his precious technique with the intention of killing the little guy. In the middle of his palm, an ancient symbol appeared. It dazzled the air as its radiance was reflected in the sky. Hong! A vicious aura filled the air, and a gray-brown flood dragon took shape from within the symbol, charging towards the little guy. Shi Hao did not panic. He cut across the empty air with his right hand, causing silver splendor to sprinkle outwards. A disc-like moon emerged and multicolored light reflected everywhere as it blocked in front of his body. The flood dragon was violent. Its water sacs were thick and thin, and its scales were dense as it brought with it an ancient power. It was as if it crossed over from ancient times to participate in this battle. Hong! The silver moon disk rotated in front of the little guy's body, and the essence energy between heaven and earth surged and accumulated into a vast ocean. As he rose from the middle of a vast ocean, he also grasped boundless divine power as he chopped towards the flood dragon. This was a confrontation of precious techniques. When the flood dragon collided with the silver moon, brilliant light flowed in all four directions and splashed outwards. This flood dragon danced across the heaven and earth as it raged up and down. One burning light after another surged out, snapping the trees and breaking the rocks within the vicinity. Kacha-kacha, the continuous sound of snaps and cracks sounded. With a bird's cry, the divine splendor of the silver moon flourished even more. A vicious bird flew out from the middle. Its image increased in size dramatically in just an instant, and like a cloud, it floated above the battlefield in the sky. Its violent killing aura shocked everyone. What? That is an archaic devil bird. Is it a heaven-swallowing sparrow or a green sky pung? Such a powerful, precious technique. The experts from the Golden Wolf tribe, the Great Floating Pool, and the other clans couldn't help but be amazed. Although Shi Hao only activated an incomplete technique, it still made other people aware of its terrifying aura. This was an extremely powerful, precious technique. If this technique evolved towards completion just a bit further, it would not be a bit inferior to the oppressing divine abilities of the Purple Mountain, Thunder Clan, and the Great Floating Pool. This was an ancient precious technique coveted by all huge clans. Very quickly, everyone's gaze shifted towards those three hatchlings. Their eyes were blazing. If they had to guess, this precious technique definitely originated from those three mutated green-scaled eagles. An ancestral inheritance occurred. The archaic devil bird's strongest fragment appeared. A few people were keen on discovering where it originated from. Boom! The huge devil bird, not knowing whether it's a heaven-swallowing sparrow or a blue-sky pong, dove down. With a pair of huge claws covered in drizzling mist, it grabbed the vicious flood dragon. With a bung sound, it used its strength and completely tore it apart. That gray vicious flood dragon dissipated into light and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the days after his baptism, the little guy's understanding and comprehension of the precious technique deepened. And that's how he rapidly increased the might of the precious technique to easily oppress Jiao Peng. At this moment, Zishan Kuan, Lei Mingyuan also took action and attacked intensely. Hu! The archaic devil bird flapped its wings and instantly covered the earth and shrouded the sky. Violent gales erupted everywhere and the terrifying aura spread. It dove towards Zishan Kuan while covered in a mist. It appeared even more frightening since its body was barely visible. The little guy went on the offensive. He used the silver moon to protect his body and ordered the archaic devil bird to dive down and attack his enemies. Zishan Kuan shouted loudly and his entire body shined. Purple mist soared to the sky and a purple sun flew out while rapidly enlarging. A purple flaming unicorn stood in the middle with its head held high, steaming in raging flames. Hong! The purple flaming unicorn was angry. It rushed towards the sky to meet the archaic devil bird in a head-on collision. Brilliant splendor emitted from between those two, like two star systems colliding into one another. All four directions illuminated in a boundless white light. With a wail, that purple flaming unicorn trembled and retreated. The archaic devil bird dove toward it at the same time. Pooh, with one claw holding its head completely in place, it smashed it apart. Hong! Purple flames overflowed the heavens as the flaming unicorn fell and became essence energy. Rays of light were released as it disappeared between the heaven and earth. Zishan Kuan trembled and with extreme speed, he used a precious technique to defend himself. The archaic devil bird flapped its wings and transformed into a demonic cloud. It filled the vast empty skies and charged towards Lei Mingyuan. The sound of wind whistled and the little guy leapt 30 meters toward the retreating Jiao Peng. A silver moon suspended high in front of him as it shined down hundreds of thousands of rays of light. Ah! Jiao Peng shouted loudly. His expression was of pure dread. He could no longer protect himself. The little guy tread down from the air as the silver moon sprinkled its radiance when the bone text was utilized. With a bang sound, Sure How kicked his chin. He tumbled out several revolutions until both his mouth and nose spurted out blood. The little guy landed on the floor, and his eyes were clear. He grabbed a several hundred gene millstone beside him and swatted the top of Jiao Peng's head. Ah! Jiao Peng cried miserably. Although his body was strong, he was about to be struck by such a huge millstone. His face held a bitter and unendurable expression as he could hardly believe the situation. Pooh! He spouted out a mouthful of foaming blood and then spat out 2 broken teeth. His entire face was in pain as he let out his blood-curdling screams. The little guy controlled his strength and did not take Jiao Peng's life. Otherwise, the people of the Great Floating Pond would definitely not take this matter lightly. Perhaps he might provoke a large tragedy in Stone Village. This was reality. To live in the middle of the desolate lands, apart from defending themselves from all kinds of desolate beasts, they sometimes had to lower their heads to prevent their clan from being exterminated. This was the first time Sure How thirsted for more power. Together! Lei Mingyuan lightly shouted and began his attack. Zishan Kuan also charged forward once again. The little guy threw away Jiao Peng like throwing away a broken jar. He used his precious technique and invited the other two to attack him. Rays of light burned brightly. Purple lightning emerged, and a vicious bird cried, starting the intense battle once more. Lei Mingyuan extended his 10 fingers. In the middle of the glaring lightning, a vicious bird covered in black lightning flew out and attacked the little guy. Unfortunately, it was ineffective. Sure how activated his precious technique, and the archaic devil bird opened its terrifyingly huge mouth. To everyone's surprise, it swallowed that lightning bird whole and the technique crumbled. Everyone who saw this was alarmed. What an incredibly powerful precious technique. Show! Suddenly, a cold light sped toward the back of the little guy's head as quick as lightning. Zhao Peng was very firm and decisive. He crawled up from the ground and did not accept Sure Hao's kindness. He activated his precious technique again, and this time, the vicious flood dragon was transformed into a vicious arrow. He armed the arrow on his bow and aimed for a surprise attack. The light beams were shocking and the arrowhead was chilling. This made everyone in Stone Village cry out in fear as their faces paled. Ayaya! The two young maidens from Heavenly Cloud Palace also cried out in alarm. The little guy felt something was off and suddenly turned his entire body. His eyes were clear and pure. With a shake of his arm, flickering symbols appeared, and a second silver moon emerged. With one in each hand, he joined them together. Wang, the two silver moons combined into a spotless disk. The vicious flood dragon arrow shot through and he lightly rotated the silver and shiny disk. Suddenly, kacha-kacha sounded, and he ground that vicious arrow into nothing. Everyone exposed their shocked expressions. The Heavenly Cloud Palace's elder lightly sighed and said, "So amazing, so young yet able to refine and combine precious techniques. Simply a heavenly gifted genius." This wasn't the first time he praised the little guy. The other experts also had no choice but to keep silent. In fact, whether it was the Lightning Clan, Purple Mountain Clan, or the Great Floating Pond, all of their main precious techniques had a huge reputation. Except, those three children did not fully utilize them, so they were defeated. Zhao Peng's expression paled. From the start until now, every time he fought this child, he was oppressed and never held the upper hand. It hit him really hard, and it was a huge blow to his self-confidence. "If you don't step down this time, you will take full responsibility of the consequence." Sure Hao said only this. Zhao Peng heard what was said and his face whitened. However, his eyes immediately shone with a frightening light. With a fierce expression, he charged forward once again. The three geniuses combined their attacks against the little guy. This place was currently filled with ear-splitting thunder rumbles, unicorn howls, and vicious flood dragon roars. The archaic devil bird cried and beat both its wings. It covered the entire sky and casted a large shadow underneath. A vicious aura filled the air and made the people nervous and stifled. Its strength oppressed the flame unicorn, thunderbird, and the vicious flood dragon. Its vicious might was unrivaled and it ruthlessly suppressed them. The archaic devil bird's killing intent overflowed into the heavens. That flood dragon was torn apart into 3 pieces and the thunderbird was swallowed whole. That flame unicorn was smashed apart by both its wings. Hong, Zhao Peng, Zishan Kuan, and Lei Mingyuan were knocked away and sent flying. They all spouted out mouthfuls of blood as they tumbled through the ground while covered in smoke and dust. The experts were amazed. These were 3 geniuses that were unparalleled within a circumference of 50,000 li. Even after combining their attacks, they were still shocked that they were defeated by a baby from a mountain village. This was too shocking and hard to believe. This time, Zhao Peng, Zishan Kuan, and Lei Mingyuan were all angry and embarrassed at the same time. Normally, they would be known as geniuses. No matter where they went, they would be showered with praise. Right now, they lowered their head in shame and became tumbling piles of dust. This was hard to look at. Such a huge difference in strength made them want to go mad and loudly shout toward the sky. The little guy rushed forward and kicked Zhao Peng into a huge rock like a ball as soon as he came to his senses. Zhao Peng let out a wretched blood-curdling scream like he never yelled before. Zishan Kuan and Lei Yuaning wanted to retreat a long time ago, but they failed. The little guy chased after them and similarly kicked them twice in their mouths and noses. They rolled all over the ground, bleeding in pain. Finally, the little guy charged past and lifted both of them up. He lined them up and beat them with a millstone that he grabbed. Ah! Zishan Kuan and Lei Mingyuan were beaten until they cried. Although their bodies were strong, they were unable to withstand the torment of Sure Hao. They were limp, and their bodies were hurting all over. You dare. If you treat me this way again, I'll massacre your stone village. Zhao Peng angrily rebuked. Seeing Sure Hao carrying a several hundred gene stone roller, he rushed towards him. Bang! The little guy did not even blink once and immediately crushed his face with the millstone. Ayo! Zhao Peng let out a cry that barely resembled that of a human's. His face was crooked and his nose was broken. This time, every teeth in his mouth broke from being smashed by that millstone. Not only himself, even the people watching felt as if they were hurt. The face of the middle-aged man, Zhao Cong, from the great floating pond twitched. He took a step forward and began to charge with great killing intent. Junior brother Zhao Cong, what are you trying to do? Didn't you say earlier that these children were just angry at each other and they were to have a little fight with each other? The adults do not need to participate. The elder from the heavenly cloud palace said. That's right, just a few kids having a little fight with each other. Why get angry over it? The leader of the Golden Wolf tribe reconciled. This made others flabbergasted. Many people on this stage wanted to obtain the precious bones of the Swan and I and looked at Stone Village unfavorably. The leader of the Golden Wolf tribe was also very proactive. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Child, your heavenly gift is amazingly rare, and you amazed everyone here. However, continuing to live on in this desolate land, you would eventually be left behind. Our Golden Wolf tribe is looking for a disciple and we don't know whether or not you wish to join. When the time comes, I'll teach you the strongest bone texts and pass on our most powerful precious technique to you, said the head of the Golden Wolf tribe. Many people were startled and then lightly cursed. So cunning. Like this, he would obtain a genius and would also very peacefully be able to pocket the Swan Knee's precious bones for himself. Little guy, come to our heavenly cloud temple. We'll bring you to look at the sea of snow and drink the most delicious milk. The two young maidens opened their mouth as little Sure Hao blinked. I love drinking milk. The little guy blinked his large eyes as he said. Having heard that, the leader of the Golden Wolf tribe frowned. This kid is doing this on purpose and actually wanted to refuse them, right? Although he looked simple-minded, his choice certainly wasn't bad. Child, a master is very important. You must certainly make the correct choice of inheritance. We can control lightning and we are able to turn into the embodiment of divine thunder. Would you be willing to consider joining us? Even the old servant from the lightning clan started to talk. Even though their genius was already stepped all over, he still tried to persuade him. Everyone changed their expressions. Being able to take such an apprentice, take away the archaic devil bird's descendants, and also obtain the Swan Knee's precious bones was simply too great of a fortune. Therefore, the other powers started to persuade as well. Little brother needs to leave these great desolate lands. You can't stuff yourself within the mountains your entire life. The outside world is so amazing and our clan's strong precious techniques will allow you to step into the heavens. Our clan has a mythical fire precious technique. If you master it, you can melt the mountains into a sea of fire and burn all your enemies within this world. Child, you should join our clan and maybe someday you can inherit from our ancient god Fire God's will. Not everyone was like this. Some people secretly sneered and said, everyone. Stop being so artificial just for the sake of obtaining the precious bones of the Swan and I. Why should we take away a child? Sooner or later we will just kill him to get rid of an annoyance. The little guy stopped a long time ago. The other 3 children were helped up and brought back by their clansmen. They were badly battered and blood-stained, and they were angry and embarrassed as they lost face for their family. The expert from the great floating pool sneered and said, why be so pretentious? Our great floating pool just want to obtain the Swan Knee's precious bones. This village certainly cannot hide it forever. And indeed, a Swan Knee's bones certainly can't be guarded by a village. If we left it to them, their village would be exterminated. We could discuss how to handle this situation. Correct, let it be so. Also, 3 hatchlings of a devil bird is not something a small village can have. They should also be handed over. Many experts also joined him. They all completely ignored the people of Stone Village and did not ask for their permissions at all. Everything would be handled by the experts here to see who would get what. Everyone from Stone Village became furious after hearing this. This was simply too much. Just because they were weak, they were put into a position like this? They did not give them a single greeting or ask a single question. It was utter contempt. Uncles, the swan knee's precious bone belonged to us. We paid the price for them with our lives and blood. Depeng, Xiaoqing, and Ziyun are also my partners. The little guy's eyes were clear and his voice was crisp. He carefully picked his words and put the entire place into a state of silence. The three hatchlings leaned against his sides. Their eyes flashed intelligently. They rubbed their heads against his arms to show their intimacy. If you don't want to be exterminated, you should hand them over. Whether it's those 3 birds or the swan-knee's precious bones, they are not things that you can have, said an expert from a large clan. Yours? After a while, Stone Village would cease to exist and these objects would have no owners. Turning around slowly, the blood-stained Zhao Peng angrily said after wiping away his blood stains. You are such bullies, the nasally kid sobbed. He understood the situation in front of his eyes as Stone Village could not keep these people away. A vicious aura emerged from Zhao Peng's body. He looked towards the flying flood dragon that was spiraling in the air and said, Uncle Zhao, teach those wild children, especially that child with milk on the corner of his mouth. Grab his head, leave him with just 1 breath, and bring him to me. Oh, a muffled roar echoed. That flying flood dragon exposed his head from the sky and stared towards the children at the village entrance. Its gaze was awe-inspiring and its killing intent filled the air. You guys are bullying us way too much. Shi Dezhuang trembled angrily. So what if we're bullying you? If you dare to talk back, we'll exterminate your village right away. Zhao Peng leapt up and sat on the back of the flying flood dragon as he stared down with his ice-cold expression toward the little guy. The middle-aged expert from Great Floating Pool, Zhao Tsong, did not stop him. With his ice-cold face he said, hand over the swan knee's precious bones and offer us your 3 bird. Otherwise, this village might not exist for much longer. This was a mountain village. Their customs were simple, but their village certainly did not lack a bloody nature. Shi Linghu and several others were angry and said, we'd rather be broken jade than a complete roof tile. If you're truly forcing us into a bloody battle, then we'll fight down to our last drop of blood. They knew that even if they handed over the swan knee's precious bones, these experts would most likely exterminate them anyway. After all, the things they were doing were truly disgraceful, so no one wanted to give away anything. Does your village really want to be massacred? The Great Floating Pool's expert Zhao Tsong coldly said. Uncle Zhao, start right away. Shred these people for me. Zhao Peng sat on top and pointed toward where the little guy was. Willow deity, I know that you can certainly hear my words. We also know that you can protect us. Please guard this place. The little guy's eyes were clear as he lightly spoke towards the scorched willow tree. You truly want to pretend it's a deity spirit? Uncle Zhao, massacre this place for me and also snap that willow branch of their guardian spirit and give it to me. Zhao Peng shouted without any restraint. Zhao Tsong did not speak a word as he coldly watched over everything. Ho! The flying flood dragon started to move. Its huge body swooped down towards the stone village as it brought a violent gale with it. Grandpa Chief, stop them quick! The 2 identical young maidens were anxious and pleaded their own grandfather to help Stone Village. Don't rush, the elder from Heavenly Cloud Palace said lightly. Right now his heart was beating quickly and the hair on his back stood straight. Chi! Suddenly, a bright ray of light rushed forward. A dark green willow branch, as if it was sculpted out of divine jade, sparkling all over and emitted resplendent multicolored light as it pierced the sky. That flying flood dragon dove down with its mouth wide open. It intended to massacre Stone Village, however, it suddenly widened its eyes. It was startled to its limit and let out a terrifying screech. Soon after, its cries were immediately silenced. A dark green willow branch, like a neat divine chain blazing in green multicolored light, pierced through its body. Unblockable. The tender emerald green willow branch emitted a multicolored green light. It looked incomparably soft, but when it pierced over, it seemed as tough as divine steel. Pooh, that flying flood dragon was nailed in the air, and its blood trickled down the otherworldly and mysterious tender branch. The flood dragon could no longer utter another sound, and every scale on its body immediately lost all of its former luster. Its fear reached the extreme, and it was quickly beginning to lose signs of life as it lightly shivered all over. What happened? Uncle Jiao! Jiao Peng shouted from the back of the vicious flood dragon in dread. This was a terrifying scene. The flood dragon was as thick as a water tank, and it stretched several tens of meters long. It was covered densely in scales, and on its back were a pair of wings. It was majestic and ferocious, however. It was still nailed in the air by the strange, tender branch, and was unable to move an inch. How can this be? The experts cried out in alarm. Was this considered a guardian spirit of a mountain village? How could it be this dreadful? With just a single strike, it was able to pierce the body of such a powerful vicious beast. Quickly, save it! Shouted Jiao Tsong, the middle-aged man from the great floating pool. 10 shadows emerged from within the forest, their palms flickering with symbols. Suddenly, light beams shot toward the sky, covering the entire village. They wanted to kill the Willow Tree. The Lightning Clan, Purple Mountain Clan, and the Golden Wolf tribe all shivered within their hearts. Great Floating Pool seemed to only have a few people on the surface, but a group of people secretly followed. They previously already made ample preparations. However, everything was too late. In just a split second, the thick flying flood dragon in midair had already lost its gaze in its 2 eyes. Its dazzling scales seemed to have aged 10,000 years, and were beginning to split apart. Its body began to rapidly age and disintegrated as it fell down. This unforeseen event was too frightening. How could such a terrifying and mighty flood dragon turn to dust just like that, as if it died of old age? Jiao Peng became terrified and fell onto the ground. He was really frightened. How powerful was this guardian spirit? He tumbled outwards and no longer held a shred of haughtiness. His face was deathly white as he trembled all over. The tender green branch had a drop of gray liquid on it, and the gray drop held an exuberant amount of life force as it lightly rolled around. This was extracted from within the flying flood dragon, and was absorbed by the branch. From the flood dragon being penetrated to splitting into pieces and dropping to the ground, it was all completed within a split second. Those 10 experts who emerged from within the forest filled the skies with dancing rays of light and flickering symbols. Ancient and vicious birds took shape, and they all curled up in their dazzling lights as they attacked the scorched black willow tree. Show! The willow branch extended and transformed into a dark green chain. It quickly drew a beautiful, sparkling arc in the middle of the sky. However, the terrifying aftermath sent fear into everyone's hearts. Pooh! The willow branch streaked past and snapped an expert in half along the waist. It looked feeble, but it was undoubtedly a divine knife. It directly cut that individual in half as his blood gushed everywhere. What was that? Everyone was stunned. That was just the beginning. The experts who rushed forward began to enshroud the surroundings in sparkling light. The willow branch swayed with the wind as its multicolored green light blossomed. It streaked across the sky like a divine chain and hacked as if it was an immortal sword. One after another, the experts were either snapped into 2 pieces or cut into 2 parts. The attacks were absolutely dreadful. It was clearly just a willow branch, yet it streaked across the sky like the sharpest of swords, cutting everything in its path. Pooh! Pooh! Blood blossomed and splashed everywhere. As the willow branch brandished quickly in the air, bodies dropped to the ground, and they were either split in half or broken. Blood bloomed like flowers, one after another. The sunset glow was cast on the horizon. It dyed the entire village in a golden splendor. During this sunset, on top of a scorched black willow, a willow branch swayed lusciously. However, the floor was filled with the bodies of the blood-stained dead. This unforgettable scene was permanently painted within every expert's head. In this way, all the experts from the great floating pool was killed in an instant without any suspense. All of the onlooking experts were cold all over from fear. Ah! Jiao Peng let out a blood-curdling screech. He was frightened. A few carcasses landed on top of him as their blood sprayed all over his body and face. He was crying as he crawled and tumbled in an effort to escape. Zhao Cong's face paled. He had already lost all color from his face a long time ago. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, and this insurmountable fear lingered within his mind. What a powerful guardian spirit! All the calm and composed experts from before all became dumbstruck. Just a few moments ago, they were looking at the people of Stone Village with utter contempt. They were discussing how to seize the Swan Knee's precious bones and take those 3 birds for themselves. Now each and every one of them were staring in horror. Shi Feijiao and a group of able-bodied villagers, as well as the children, women, and elders were all at a loss for words. They stared stupidly at everything in disbelief. Absolutely mind-blowing. A single willow branch was able to pierce the heavens and the earth, killing and beheading all those experts. It made people shiver. For the last 10 years, the willow tree never made any attempts to communicate with the village or show any signs of abnormal behavior. Now, however, it brought about such a shocking scene, giving everyone a surreal feeling. Perhaps only the chief who isolated himself and the few people who had prior knowledge of this were not shocked. This was because over 10 years ago, during that flooding thunderstorm, they saw an even more terrifying scene. Wah? Zhao Peng finally crawled out of the pile of dead bodies and jumped towards Zhao Cong's side. He held his legs as he cried and shouted in fear. Only now was this peace disturbed. Those experts in shock gradually came back to their senses. They held reverence, yet they also held fear and did not dare face that willow tree. Zhao Cong was unwilling to give up, yet he was the one with the most fear. He stood at the village entrance and said, "Mighty guardian spirit, please excuse my ignorant and offensive behavior." As his voice just sounded, a gust of wind swept past. The willow branch swayed in the air as it brought about mists and vapors. It gradually descended downwards. With a piu sound, that willow branch pierced his right arm. Ah! A miserable shriek echoed through the air. No matter how hard Zhao Cong struggled, it was useless. The divine light within his body rapidly vanished. His right arm was being absorbed, and then it began to crack. Pooh! It snapped off like rotten wood as it fell towards the floor. Zhao Peng howled miserably. He was right underneath Zhao Cong, and was holding his legs as this dry and cracked arm smashed onto him. He looked up and saw a sparkling, tender branch. He immediately rolled his eyes back in fright and passed out. Zhao Cong smiled bitterly. Not only did he lose an arm, he also lost half of his cultivation. He was teetering on the verge of collapse and was incomparably bitter in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking highly of himself as he looked down at the villagers. He previously looked down on all of them with disdain, but it all changed in a flash. Never would he have thought that he could be crippled so easily, turning into a powerless man. The other 2 youths that were slightly older from the great floating pool walked forward to support Zhao Cong. The hands and hearts of these 2 geniuses were trembling. Everything they just saw would be forever imprinted within their hearts and would be difficult to forget within their entire lives. All the experts kept quiet in fear. Their hearts were still in terror. This guardian spirit was too frightening, as it sent a shiver down everyone's spines. Everyone from the Golden Wolf tribe, Lightning Clan, and Purple Mountain were all intimidated. They were just talking about how to punish Stone Village a moment ago to seize the Swan Knee's precious bones for themselves. But after the spectacle, they could only stand still in fright. Everyone was absolutely regretful. If they had known that this willow tree was this terrifying, even if they were demanded to hand over their treasured artifact, they wouldn't say anything against it. Way, didn't you guys want to steal our treasures? Just try it. The group of children were acting extremely indignant. After their mood recovered, they all started to rile up. Golden Wolf Tribe, Great Floating Pool, Lightning Clan, and Purple Mountain Clan. Weren't you all acting high and mighty just now, completely looking down on us with disdain? How come you're all pale now? Meng said as he stared blankly. Furthermore, didn't several experts just now say that you'd massacre our village? The nasally kid clenched his fists as he brought up what they just talked about, rubbing salt on their wounds. The group of experts heard everything, and they all quivered. Their heads were about to explode. They looked towards that willow tree, afraid that it will begin to display its divine might once again. Junior brother, we were just joking. None of it was real. Don't hold it within your hearts. The group of experts shivered with cold sweat. They were all incredibly high and mighty, and they would never have cared about these villagers normally. They would be respected wherever they went, so why would they act differently in this kind of mountain village? However, now, they had to summon up the courage and apologize to these villagers. Elder brothers, can you overlook our mistakes this time? You would be rewarded if you let us go. The leader of the Golden Wolf tribe said as he looked towards Shi Linghu's group. Chi! A streak of multicolored green light flashed past. The willow tree was on the move. That branch rapidly descended and pierced his shoulders. Half of the blood on his body dried up and an arm shriveled up and cracked as it dropped to the ground. Half of his body was crippled just like Jiao Tsong. Afterwards, the willow branch quickly moved like a divine spear. It penetrated 7 to 8 experts in succession. These were people that either threatened or wanted to massacre Stone Village. Now, a large part of their strength and life force was absorbed by the willow branch. You guys leave, Shi Linghu said. The group of experts trembled. This willow tree was too terrifying. It was impossible for them to deal with it unless they begged their clan heads to personally come. Otherwise, the experts here would simply be seeking death. The group rushed out of Stone Village. The Golden Wolf tribe's leader and the great floating pools Tsong Jiao held a grieved smile on their faces. Zishan Ho's uncle, Thunder Clan's elder servant, were speechless. This time they were met with an absolute tragedy. Only the people from Heavenly Cloud Palace were unperturbed because they had absolutely no losses. The elder who led those 2 pretty young maidens squinted his eyes and didn't say much. The 2 young maidens blinked their large round eyes and looked towards Stone Village. They wanted to talk so much more, but they were stopped. The sunset glow had disappeared long ago and the sky began to darken. Looking from afar, the willow tree from Stone Village was emitting hazy halos of light, enshrouding the entire village. Our population is over 10 million and we hold vast amounts of territory. Treated us like this, does it not fear that a great catastrophe might befall it? From a distance of over 1 li away, a few people were extremely angry. We have to report this to our clan head and beg for him to come personally. Apart from the other stuff, the swan needs precious bones and this guardian spirit is an opportunity that we can't miss. A few people were in complete anger. However, as soon as they spoke, although they were so far away, the guardian spirit also responded. A lush green willow branch shrouded in multicolored light extended out over 1 li away as it thrashed across. Pooh, pooh. The angry people were immediately cut in half, as if they were split by the sharpest demonic knife. Their upper and lower bodies were completely separated and blood began to gush out. All of the clan leaders were already wounded. The old servant from Lightning Clan and Zishan Ho's uncle both lost an arm as a warning. All the experts' heads became numb and they didn't dare utter another word as they disappeared into the night. They held their shining precious artifacts, stuck close to the ground and charged into the heart of the ancient forest.